In the middle of the sea, there were several ships that were cut apart and had smoke rising from them, as some were covered with flames. The smell of blood lingered in the air, along with the smell of smoke, which was accompanied by a gruesome sight of blood and gore. Many heavily wounded pirates were lying in a pool of their own blood with deep cuts all over their bodies. Some among them were no longer moving and had died, but others seemed to still be moving and breathing a little. The ships were cut up, and one among them was cut in half while a figure could be seen resting on the top of one of them. It was Clifford, who had progressed greatly during his sword training during the time past. The Sulon bloodline limit was not as easy for him to accomplish what others had when he was training on the island that helped hone his swordsmanship further, but his fur had become gray and longer, while a small part of his eye had become red. A newspaper dropped down and interrupted his light nap. Then he opened it up and read through it. "They are having fun without me again. This place is no longer any fun, and I am lacking a good challenge." Clifford had been hunting down pirates for their bounties to relieve his boredom, but he mainly targeted a certain type of pirate group. The adventurers group of pirates that caused no problems in the world or were helpful to others were not targeted by him, but those that often looted places and went around killing others were targeted by him. If he encountered them, and they were the bad type of pirate that was doing bad deeds, or if they attacked first, then Clifford would not show any mercy, then would collect the bounty on their heads. His unique appearance had gained some attention from slave traders and those connected to them, so he dealt with a lot of similar groups. His brutal sword style caused a lot of death and destruction to his surroundings, which resulted in the many deaths and the destruction of the ships around him. When he entered a state of combat, it was difficult for him to hold back, and he did not need to do so when he was up against opponents that were after his life. The main problem was that his present strength and mastery over his two-sword style was far above many groups within the first half of the Grand Line. The amount of deaths he had been behind on the seas and his merciless swordsmanship had earned him a lot of attention, which helped to raise the fame of the White Storm mercenaries, but had made many more wary of him and others affiliated with him. If he killed or harmed others outside of his targets that were wanted criminals, then there would be many that would use his current reputation to brand him as a brutal murderer that needed to be caught or killed before he caused further harm to innocent people. The present bounty hunter that is ruthless against criminals could easily be changed to ruthless murderer on the loose in a single instant. The line between how the public viewed good and evil was very thin, and anyone within the view of the public could have their name tarnished with a single article and slightly incriminating photo. Those waiting for the opportunity would take the chance to tear another down from their position, and there were many competitors with the White Storm in business. Those that held a grudge against them, or those affiliated with the world government that wanted to remove a future obstacle. One wrong move by anyone that had a high position in the White Storm was in the exact same position as Clifford and could affect the overall public view of the whole group. Within a castle that was within Rika Island, a woman wearing spectacles and dressed in a lab coat with a striped jumper was working on something until something appeared behind her and spoke. "Master, the news has arrived." And did not take her eyes away from her project and spoke. "Read it to me." The details of the newspaper were spoken word for word by the figure behind her. Then she finally finished the part of her project. She turned around and looked towards the tall figure that stood there with a helmet and armor on their body. "Thank you, Shiki. Go back to assist Whitebeard with the protection duties." The dead bodies had been recovered after their deaths, and there were 3 that had strong physiques that could be remodeled. Dr. Indigo, Whitebeard, and Shiki were modified bit by bit until they were completed and were given life as automata that would assist Ayn in her work or would provide protection around the castle. Among the projects that she had been working on, the mech and mechanical suits were things that were not so easy to reveal all the time whenever there was any troublemakers around the castle or anyone that was trying to break in. Any threats had been dealt with by the animal automata and the traps that had been set, but Whitebeard and Shiki provided extra protection against any more troublesome intruders so that her secrets could be prevented from leaking out into the world. They all wore a combat armor and helmet to keep their identity hidden from those that encountered them when they were carrying out their duties. Ayn spun a pen between her finger while sitting down with her legs crossed with a bored look on her face. "I am tired of building up these walls of protection in this place. There is no real way to test how effective my inventions are. I wish Alyssia would call us over already. I really want to see what kind of things she has created while she has been away. I think it will not be too long before those nobles start causing problems again, so I do not really wish to remain here that much longer." One after another, the people connected to Alyssia that remained in the first half of the New World were growing bored and saw the newspaper articles. In other parts of the world, there were others that had their own reactions to the newspapers being spread out. Among those that had met Alyssia and read the newspaper that reached them in a part of the world, there were two that had paid the most attention to it and were looking forward to future events that Alyssia would bring. One was Yamato, who was still avoiding her father and was stuck in Wano. The beast pirates had dropped a newspaper on the ground, and she picked it up so she could catch up on what was happening outside of Wano. Once she had read all the news articles, Yamato showed a warm smile on her face. "It has been some time since I last made a friend and enjoyed catching up on their news. It was the same with Ace, but now he is gone. I hope that Alyssia can survive out there. No, she should be able to. She was able to catch me off guard and wound me slightly, so she should be fine so long as father does not run into her. I just hope that she will be careful not to provoke any bigger influences." The time spent with Alyssia was memorable for Yamato, and the fondness towards her grew during the time they were apart. Yamato had been mourning Ace all on her own with no allies, friends, or family to comfort her until Alyssia arrived out of nowhere and spent some time with her. The loss of Ace was still fresh in her memories, so she was reading the newspapers that had arrived inside Wano for any information about Alyssia and the white storm that Alyssia had talked about when they were drinking together. There was a part of her that dreaded reading them and did not want to repeat her past trauma from when she had watched Ace's Vivre card burn away, leaving nothing behind, and then reading about his death. Yamato was hoping that there would be no repeat of that with Alyssia and that she would read no bad news about her, but once she started to read, the more interested she became. There was a hint of envy within her towards the adventure Alyssia went on when Yamato was stuck inside Wano, but she was happy to hear her new friend had been doing well. The images were cut out, and she admired them. Those must be the friends she talked about. They all looked so cheerful together. Can I have that someday too? She had been turned away by so many people, and those that were nice to her were killed by her father or his subordinates. Yamato was brought up to be an Oni princess that must be feared and worshipped but could never get close to another. Kaido's child-raising methods were very extreme, and he was too stubborn in his ways to let his child grow up with her own dreams and beliefs. Everything she would be was decided for her, and if she had an opposing view than him or disobeyed, then she would be chained up, starved, beaten, and threatened to be killed at his hand. Even if he had not killed her in all those years, the trauma and pain that he inflicted upon her was enough to let a lot of strong people fall into depression and despair before finally giving in to him, but Yamato was very strong-willed and survived it all. Yamato took one final look at the picture cutouts and then placed them in between some pages of a book before stuffing it into her clothing like she was keeping a treasure close to her where it could be guarded better and kept from the eyes of others. She continued to look towards the distance with a brighter look on her face, compared to what she had been like since Ace's death and the departure of Alyssia. In another unknown location, there was a pink-haired old lady that was eating a large plate of food while looking towards a newspaper in her other hand. The amount she ate and how quickly she ate it was enough to earn her the title gluttonous, and her body shape did not seem to change no matter what she ate. It was Jeweler Abani who had met Alyssia a very long time ago, and her eyes became serious as she thought to herself. She was right in her predictions, and father has been confirmed to be completely converted into a robot that follows the orders of the world government. Though he does seem to be acting strange, and has not moved from a port on Sabaody archipelagos, which resulted in him clashing with the Marines. I need to know why he is acting that way, but he will not answer me and attacks on sight of me. Alyssia has been making more appearances lately and is hiding away less. Perhaps the time for her to start making moves is getting closer. It would be nice to meet her again in the future, and hopefully she can answer some of my questions I have for her, if I can meet her again. Bonnie had met Alyssia in the past, and they built up some form of friendship before Alyssia left, but they did keep in contact a little before Bonnie set out to enter the Grand Line. The weather technology had helped them overcome some difficulties they had suffered from, and the island had shown some signs of improvement since then, which allowed more crops to grow and less sicknesses to break out. The warning had let her and Kuma prepare for what was to come, and it happened as Alyssia said, but Bonnie was still hurt by the outcome no matter how long she had to prepare for it as it was coming. Bonnie had to watch on as the fate of Kuma was revealed, and then, after the War of the Best, she went to seek out Blackbeard to kill him, while others in Worst Generation went to the New World for their own goals, but she was defeated. She barely avoided being captured by a Kainu and escaped to live using her powers to change her age and build so she could get around unnoticed. Once Alyssia started to appear in the newspapers, Bonnie had started to pay more attention to the movements of the White Storm that Alyssia was connected to and was carefully watching how they would use their growing power, wealth, and influence. There were some things that Bonnie wished to hear about, but there were no details about the location of Alyssia, so she could not get the answer she wanted yet. Meanwhile, Alyssia had collected several requests from the mercenary posts of the New World and went on a journey of her own towards several islands that were marked as very dangerous.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Somewhere around the New World, there was a ship that was sailing around and had come across an island. The island seemed to be completely abandoned and lacked the vitality of other islands. It seemed as if it had been left abandoned a long time ago, and any signs of life on the island had disappeared long ago. It was one of the more dangerous islands that were listed on those that usually had a high amount of casualties once a group sailed there. The land itself was completely barren and dried up, while the old stone buildings were worn away by the long time that had passed since it had been full of people in the past. The shop stopped in place, and a tall, slender figure jumped towards the island. She covered a lot of ground in an instant and soon arrived with her feet on the ground. Alyssia was dressed in a protective suit that completely covered her body, then looked around. This must be the place. She wandered further and then found herself in front of many lifelike statues. The statues looked just like humans and other races, while each of them were posed differently and displayed a variety of different emotions. Dark green moss was growing on the outside of each of them and covered a large portion of them. Some of the statues were missing arms, legs, and even a head, while some others had small cracks on some parts of them. Alyssia walked close to a statue and started to inspect it. What the? The next moment that she was close to the statue, it started to move and reach towards her. It was like the statue had come to life, or it had some sort of instinctual defensive mechanism in place. It was not enough for Alyssia to be caught off guard, so when it reached out, she took a step back and kicked forward. The middle of the chest was hit, and the statue broke apart, but that was not the end of her troubles. More statues started to move upon picking up on the movements around them and seemed to wake up from a long slumber. Each of them had varying physiques, and some of them were very tall or well-built. Those with larger builds reached Alyssia first and swung their arms that were solid and rough like stone. They moved around like humans, but their speed and movements were slower due to them carrying more weight around and having bodies made from stone that made their movements more rigid. Just as they were about to throw out their big stone arms towards Alyssia, she disappeared and appeared again in front of each of them before sending out a strong kick towards the middle of them that caused them to break apart. She flickered around the area and avoided the falling rocks that came from those she defeated and those that threw nearby debris or their own body parts towards her. The biggest one was a giant that carried a stone sword. It raised the sword towards her and brought it down, but Alyssia stood still for a moment before gathering her power. Her legs swept upward, which used up every single muscle in her body to maximize the power, and she met the sword with her foot. A strong piercing force was released that was her variation of the spear of Elbaf and broke through the large sword, then pierced through the chest of the giant before it started to fall apart. She looked at the many statues that had been destroyed, then saw parts of the insides that were shown once they broke apart. There were bones, muscles, and internal organs once the outer layer was broken, but they too were made of stone. Alyssia took some test tubes and swabs from her bag, then started collecting samples of them. These should be of use. Unfortunately, these people are already dead and have been for a very long time. The statues were once living people, and there was some kind of dangerous virus that existed on the island that had wiped out many people during a certain era. The statues remained and were carriers for the virus, so anyone that visited would be infected, then would join those remaining on the island as a new statue. The virus did not just claim the lives of the people and animals on the island, but also turned the fertile lands into what it had become. It had some slight characteristics of white lead disease in the way it covered the skin and caused the failure of the body, but it made those infected by it aggressive, and it seemed to act quickly to kill those infected by it. Otherwise, there would be a spread of it to other islands after some had escaped carrying the virus. It had some similarities to the stone statues of the love, devil fruit, or Medusa ability to turn others into statues, but it did not keep them completely frozen solid. In order to conserve their energy and prevent further damage, they would remain still until there were signs of life nearby. The protective suit that Alyssia was wearing had begun to gain a small layer on some parts, but it did not spread any further. It was likely that it needed to enter the body through a cut or to be breathed in for it to work on anyone, but Alyssia could not take any chances and risk coming into direct contact with it. Those that would fight the statues would find themselves becoming infected even if they were able to defeat them and break them apart. The fragments of rock, moss, and dust would linger in the air after they had been shattered, so the person fighting them would breathe it in. If Alyssia had not been wearing a protective suit and breathing apparatus, then she may have met the same fate. She ran deeper into the island and started to destroy every statue she came across before appearing back on her ship. Alyssia locked herself up in her laboratory and started to use the knowledge she possessed so that she could gain some practical experience. It would be faster to master different types of research if she had examples to work from and to find out how they worked or could be cured. The ship remained far away from the island, then suddenly moved to face it, the large railgun cannon on the front that had shot something across the sky. It traveled across the sky at a great speed and force, then it broke apart after a small explosion took place above the island. A timer was set, and the shot was perfectly calculated to allow the explosion to take place. Then nature would do the rest, as the wind would carry what was released during the explosion. What was inside had spread outward and traveled in all directions until most of the island had been covered by a large fog. Alyssia sat watching it happen and showed a smile. Hopefully this place can start to recover. On to the next location. The island was left abandoned and was uninhabitable for a very long time, so it did not leave a name behind in history, but it was recognized as a place that should not be visited unless someone wished to die there. Teams of scientists brought escorts to protect them and wrap themselves in protective suits, but they could not get an opportunity to collect live samples and to study them before they had been surrounded and caught off guard by the stone statues. Their protective clothing and their escorts were useless against the many strong golems, so their clothing ripped apart or a part was cracked enough to let the traces of the virus get to them. If there were people fast enough to run away, then they would not bring along anything that could slow them down or distract them when there were so many stone statues around the island that would suddenly start moving again once they got near them. If there had been some that had studied the virus, then they had kept it to themselves and did not try to remove it from the island like Alyssia did. If there really was other traces of the virus that had been collected or studied, then they may have been used already on another island, but there was no news about other islands suffering from the same problem. Some that considered using it as a weapon would soon be told to stop by others due to there not being a valid method available that could remove the traces of the virus from the hosts and the surroundings. It was the type of virus that could not be easily contained and controlled unless they could find a way to make a cure or could change it to better control its effects and characteristics. Alyssia continued to observe the virus through a microscope and then leaned back. Queen has some viruses similar to this one that have more physical enhancing effects or cause a lot of suffering to those infected, like the Ice Oni and Mummy viruses. This one makes the host die, but still moves and attacks like the Ice Oni virus. It makes the host far slower, but their endurance is increased a little. Over time, the body will break down and become more brittle. I should just give it the name Golem virus. I wonder if this was actually a natural virus that has existed in the past, or if someone had created it. She continued to ponder over some things. This virus may be dangerous, but once it has been fully understood along with many others, I will gain a better understanding of how they can change the body or how they can be suppressed, cured, or altered. The Golem virus was the most suitable name for them from those Alyssia had thought of. There had been some different ideas like Gargoyle, Titan, and Statue virus, but they did not suit the characteristics of how everyone looked or changed once they were exposed to it. Gargoyle the more monster-like and ugly, but those exposed to the virus had not really become ugly or changed a lot in appearance. Their appearance was kept the same, as if it was preserved within their new rock form. Titan was more like a giant rock creature, but those exposed to the virus had not grown in size and had only developed a thin layer of rock over the surface of their body, so it did not suit it either. Statue was more like it would remain completely still, but the virus still had those that had died move around unless it was to preserve themselves from wasting energy or breaking when there was nothing for them to attack nearby. Alyssia visited some war-torn islands one after another that had been hit by chemical gas-based weapons or viruses that had been made by Caesar Clown, and Queen then started to collect samples before firing the cure above the island to release the cure. Caesar had many of his weapons sold around the world, which caused them to be used during the ongoing wars between different islands. The damage caused by those wars that used them were enough to cause almost all life on the island to be lost unless there was a cure that had been sold along with the weapons. Those unwell or weak people that were defeated by such tactics would have to surrender and may even become slaves to those that used those weapons. Other places that were not interested in buying the cure had caused massacres, then sent teams to sweep the lands of the riches before leaving the island as it was. Queen had the antidotes to his viruses and would hand them over to those that surrendered to Kaido, but he would not go out of his way to waste resources on curing everyone or cleaning up the mess he made. If Queen had to act personally and had to resort to using his viruses, then he would not care much how they spread around and even infected his subordinates. If it was an enemy island that they were tasked with destroying or looting, then there may be traces of his virus left behind on those islands. Those allies' islands with Kaido would need to be cured after he had completed his task, but there would still be many casualties and dead among those that were infected. It meant that there were many locations for Alyssia to visit, and she had many copies of newspapers that had mentions about different wars that were happening in the past or recently. Wherever Alyssia traveled, there would be an explosion above an island, and the few survivors that had hidden away, had a stronger body or gained a little resistance to them, had been able to come out much later to a safe environment, but they had a difficult task ahead of them to rebuild and to deal with the dead bodies. There were some that came to the end of the island and saw the ship that was leaving, and rumors started to spread among the survivors about their savior that came and left, leaving them with a chance to rebuild. Their losses and suffering would only make them stronger, and those that did not fall into despair would be able to stand back up again. It was not until a little later that one island that Alyssia had left had begun to be visited by some members of the White Storm who were relocating on the island that had the golem virus. Alyssia continued to travel around the New World as she encountered all kinds of odd diseases, toxins, and chemical weapons that had been on them or infected people. The initial tests were administered in her laboratory on the small creatures she created, and they each transformed in different ways before being turned back to normal once they had been completely cured. Alyssia was able to gain a more accurate understanding of each of them and started to progress further with her research. There was one island that had been infected with a virus that changed the hormones of a person so much that it changed everyone into a female, which caught her attention. There were some viruses that were spreading around some areas that were very unique and seemed as if they were just made-up viruses. Alyssia was busy tracking down any kinds of rumors related to sudden outbreaks or strange events, then found herself getting involved with many different situations. One virus was the feminization disease that turned everyone into a female. Then there were many others that seemed like they were made up by someone. They were infectious and would spread to a large group of people while they would weaken or hinder the lives of people, but some were fatal if left alone for too long. Alyssia worked on countering each disease that she came across as she released the cures over the islands, but there were still times when she had to journey onto the islands to gather samples before she could research them to find a cure. More people saw Alyssia, and her actions were spread out beyond those islands and gained the attention of many. There were some grateful groups that had become very grateful and had set out to sea to travel to find the White Storm so they could pay her back in whatever way they could. They may have been cured, but there were still many that still needed to seek aid once they were able to move about again. Their enemies who put them in that state would soon find out that they were living and may even return to finish the job. It depended on if those people feared their enemies getting revenge on them, and if they went back to tie up some loose ends, but there would always be those that were too sure of themselves that they would be able to deal with the problem once it arrived. Some were ordinary people that were harmed by them, while others were more skilled soldiers. Some would be seen as a threat while others would not, but it did not mean they could not cause problems for them. On another island, there was a building that had a large line that was made up of many people outside the door. The people were all female, and they waited impatiently. Once they reached the front door of the building, they entered a large room, and the door was sealed. There was a cloud of smoke that was released that filled the room. Then they had began to transform back into their male gender once again. Once they had gained the needed antibodies and had been cured, they left through the back door that opened, and then a new batch entered the room. In order to not hit the females with the cure too, which would affect their hormones, Alyssia could not release the cure upon the whole island and had to set up a space where they could be contained and cured. Then they would be separated from everyone. The females were separated too, so they could have any traces of the virus removed and without the main cure being used on them. Even if they were not affected by it, they were still carriers of the disease and would pass it on to those they came into contact with. One building had been allocated to the males while another was for the females. Then an island-wide quarantine had been put into effect as the lingering disease had been eliminated completely. It continued that way, and time continued to pass. Alyssia arrived on another island and was busy treating sick people when she noticed her surroundings. Alyssia was not the only one treating them, and they had a head shaped like a pineapple. Alyssia had been too busy focusing on her research and to find a cure to all kinds of things that she failed to take note of other news, but once she saw the person far away that was treating others, she came to know about the location that she was. Oh no! What a blunder! I did not pay too much attention to the affiliations or news about each of the islands as I was going around solving those problems, but maybe I should have. The person that was treating others was Marco the Phoenix, who was leading the leftover Whitebeard pirates, which meant that the others would not be too far away. It was like fate was guiding her to meet with him and to arrive in the exact location where she was. Just as she noticed him, he looked over with a skeptical look on his face, as if he was wondering why she was looking his way. His eyes widened a little as he showed that he was surprised and thought to himself, "Is that the person that Pop said he would take in as his daughter?" Marco did not have long to think about those things when there was a sudden explosion near the port of the island, and a lot of screams followed. He grit his teeth and transformed into his phoenix form, then flew towards the port where many others had gotten caught up in the sudden chaos that broke out. Alyssia jumped up onto the tallest building and overlooked the island, but her gaze was focused on where the action was taking place. This may not be so bad after all. I get to witness a small piece of history that many others would have missed out on. There was an additional thought that came to her mind all of a sudden. Some of the diseases I have encountered seem too unreal to even be able to exist, but this world seems to make the impossible possible one way or another. Are some of them possibly the result of a power? Something like a disease, devil fruit? If so, then this was likely a targeted attack and was part of a well-thought-out plan. If it was arranged, then making Marco focus on healing many people and wasting his energy was one way to weaken him and make him let down his guard before a coordinated attack would arrive in another location. There were few humans or other races that possessed peak human physiques that had experience, techniques, and high hockey mastery over the two types, and it was even rarer to find Conqueror's hockey users among them. When special races or physiques were brought into that, then they were just as rare. Many among them had made a name for themselves in the world, kept a low profile, or were imprisoned and impelled down. If they were met with the limit to their abilities, then they would seek out a path for themselves in the form of devil fruits. Devil fruits could help to overcome the difference in combat potential between themselves and others that were within the rarer and stronger people, but it depended on if the power would really help them in the long run. Hockey could help in harming and canceling out devil fruit abilities, but that did not render them completely useless. They provided an extra layer of protection for them, or additional tactics to use to help overcome their opponents. A skilled tactician could make use of any kind of power to disrupt their opponents before or during a battle. Blackbeard had gained many of such people from Impelled Down that joined his crew as the 10 Titanic captains. They each had their own way of fighting, and certain devil fruits had begun to be stolen even if they had not moved in full force to seize them from all around the New World. There were some among them that had gained a devil fruit after it had been stolen from another person that had the powers before. The powerful, ruthless, and experienced captains of the Blackbeard pirates had finally made their move and attacked the final island in the way to seizing every territory of Whitebeard. The previous Whitebeard pirates would have no place to call home, and where they had all of their allies gathered around them. It became an all-out battle where their backs were to the wall, and they could not retreat to another island anymore. Any other island would not be their own, and they would not be welcome there, so it would mean that everyone would have to split their forces if they survived after being defeated. The disease had weakened the stamina of Marco, who had been using his Phoenix Fire and his medical skills to treat people. Then there was the sudden war that started far away from him. It was like someone among the invaders that had been confirmed to be the Blackbeard pirates had a power that created and spread diseases, but there was no detection of someone entering the island, so it suggested that the range of the power was quite large. Gunfire, cannon fire, and the sounds of clashing weapons broke out all around the island, which was followed by darkness spreading across the ground and swallowing up everything in sight. Blackbeard stood facing Marco, who had just arrived, and laughed while taking back his powers after swallowing many things around him. "Zia, Marco, we meet again." Marco frowned and flew towards him, then sent out a kick that was covered in flames while his phoenix talons were piercing towards Blackbeard's chest. Blackbeard held out his hand towards Marco, and a black vortex formed. Then Marco was pulled towards him. Jozu was covered in diamond to reduce the damage he would suffer and charged forward to crash into the side of Blackbeard, and Izo took out a pistol, then opened fire upon Jesus Burgess, who jumped to the side of Blackbeard. It seemed like each of the Blackbeard pirates were appearing at fixed locations without warning and were being inserted into the battle where they were needed. Jesus Burgess covered his body in armament hockey and blocked the gun fire, then met Diamond Joza head-on as they both clashed shoulder to elbow. Weehaw! Marco saw that he would soon become powerless under the grip of Blackbeard, so he adjusted his attack to allow himself to be grabbed. The gripping power of Blackbeard was enough to crush the bones of Ace, and almost broke his neck during their fight in the past, so being grabbed by him was very dangerous. The difference was that Marco was a far more experienced fighter, and he had his Phoenix Fire to rely on. He flapped his wings and sent Phoenix Fires shaped like bird feathers towards Blackbeard, but most of them were redirected and absorbed by the Black Vortex. There were some that hit Blackbeard, but he was covered in armament hockey to protect himself. Once the leg was grabbed, Marco swung his other leg towards Blackbeard's arm that held him while his peg was coated in a layer of hockey. The amount of pain that Blackbeard had to endure was a lot after it had been amplified, and he let go, which allowed Marco to regain his powers again. Just as he transformed back and sent a talon kick towards the throat of Blackbeard, a gunshot went off in the distance, and then Shiria the Rain and Katarina Devon blocked the attack. More appeared in different locations again after the sound of gunfire was heard from a distance. The more the battle dragged on, the more that everyone participating started to notice that they were growing weaker or were being hindered by some kind of disease. The numbers of those that could fight on were lessening when they did not have the antibodies needed to resist them or a strong enough hockey to resist the effects. Van Augur was firing from a very long range, and people by his side were disappearing, but Doc Q remained by his side, so they seemed to be behind a lot of the problems that were appearing on the battlefield. An oversized giant had reached the island, and the battle continued to worsen for the side of Marco and his crew as more time had passed. Marco grit his teeth and said, "Teach, you have stolen more devil fruits? What are they?" Blackbeard laughed as he released a lot of crushed debris from his body of darkness. "Zia, why don't you just guess?" The battle continued while Alyssia watched from far away, while feeling a little weak too after removing her protective clothing and mask to test out something. The hockey within her was circulated through her body all of a sudden and met a strange foreign force. It was quickly found and eliminated from her body, then she returned to normal. Alyssia looked towards the distance to the sea far away, where there was a ship floating with 2 people on it. Those powers. If I had to guess, then they are well suited to those 2. Doc Q has a disease power, while Van Augur has something like a spatial or teleportation power. Doc Q can spread diseases from a large range, and it suits his profession as a doctor. Van Augur seems to be able to move anyone to a location that is within his sight, so it is suited to his role as a sniper, but can he move others around and himself, or are there certain limitations involved? Is it a one-way journey from his side to the distance, or can he bring them back to him? Alyssia was always interested in how certain powers worked and the potential they had. In the right hands, they could reach their full potential and be used in all kinds of ways. In the wrong hands, they would be used in the most basic and incorrect ways. Those that preferred to fight at a closer range had more of a choice in the abilities they would have, but those that were ranged combatants would need abilities that provided evasive, higher ranged or support type abilities. The diseased devil fruit was the opposite of the healed devil fruit, but they both had similarities in the way they provided excellent support to the battlefield. They could change the tide of battle. Once the abilities were used on many people, then those allied with them could take advantage of the opportunity given. The devil fruit of Van Augur was the power of warping that could warp himself or his allies. It was similar to the shambles ability of the Op devil fruit that Law had, but the range was longer, and there was less control over the surroundings or the objects around the user. Each of the things he warped would remain still where they reappeared, so it could not be used to manipulate nearby things to throw them at enemies, but they could possibly be dropped on them from above, which was enough to be useful in other ways if it was possible to move things besides those that were living. Alyssia had encountered some devil fruits and knew of their potential, but was still unsure if each of them were perfectly suited to their user, since there could have been better options in the world available to them. Some landed in the hands of someone by chance, and others were taken by the previous users before being given to them. Upon meeting her, and already had her own powers that brought pictures to life and projected them around her surroundings to create illusions. Finally was the discovery of a new devil fruit or an artificially created devil fruit. One artificial fruit had been given to Line, while one spare fruit remained in her possession. Jester and Littlely were the ones that had the decision made for them by an unknown force or something similar to fate. Ivy, Medea, Ting, Tun, and Archie had gained abilities through stealing of others. Ivy was able to use her Wolverine Zoan Devil Fruit to dig under the ground and boost her combat abilities so that her close and range combat could be used tactically that fit with her upbringing that suited a versatile combatant. Medea had a cyborg body that was difficult to damage through ordinary means, and the being able to move around quickly and turn into lightning made it more difficult to harm her, while her single and multiple target combat abilities were improved further that suited a quick swordswoman. Ting and Tun gained the float and muscle devil fruits that helped to let them exert more power or lift many things that were not possible for their smaller size. Archie gained the quake devil fruit that enhanced his destructive power to a much larger scale. Ain was far more fragile than the others, so the Logia powers helped to protect her more and could be enhanced further using her research, so it could be used to provide support and capture or obstruct her enemies. Littlely was most suitable for a less complex power, and Jester's experience had made his snatch devil fruits suited to him more than others. When used together, they could each support each other and could be put to use strategically to defeat all kinds of difficult opponents. The main weak links in her crew were those with weaker physiques that were lacking in powers of their own or hockey, but Alyssia could see that the Blackbeard pirates had been used well and protected their weakest links by keeping them out of reach from the enemy. The only person that could provide enough of a problem to their plan was Marco, who could fly and bombard their ships with his Phoenix fire, but he was kept busy during the battle. The battle dragged on for a long time until one side weakened further, and the destruction around them had become much larger as Phoenix fire met the large amount of darkness as Marco and Blackbeard used their most destructive techniques. The side of Marco started to weaken, and there were many deaths and injured when Van Augur disappeared from his location and reappeared by Blackbeard. He placed his hand on him, then disappeared again, and nobody noticed where they were until it was much too late. The black vortex that formed on Blackbeard's hand appeared behind the back of the neck of Diamond, Jozu, then the three of them disappeared again. Alyssia watched as it happened and how the battle was still ongoing. There was not many that could look for those that disappeared or provide aid for Jozu. Where did they go? Alyssia did not wish to go around making enemies everywhere, but she had already halted one of the plans of Blackbeard. Blackbeard was someone that needed to be stopped or he would cause many problems in the world, and Alyssia never liked him as someone who was a reader or as a person who was living in the same world. She thought to herself, I am not exactly an ally of the Whitebeard pirates and have not intervened so far, but is it okay to let this continue? Alyssia had some understanding about why Jozu had been taken away, and it would not be good if Blackbeard gained an improvement to his current abilities. Blackbeard was not her enemy, but Alyssia did not wish for a potential enemy to increase their power further. Warp-type powers usually came with certain flaws. Some were related to only being able to travel to places they could see. Others would be able to travel to places they had been to before, and others would encounter problems when they warped through walls or doors, then found themselves stuck in between them, or being cut apart by warping with something in between their bodies. The Warp Devil Fruit abilities were still not fully shown, but those that warped away would not be that far away unless they could warp to another island. Alyssia had spread out her observation haki for signs of movement and the auras that belonged to Blackbeard, Jozu, and Van Augur. She disappeared from her position and appeared further in the distance, where Jozu was held by the back of his neck and was held down. Blackbeard held him down, and a pistol was removed from his waist as it was moving closer to the heart of Jozu. Zia, finally I have caught you, and there is nobody around to stop me. Everything has gone according to my plan. Zia, you talk too much and are far too arrogant. Did your father not teach you to be a little more humble and to execute your plans until the very end? He felt a strong piercing pain on his shoulder as a grip that was stronger than his own was placed on his shoulder from behind him. He did not notice the approach and felt the claws pierce into his shoulder, then pulled his arm to the side. Arg! Ah! It hurts! It hurts! The bullet missed its target and his grip was released from Jozu, so he was released. Van Augur had panicked when a new person arrived, then warped to the side of Blackbeard to take him away once he was vulnerable. It hurts! Ah! The darkness powers made him feel far more pain, and when it was inflicted upon him, he felt it even more strongly than what he should normally experience, which left him in a vulnerable state once he was rolling around and clutching the painful area of his body that had been wounded. Anyone that wished to land a killing blow could have done it right then, but Alyssia could have finished the fight once she caught him off guard. There was no haki protection, and he let his guard down when he felt that he had been successful, which led to a moment where he could have been assassinated. It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Van Augur grabbed onto Blackbeard, but a strong roundhouse kick came around that was covered in armament haki, which obstructed him from coming into contact with him. The force of the kick sent him flying further away as he crashed into the wall of a building. Even if he warped away, the force that made contact with him still had an impact on his body, and that continued after he warped away. It was like a falling person that had warped or passed through a warping gate to appear in another location. They would still continue with the force and direction they had been traveling unless they could find a way to redirect that force or reduce the impact they would make with anything they came into contact with. A human-shaped hole was made in the wall he crashed into, and he continued further into the building into the next one before warping to another location and crashing into another wall. Joza looked up to see a slender and tall figure that was like a kangaroo mink and Sulong mixed with a closer resemblance to the Sulong. The mink tribe? No, you do not look the same as those, and it is not a full moon right now. Who are you? Not everyone had paid complete attention to Alyssia and followed her news. They had other people to focus on, and not everyone cared as much about the ongoing news of the world. Rather than being an information gatherer or a strategist, Jozu was more of a skilled combatant that had very high endurance along with his diamond powers. It made him practically invulnerable to most things and let him not need to think about more complicated things. Alyssia coldly smiled and said, "No need for thanks. I just happened to get caught up in this mess." Her foot was stepping on the neck of Blackbeard and held him down. The power exerted from her legs could not be underestimated and overpowered him. Even if he used haki to protect himself, it could not hold out completely, and he still felt a large amount of pain during that time. A figure appeared by him on the ground without warning and touched his body, then they both disappeared from their location. Van Augur suffered some injuries, but he still was capable enough to get to Blackbeard and touched him in a single moment before warping away. Alyssia placed her foot back on the ground and said, "Talk to your boss and let me know if you guys still want to continue the pirate life. You are losing more people and this territory will be lost, so you all will either split up or we'll have to find a new influence to be allied with if you wish to continue surviving. Some of the pirates would split up after the battle and would go their own way, but there would be others that had decided to retire for good. There was still a high bounty on their heads that would remain for the remainder of their lives, so they could choose to settle down in a secluded place or could seek shelter under another group. Seeking a form of protection under another emperor was one option that was tempting for those that could not give up their life as a pirate, but Alyssia had extended an offer of her own. Alyssia did not really wish to get too involved with the war, but once she had seen that there were some changes to the battle that were outside of her predictions, she changed her mind. Blackbeard had gained the Quake Devil Fruit powers along with the Darkness Devil Fruit powers, which lead to him becoming an emperor and completely forcing Marco and his crew to be defeated. Without the Quake Devil Fruit, he was just like any other Devil Fruit used that possessed a strong body, experience in combat, and a higher mastery over two types of hockey. He did not show that he possessed Conqueror's hockey, so he had to rely on what he had and was making every effort to find a replacement for the Quake Devil Fruit. Jozu had become his target due to him possessing the Diamond Devil Fruit that would provide Blackbeard with a way to negate a lot of harm that could be done to his body while improving the overall hardness of his body. The weakness of the Darkness Devil Fruit would be lessened, and he would suffer far less pain. It became clear that the present outcome had in fact been the fault of Alyssia, who stole the Quake Devil Fruit and gave it to Archie. When it became clear to her that it was her fault that things turned out as they were, Alyssia intervened and decided to offer them some form of a relationship. She removed an eternal pose that had been made specifically for one of the islands she had saved then left behind. It was resting in her palm, then was passed over to Jozu. If you need a place to hide out, then try this place out. It is a little uninhabitable, but with a little effort, it can be restored. There were some of her crew that were already there and were working to make it a place they could live on. There would be some areas on the island that could be used for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to hide out or retire. It provided some additional protection for the island and her people when they could be called upon as a last resort. It would not be a major issue for them to hide away and live on the island so long as they did not cause any problems or act in a way that let their presence be spread out to those on the island or outside of it. Having the reputation of harboring pirates was not something Alyssia wanted to affect her future plans or the White Storm that she had built. It was kind of a rash move that she made and had not spoken to others about. It was uncertain if they would have agreed with her actions completely. It was a critical moment where it could be a big mistake that could make her lose everyone's trust, or it could be a moment to test how loyal they were to her and how much they were willing to accept. Alyssia left one final message. Only inform your captain about this meeting for now, until he and others can come to a decision about your future. Be careful on your way back there, and tell everyone to retreat when an opportunity presents itself. Jozu made his way back towards the battlefield under the protection of Alyssia, who was watching from close. By then, a terribly powerful wave of intimidating pressure enveloped the island. Alyssia stood on the top of a tall building and shouted as she put on a performance in front of everyone. "Begone, evil pirates! Your violence must stop, or I will put you down myself. You have harmed this land and its people for long enough. Anyone that wishes to continue this will have to get through me." She put on a righteous act of the Savior appearing to save the people of the island and to put a stop to the violence. Once Marco understood everything after he had been told everything that happened by Jozu, he ordered everyone, "Retreat! Captain, why stop now? We can still fight." Marco shook his head. "We have lost. I'm getting too old for this, and we have suffered enough. We tried our best and should be proud of that fact. Retreat." Blackbeard held his bloodstained shoulder and laughed towards the distant figure. "I know of you. Zia, you are Alyssia Lucine of the White Storm. You are brave to make an enemy of me and to interfere here. Are you sure that you want to continue getting in my way? It will not be so easy to handle all of us, even if you possess Conqueror's hockey. You are just a child interfering in things beyond your power, so get lost before you get yourself hurt." He spoke arrogantly, and there was a hint of anger in his voice as he threatened Alyssia and tried to intimidate her to get her to back down. That was until a stronger and more crushing pressure forced down upon everyone around him, and a cold voice spoke again as white electro danced around her body. "Do you want to test those claims of yours, or Do you want to back down? It is your choice. Go ahead. You have been fighting a prolonged battle, and I am young while being so full of energy. If I intervene here and take the side of Marco, then you and your people will have that great of a chance of leaving here today. Do you really wish to test out if that last attack was a lucky shot or not? Blackbeard thought to himself. This she possesses electro and seems like a variant of the mink tribe, but that is not all. This kind of pressure is even worse than Shank's, but her use of it is far less skillful than him. It is enough to intimidate vice admirals and even some admirals. If she gains a further mastery over it, then she will become a much bigger threat, who can make the likes of a Kainu become intimidated. I should kill her now, but the odds are not in my favor. He grit his teeth, then spoke. I do not want to leave since I have clearly won this battle, so I think that everyone else should leave now, yes. Alyssia nodded calmly. That is fair, but if you try anything funny or if any of your crew attempts to use their powers to cause trouble, then I will not hesitate to kill them. Van Augur got lucky that I was not in the mood to kill him. She turned to Marco and said, You can retreat. I will follow near you until you are out of their range, just in case they try anything. They were brought away under the glaring eyes of the Blackbeard pirates. Each of them suffered a lot from the intimidation that Alyssia applied to them, and some of the weaker ones among them barely managed to hold on and keep themselves awake. Once she reached her ship, Alyssia was greeted by Archie, who had been hiding out within the ship, Val, Lee Ghost, the Devil Ape, and Graham, who watched over and protected the ship, and over Archie while she was away spectating the war. Once the ships had set sail and gained a far distance from the island that not even Van Augur could see through his scope, Marco appeared in the sky and dropped down onto Alyssia's ship. A giant-sized white snake had appeared and stared towards him aggressively. SSS. A small winged cat suddenly enlarged in size, then stared vigilantly towards him. Hiss! A large horned ape carried a large club on its shoulders and readied itself for combat. Oh! They were about to attack the intruder until a voice came from behind. You can all go back now. He is allowed to board my ship. They dispersed and went back to their previous resting places, but kept a watch over the safety of their master from further away. Marco transformed back from his Phoenix Zoan form to his normal state. Was that offer genuine? Alyssia shrugged. It depends if your people can keep hidden and not have word spread out that I am harboring wanted pirates. I have a reputation to uphold. Marco carefully looked over her. Who are you, and what is your goal? Alyssia sighed. Alyssia Lucine of the Mink tribe, martial artist and currently a mercenary or explorer. My goal is nothing in particular. So, if you are wondering why I took the risk to interfere today, then do not worry about it too much. It is always good to have some strong friends in this world, and there should be far less creeps like him with outrageous powers that can cause a lot of harm. Helping you all was just a little extra, and if we can build upon that, then that is good. Marco knit his brows and asked coldly, No, who are you really? What is your agenda here? Alyssia crossed her arms over her chest and sighed. It seems that you do not believe me, huh? I am just me, and I will take up whatever role or face that will help me to survive on the seas. The world is always changing and experiencing big events, so it is best to be able to not get caught up in them, but it is always good to have allies to weather the storms ahead. It is only a matter of time before my home is caught up in the world's struggles, so I do not want to be without those that can help out when that time comes. It was just a coincidence that I was there, but I think it was a good thing that I was there. Am I right? I have a feeling that the likes of Blackbeard will be a chaotic force in the world from now on, and even if I did not stop him, he would find a way to mess with what is mine. Anyone that can go after my people will receive no mercy from me. Blackbeard was someone that did not mind plotting against rising rookies on the Grand Line that had never once offended or made contact with him so that he could achieve a small part of one of his schemes. In order to rise to power and make his plans work, he was ruthless enough to go after anyone that was a part of the steps to his plan. Monkey D. Luffy was one person who barely avoided him for a long time, but Portgas D. Ace took his place to allow Blackbeard to gain his status as a warlord to further his goal. The war between the Marines and Whitebeard, then the attack on Impel Down, was the result of his scheme, which would have led to him getting the Quake Devil Fruit too. If bringing down the white storm that was a rising influence in the world could help him achieve something, or to simply raise funds, then it was possible for him to start messing with those around her, or to send others towards the ships affiliated with her. The intimidation had worked, and her attack on his had left his arm wounded, so he would need to be treated. That time in recovery and trying to organize his own matters after being named as the fourth emperor would keep him busy enough to not make a move on her or her people yet. It would buy her a little more time to prepare and to work on forming more connections in the new world before any more troubles came her way or when she began to start putting some of her own plans into action. The progression in her bloodline limit had surpassed 75% during the time that had passed, but it was more difficult to reach the final stages if she was too caught up in so many things. Alyssia had a lot going on with the promises she had made to others and her attempts to gain a higher mastery over the skills she had obtained. There were times when her experience points had filled up, and then she had to spend them again. So what she had obtained may or may not have been crucial towards exploring new possibilities with her research. With the progression of her transformation, Alyssia had already become closer to her previous goal, and once it had been completed, she could explore other areas to improve herself. Her physical body and abilities were more than enough to assassinate anyone with a single piercing blow if they let their guard down, and Blackbeard was just an example of that. He let his guard down, and it had cost him greatly when her claws dug into his shoulder. The blood dripping down her nails had been collected previously, so his unique physique characteristics could be studied further. If she wished to kill him, then she would have done so, but she did not yet need the fame for killing an emperor. It was enough that she would be known to the world for stepping in and ending the war for the sake of the citizens, but it would not be good to gain fame for killing a newly crowned emperor that had almost defeated those in their way. There would be rising stars that would see her deeds and would think that she coveted such a position for herself. Then they would come up with all kinds of theories about how she took advantage of his weakness to end his life. Those that saw her as a potential emperor that got her position through those tactics would be seen as weak, and they would believe that she would not be able to hold that position. Even if she did not covet that position, there would be people coming to bother her to take up that place, so they could come under her influence or so they could challenge her for the right to take that position from her. The fame points gained from her name spreading the way she wanted was enough to earn more points, so it was satisfying enough. If Blackbeard had to be killed, then it would be on a much grander stage when she had gained a much higher mastery over her 3 hockey. Her mastery was very high in each of them, but there was still a large gap in some areas that needed improvement through facing others with those levels of hockey. If Alyssia fought Blackbeard head-on, then the battle would go on for a very long time until she finally gained a better mastery over them. But by then, Marco and many others would have been wounded or possibly dead. The surroundings would be destroyed from their fight, and the longer it went on, the more destruction and death would happen, so it was best to rely on intimidation tactics and bluffs to make Blackbeard believe that she did not mind fighting right there if it came to it. The additional crew members on his side could also pose a problem to her if they interfered with the battle, so it was another reason not to fight without having a strong backup besides the wounded crew of Marco. Marco thought things over and sighed. "I cannot promise you anything, but if the times comes then, try to call out to me for some help since I do owe you one. There are many among the older generation that just wish to retire somewhere, but the younger ones may still have a little spirit left in them. So I will let you know how they wish to progress." Marco thought to himself, "I plan on going to Pop's home to settle down there for now. Whitey Bay seems to want to go back home too, just like some others, but they have not mentioned their future plans yet. I had rejected Shanks back then, so I cannot just join another group like this. Each person would have their own plans, whether it was to come back after a little rest, retire, or to just continue with their life of piracy until the day they were captured or were killed. Marco rejected Shanks when offered if he and others would join the Red Hair Pirates, then survived many things until they reached the current stage where his crew were on the verge of splitting up and going their own way. If he accepted the offer, then things may have been very different, but that was his decision and he would have to live with it. If he refused a man like Shanks, then he would not just accept anyone that he considered to be weaker than Shanks. It was that simple in how he viewed things, but he was grateful towards Alyssia and would put in a good word to the others about her before he retired. Alyssia looked a little relieved that he did not completely reject her. "That is good enough for me, so thank you." Marco nodded. No, thank you. If you had not intervened, then it would have been the death of Jozu. Teach would have become a much larger threat if he had succeeded. Alyssia responded, "It would be wise to keep your devil fruit users hidden during this time, or to keep them by your side, so they can be better protected. Now that he has taken the island and has made everyone retreat like this, his status as an emperor has been solidified. Once he has recovered, then it will not be long before he starts taking measures to gather more powers to secure his hold over those territories he has taken over and to defend his newly earned position." Marco showed a look of annoyance on his face and replied, "You are right. I will be careful and will try to make some arrangements for the others. If there is any decision made by the others, then I will contact you privately. If you do need help, then call me." Alyssia grinned and shook his hand. "Best of luck out there." All of a sudden, there was a force applied to her hand as Marco increased the force applied by his hand as he squeezed harder. There was a strong layer of armament haki that covered his hand that came from his highly advanced mastery of it, which earned him the right to hold the position he had in the Whitebeard pirates before and after the death of Whitebeard. The hand of Alyssia could feel the force being applied and increased the force of her own grip that was far stronger than haki of her own was applied to meet his. A pure contest of haki mastery and brute strength happened between them until a very long time had passed. The layer of armament haki that coated their hands and clashed was showing how the mastery of Marco was far more skillful than her, but was gradually being pushed back more as time passed. The advantage he had over haki had been overcome in the later stages of their exchange until Marco grit his teeth. "Ow! Ow! Ow! Okay, you win." Alyssia released his hand and had her eyes while she immersed herself in the feelings she had experienced. There were many things that had been previously collected within the system from many strong fighters, but she had no strong opponents to test them on. Whether it was the mastery of haki that she had studied the theory of or the one she gained some experience with, but had not been able to fully test them out in real combat situations, they were tried out during the exchange with Marco. The incredible power that were within her kangaroo body that were in her arm and leg muscles combined with her sharp claws was more than enough to inflict a deep enough wound on Blackbeard when he had no haki protecting him, but it could have been used to even crush his bones if Alyssia decided to do so. All those physical advantages would give male kangaroos an edge when it came to strength, but female kangaroos could also be quite powerful too, which Alyssia had gained the most of her power from when she was born and matured. They may not have been as large as males, but they were often more agile and quick, while their smaller size would give them an advantage when it comes to maneuverability. That was her starting point and basic abilities when she was born and would grow up, but that was just the foundation of her body that had been developed further through training and further improvements as she grew up to reach her current age. The level of her physical strength and her other maxed out stats plus the bonus stats could easily compensate for her lower mastery over haki when she had an exchange with Marco, until she could gain a little better understanding of how more advanced haki users made use of their own haki. The training method that Alyssia used to strengthen her body with Electro had made her whole body far more powerful and durable than other peak-level physiques due to her working on every part of her body using that method and not ignoring many places others would miss, like the internal organs. Even the most durable person would fall victim to internal or energy-based attacks that attack the insides of the body, so Alyssia made sure to improve even in those areas. Her training of the 6 powers and many others techniques had further strengthened her body where she had lacked training in those areas like her hands, so her gripping, tearing, and piercing power had been further improved upon, while other techniques helped to control every part of her body to maximize the potential power used by her. Alyssia showed a small smile as she said, "Thanks for that. Now I have a little more confidence." She continued to think to herself, "But this is still not enough to have complete confidence in myself." Marco waved his hurting hand and sighed. "You really have excellent potential. It is probably a good thing that I will be retiring. The new generation are rising, and I will just be in the way. Farewell." He jumped off the end of the ship and flew away, leaving Alyssia. That potential of hers is scary. I think Teach has just missed his chance to have any opportunity to remove her from his path if he still considers her an enemy after today. He could tell that it was not enough for Alyssia to contend against Blackbeard on her own when his crew were all around to support him. If she did fight a prolonged battle then things would be able to turn around for the better, but by then, everyone else and most of the area would have suffered greatly by the damage caused during the fight. More lives would have been lost, so Marco had come to realize that Alyssia had acted in his crew's best interests rather than just adding to the chaos on the island. It was enough that they were able to get away with those that had survived, and so many lower-grade combatants had lost their lives, so Marco no longer held the belief that he could keep his previous captain's crew active anymore. The era had changed, and new people were appearing within the new generation that had the potential to replace the current people in power. All that was needed was enough time and luck for them to reach that stage. As Marco flew back towards his ship, Alyssia continued to have her ship sail nearby to keep a watch over him before setting sail, once again with a new destination in mind. The news quickly spread out once again about things relating to Alyssia, but other things had been at the very front of the news. While she was making use of the samples she collected from the blood on the battlefield, and those samples she collected from the devil fruit users among them, Alyssia was very busy with her research into the diseases she had cured and the samples she collected. Each one had some details about the battle that took place, as if there had been some survivors left to tell the tale and had witnessed it from a safe distance. Not every detail was best given, but it was enough for Margans and others in the same business to spin a tale that would catch the attention of the world. Shock! Blackbeard crowned new emperor. Marco and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates fled. Is this the end for them? Payback war? Marco loses and retreats with his crew. Blackbeard, the new emperor, is wounded. Can he keep up his position for long in that state? Blackbeard won the battle, but did he win the war? Shocking intervention, and the battle was stopped. Marco and the others that survived the battle were able to escape. No appearances have been made from them since then. Who is the brave individual that stepped in between a battle between two large and powerful forces? The news continued to develop, the more information was acquired, and soon more stories began to appear afterwards once they found out more about Alyssia and why she was there. Alyssia Lucine is the one that stopped the war and prevented further destruction, but why was she there? Alyssia Lucine's journey through the New World and what she has been up to. The whole truth about the war and how Alyssia Lucine came to be on that island. Alyssia Lucine has been found to be going from island to island, treating many people and preventing further death from diseases and other causes. She was busy treating people on the island when the battle broke out and helped some people get to safety. Alyssia Lucine wounded Blackbeard and intimidated him to allow the battle to come to an end. Was it her being strong enough to wound him, or was he just too tired from the battle? First Shanks that makes Blackbeard back down. Now it is Alyssia Lucine. Can Alyssia Lucine compare herself to Shanks, or is Blackbeard showing weakness already? Alyssia Lucine of the Mink tribe? Was it a lucky hit, or is she a new person to keep watch over? Alyssia Lucine, we must know the truth. Is being a world champion enough for you? What is next? Many took their own way to make the story as interesting as possible, and a lot of the things mentioned had been facts even if they were exaggerated a little. When the battle was happening, and as she was watching from further away, Alyssia did send some kicks out that destroyed some things that were falling onto people who were trying to get to safety. She did not play a large role in helping them find a place to hide out or kept a close watch over them, but it was enough for them to live on and to get as far away as they could before more harm came to them. There were some that judged her ability or questioned it, while others were genuinely curious about what her plans were next. It did not take long for others to find her when she was treating some people on an island. A reporter asked her, "You are still helping out people harmed by such weapons that have been released in these war-torn islands. Please tell us all. Why are you doing this, and what are your plans for the future? You must have something you want to say to those that are eagerly waiting for your side of the story." Alyssia spoke clearly as she answered, "I just wish to help find a cure for these things that continue to harm innocent lives. I just wish to do this for a little while longer before seeking out new challenges. I just happened to be there and did a little to help others survive, but the battle was getting far put of hand and had no signs of ending anytime soon, so I felt the need to stop it. If I have any specific plans, then seeking a worthy challenge would be good." The reporter continued to ask, "Why did you save and let Marco and his crew get away? Do you know them?" Alyssia shook her head. "Now you are just jumping to your own conclusions. I was on neither side, and I just saw an opportunity to end things without there being further bloodshed. In the War of the Best, Shanks intervened, and that action alone saved many lives that could have been lost if it continued. It was clear who the winner of the battle was, so there was no more of a need for them to fight, so long as one side admitted defeat. Marco leaving was his own way of giving up, while Blackbeard staying was his way of showing he would remain on the island, and it was own his territory. It was my first time running into either of them. The reporter nodded while taking some notes. You said you wanted to challenge someone? Is this to prove yourself to the world? Is this being influenced by the recent news speculations, and you feel the need to prove others wrong? Alyssia chuckled and answered, I do not need to prove anything, but I know others will probably continue to question if I am as capable or if I just got lucky as they have speculated. If I have to challenge someone, then it must be someone that can prove I have enough ability to do, as I have been rumored. Ah, I know. The reporter showed an eager look as their ears perked up. Who? Alyssia thought to herself, I think it is about time for me to make my preparations to uphold my promise. She cleared her throat, and clearly, so the reporter could hear. The retired Marine, Monkey D. Garp. If I can have a fight arranged with him a month from now, then that would be good. Alyssia had promised to defeat Garp for Chinjo, so she had to fight him eventually. The timing was better than other times before, and Garp had enough time to mourn the loss of Portgas D. Ace. Monkey D. Garp was no longer a Marine with an official ranking due to his retirement, so it would not be that big of an issue for a challenge to be made against him. He was far more free and did not have to worry about the reputation of the Marines or the orders of the world government. If he accepted, then all she needed to do was prepare for it and make sure that she would be in the best shape possible when the day of the challenge came along. More news began to flood the world as Alyssia had issued a challenge to the hero of the Marines. Some saw her challenge as foolish or crazy, while some were curious about the outcome. There were different responses once the news had published the article about the challenge that came from Alyssia. Chinjo was too busy laughing so much that he was causing damage to his surroundings, so his grandsons had to try to restrain him so that he did not cause further trouble. Akainu saw the newspaper article and turned it to ash due to his extreme anger towards the fact that someone had dared to challenge the authority and prestige of the Marines. The hot lava was steaming and heating up his surroundings, which had made Sengoku scold him. Sengoku and Tsuru had been talked about their old friend, as they speculated the potential response that would come from Garp and how the battle would affect the world in both scenarios, whether he won or lost. Garp was not just any old Marine. He was the hero of the Marines who many people looked up to and aspired to be like him, or to at least reach his level of power and fame. His status was so large that it was difficult to shake up due to his many accomplishments, and having him defeated at such a time was not good for the Marines. 1 year was not enough time to build up the Marines once again after the war. While there were some strong people that had joined during that time, the Marines were still trying their best to pull in more strong talents. Garp was one of their most attractive selling points to the masses, along with their recent accomplishments. If Garp suffered a loss, then it was a whole loss for the organization that he was a part of. Even if he won, there was always a chance that people would notice how he had weakened from the time he was in his prime and would take that as a sign of the Marines' power dropping too. There were always those that would use the fight for their own gains and could interfere with it in between the duel or afterwards once both fighters were tired and weakened. Not anyone could call out Garp for a duel, but since Alyssia was gaining influence of her own and had been known to be strong, the news had generated a very large public expectation upon the Marines and Garp's response. If they denied the request, then it could possibly result in speculations about the Marines or Garp being too scared to go through with the duel. The Marines being associated with the word coward was never good for their public image that they had spent a long time building up. Their pride would make it difficult for them to turn down such a public challenge that spread out so quickly. Morgans had been so excited that even he could not be stopped in time before the news was spread out into the world. It would not be a surprise for his stories to be edited or removed at times due to the orders of the Marines or the world government, but the article was too much for him to bury. He was very curious about what would happen, just like many others in the world, why should others get in the way of it and spoil the fun for everyone? Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, Big Mom was laughing at the recklessness of Alyssia, who was still too young and inexperienced to be able to successfully make any big move successfully in the new world. Even Big Mom would hesitate to confront Garp, and she still had a little fear of him from back in her old pirate days under her old crew. Garp and Roger, along with some others, were just too strong to face off against, even though they did not use a devil fruit power of their own. Their use of hockey and their combat abilities were just on a level of their own. To Big Mom, Alyssia was just a reckless child who had not yet been confronted with the reality of the world. Alyssia would soon find that there were certain things that just could not be achieved, and that harsh reality would forever let her know where her place was in the world. It was just another public show of another rookie being crushed in her eyes and nothing less, but she did find it amusing that Alyssia had created such a big event out of it. Meanwhile, other famous figures like Kaido and Shanks had shown interest towards the sudden event. Kaido was too drunk at the time, so had spent some time laughing over how the younger generation were so fired up recently, and how it left him excited for a strong contender appearing among them to be able to give him a fun battle. Shanks was busy partying with many older pirates that seemed to have been too weak or old to continue their life as pirates, but they had been protected under the red-haired pirates. He was surprised that Blackbeard had been injured and had to go away to recuperate from his wounds, which had caused others to try and contest for the territories that he had taken over. He was then left further surprised that Alyssia had called out someone like Garp so publicly. Alyssia was someone who was unpredictable to him. Normally, he would be able to know enough about the world and to make the best judgments at the time, but Alyssia had surprised him. Just when her goals seemed to be guessed by him and others, she moved suddenly without warning, and often her goals behind those movements were never shown on the surface. It was difficult to predict what Alyssia was often after when she rarely moved around and made big moves in the world. She did not overreach for things that were not her own, and when she did go somewhere, nobody could possibly know that she was using her system to purchase skills or to collect the surrounding skills that were related to what she already owned. It was not like there had been anyone that had been tortured to teach her techniques, or there had been any sudden break-ins that had happened on an island that she visited so nobody could know that she had stolen such valuable things from others. It was undetectable, so her other actions on the islands she visited had been what had been used to compile the information on her that would be analyzed by others. Meanwhile, in other locations, the warlords, the world government, and even key figures that held their own influence, like those that were a part of the criminal underworld, were busy speculating about her challenge and what it meant. Shortly afterwards, bets started to be taken about the response of the Marines, and if the duel did happen, bets were placed in advance for who would come out as the winner. In another part of the world, a large old man was holding a newspaper in his hand and let out a loud laugh. The younger generation just do not know when to quit, challenging an old man like me. It was Monkey D. Garp, who had been busy training new recruits and any potential students of his own. Kobe and Helmeppo were among them, who had previously received a beating further away, as they had been covered in bumps and bruises. It was obvious that Garp had not gone easy on them during their training and had pushed them to their limits once again. Ever since Kobe had awakened hockey, he had been directly taught by Garp even more than before, so his life was not easy. Helmeppo suffered the same fate, due to him being by the side of Kobe all the time. Both of them were growing quickly under Garp, and they were no longer the young Marines that were weak and helpless. Kobe turned over his body that was laying on the ground exhausted. "Master, what does it say for you to be like this?" "Huh?" Garp tossed the newspaper over onto the ground by Kobe and said, "Just another challenge. Nothing new." Garp had the title that made him a hero of the Marines, and even if he did not wish to be promoted to admiral status, even if he retired, then he would still be stuck where he was. Even if he wanted his freedom, he would still be tied to the Marines through his students and his friends that he had made throughout his whole life. Those that knew too much and were considered as a potential threat, due to them being far too strong, had to be watched over or kept around by the world government. People like Sengoku and Garp could not just quit and go live somewhere secluded to live out the rest of their life. They were much too valuable and posed a large threat to the world government to let them wander around as they pleased. They could spill secrets that should not be told, or could suddenly switch to another side to cause problems for the world government, so they were given honorary positions. While it was in place to keep them around and monitor them, it could also be a way for them to live out their lives within the protective walls of the Marine strongholds. They could live their lives like that and would have to find their own way to give back to the Marines in the process, so they often became strategists, consultants, or trainers. They would receive a certain level of protection and ability to do things in the world, so long as they did not do anything that conflicted with the goals of the Marines and the world government. They would be able to act in such ways, but depending on their position and affiliation, they would receive different kinds of treatment and ability to act as they wanted. Most retired Marines would still be held accountable for their actions and would receive a certain level of protection, but another group existed within the Marines that could work outside of the usual rules. SWORD was an organization within the Marines that had many skilled people within it, and they each had their own way of dealing with things in the world, but they would not have access to the protection of the Marines, and if they were captured, there would be nobody to negotiate for their release. Anything that they did would not fall back onto the Marines or the world government, since it was their own decision to do so, and they did not have to listen to the orders of others, but they were not given the right amount of recognition and protection that others would receive. Some SWORD members would be working undercover in another location around the world, and they would not even be known to be affiliated with the Marines. If they infiltrated a criminal organization or a pirate group, then had got caught sending back information to their partners, then there would be nobody to come save them unless their fellow members of SWORD were willing to risk their own lives to get them back. Kobe frowned as his grip tightened around the newspaper. "Master, are you going to accept?" Garp had received many challenges before and after he had received his title as a hero, so he had to deal with all kinds of battles that came from those seeking to knock him down so they could make a name for themselves. He may have grown older, and that age may have weakened his body, but it did not weaken his spirit. He looked over in a spirited manner and displayed a wide grin. "I am not dead yet. If Alyssia Lucine wishes to challenge me, then I will accept it. I was beginning to get quite bored anyways." While Garp was laughing to himself and stuffed some stolen food in his mouth that he took from the Marine base food warehouse, Kobe had thought to himself, "I know he is able to handle himself, but why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Just as Kobe was thinking things over by himself, he had missed that Garp had fallen asleep, standing up with a large snot bubble forming on one side of his nose. Once Alyssia had finished with visiting some islands that had different outbreaks that were causing them problems or had already caused the extinction of the original residents, she had left behind the completely cured lands and had left the rest to those from the White Storm. After manufacturing her own version of Eternal Pose that had each of the island's magnetic waves tracked, she met up with Jester, who had taken them. "Make sure to not let news spread too far for now, and when the time comes, get a decent price for them." Jester held on to them and nodded. "I will do just that, but will you not be coming along?" Alyssia shook her head and replied, "I have some things to prepare, so I may be late, but I will see how things go. If not, then I will meet up with you afterwards." Ever since Alyssia had returned from Weatheria, her advancements in weather-based research and other areas related to it had progressed a lot. They gave her new ways to create different things that already existed or had yet to be invented. There were inventions like sonar radars, Blux wave generators, weather monitoring machines, her own versions of the Eternal Pose, and even some other technology that used all types of energy or waves of different types. Each invention of hers could easily be used to detect great changes to the surrounding environment, track the location of islands, detect approaching life forms, and even be weaponized in some ways. Before any medicines had been made to allow the Sulong transformation without the moon or to make it permanent with a serum, she had already been nearing closer to the solution to the Blux waves needed to allow the transformation. The main problem was that it did not come in a smaller size, and even if it was made into the size of a watch or something similar, it could still possibly break during combat. There would be those that would rather risk some minor side effects from taking the medicine to allow a temporary power boost. Not all of the wave-based research had hit a dead end, and a lot had helped Alyssia to further navigate through the new world. There were some areas that Alyssia was still exploring related to the various wavelengths related to the wills of others, devil fruits, sea stone, waves related to energy sources, or even a way to set up some form of Wi-Fi and communication. Some areas had made big strides towards those goals, while others had been slower to achieve, but Alyssia kept those projects going even when she moved on to her serum-based research and was making use of those technologies that had been successful. Even without using her observation hockey to pick up on the changes in the weather and the environment, there were tools that would do it for her, so it was much easier for her to locate islands that were left alone or were undiscovered. Some may have been regularly visited, but were too dangerous, so they had to be cut off from the rest of the world or nobody had discovered them yet. But Alyssia had found them. Not only did she find them, but she had dealt with the problems on those islands before handing over the new eternal poses to Jester. Jester bowed a little and jumped back onto his ship before sailing away. Alyssia silently looked at the departing ship, then fell backwards. Now I got to prepare myself for what is coming, and I have to deal with some things I have yet to do. The large snake that was the evolved ghost was a very large size, but it was very fast to respond. Hiss! Ghost moved her body quickly, then curled around behind the body of Alyssia to catch her as she fell backwards. It was as if she was all too familiar with the movements of Alyssia. She flicked her tongue and let out a hiss, then her gaze turned towards Alyssia, who had sat there comfortably. Hiss! Alyssia sat on Ghost like she was seated on a throne and rested her eyes for a little while before ordering. Onward to Zoe. Val had heard her order and bowed. Yes, master. The MMA had left the open seas and followed the Vivre card towards the location where Zoe was located. A large, ancient giant elephant was walking slowly through the deep sea, and its head was poking up into the sea of clouds above. It was Zanesha who was carrying Zoe and the mink tribe on its back. The MMA had slowly made its way around to the back of Zanesha before firing a metal wire to wrap around its tail before being secured safely. Once the MMA was safely in place and was being pulled along the sea by Zanesha, Alyssia had taken a step forward before shooting up into the sky. She quickly disappeared from the boat and reappeared at the top of Zanesha, where she could see a ship that was further away from the main area of Zoe. It was shown that those allied with her had made it on Zoe and were remaining there during the time that she had been busy. There were humans and other races on board the Ark Maxim that had landed on Zoe, so they could only remain on the borders of Zoe so that they did not cause unease to the residents of Zoe. There was a backpack on her shoulder that was being carried by her, which showed that she had come prepared. Medea and Ushvin were the first to appear before her. Alyssia had asked, "How is everyone? Have there been any problems?" Ushvin shook his head silently, as if to indicate there were no manner issues, so when Medea saw that he was not going to explain further, she decided to speak up. "No problems, and the medicines that you have sent back have helped to suppress the virus. Is there really no way to cure this?" Medea was partly blaming herself for letting Carrot and others get injured and infected, but it was mainly due to Carrot not being careful enough and not studying her opponents enough before taking action. Carrot being unable to progress further in her training and being stuck on suppressants for the virus was not good for her future development, and having her being unable to contribute meant that the forces of the White Storm would be weakened. Each of them had to look out for each other, so when one was harmed, the others around them would naturally feel some guilt or unease towards the situation. With the suppressants, Carrot could live her everyday life, but she would still be infected and could infect others, so she had to be careful enough to halt the infection from spreading to others. She could be among the others that were infected, but had to be quarantined from others that did not have the infection, so the best way was to keep her isolated during the time that Alyssia was searching for a way to cure her. Alyssia nodded calmly in response to the question. "I believe that it can be cured." Meanwhile, she had thought to herself, "It is still untested, but the system has shown that it will work." Alyssia waved her hand and ordered, "First, we should organize a team to take samples of each person to identify what virus they have and then separate them into groups." Got it. The testing had begun as the samples were collected one after another, and no cure was administered before they had been studied to have positive effects on those samples. Each person could have a different reaction, and one cure may not have had the same effects that it did on one person. Some cures may have saved more than half, but could have killed or harmed the rest, so Alyssia did not take any chances even if the system had shown them to be safe to use. The more samples that were tested, the more sure that Alyssia had become about how successful it would be to cure everyone, but there was another thing that had left her pondering over. Once she had cured a large amount of them, she had come across Carrot, who had been waiting patiently but looked very drained of enthusiasm. The moment that Alyssia appeared, her eyes had suddenly lit up as she said, "You are finally here. Have you come to cure me?" Alyssia shrugged in response. "It is up to you whether I will do so, but how has your training been going while in seclusion?" Carrot was not sitting around doing nothing while she was infected, so she had been working on progressing in her physical training and her bloodline limit. She was too bored and had little to do, so that was all that could be done during that time. Carrot flexed her arm and smiled cheekily. Sis Alyssia, I have grown so much. What do you mean about it being up to me? The overall appearance of Carrot was that she had progressed past the halfway point of her Sulong bloodline. So she was technically half a mink and half a Sulong. There was very little blonde hair left on her head, as it had faded and was closer to being a white color. Seeing that Carrot had progressed well and had shown confidence towards her own strength, Alyssia examined her for a moment before nodding. You have some options available right now, so I will explain them to you now. The first option is to cure you completely and to completely remove any kind of power it granted you. The second option is to suppress it enough to make it dormant for now until the time is right. Option 3 is that we simply rush head-on into increasing your abilities through numerous ways right away, but there may be some drawbacks, and you may not get the best possible results. Option 1 will remove any advantages and disadvantages of the virus, so that you can take your time and work on your other goals for now. Option 2 is similar, but you will choose to keep your advantages you have gained but have to suppress them temporarily. Option 3 will allow you to gain great power quickly, but your body and skill sets may be thrown into disorder. Alyssia had many ways to improve upon the power of Carrot, but her own advancements in serum research, viruses, and other areas could open up many other options as it improved further. If Carrot decided to be cured, then it could be possible for her to be infected with something entirely different and to have a way to inherit those abilities and changes without having the side effects. If she decided to keep it, then she would have those powers available to use, but would have to take suppressants when things turned bad, or she would have to keep it dormant until she fully needed those abilities. The final option was to make use of her bad situation and to pile on other available options which she would have to adjust all at once. Carrot thought seriously and then looked a little confused. Which is the best one? Alyssia shrugged. The first is better long-term, but you are removing a potential life-saving ability, while the second is good for the short-term mostly, but is more stable than the third option that has no other options for improvements later. I would choose option 1 and take the risk of there not being an extra backup for now. Carrot nodded enthusiastically. Sis Alyssia will protect me if I have any problems, so I choose 1. Alyssia patted the head of Carrot, who quickly became distracted. Then she was injected with the cure. Rest up for now. Since you made this decision, then I will not let you suffer. She pointed towards a small box that had a strong-looking lock on it. I will give you this once you wake up and have recovered enough, then you will join me. Carrot looked very drowsy and slowly fell into a deep sleep as the serum started to fight off the virus. SIA. The changes within her body were being removed until the black veins and other mutations that had happened to her had been removed. Once she had woke up, Alyssia had returned carrying the box that had been unlocked, and what was inside would play a large role in the future path of Carrot, who was among those that were the main pillars that would support Alyssia in the future. Carrot had opened up the box once the lock was removed from it, then looked inside to see a fruit sitting there. Huh? Where did this come from? Alyssia rolled her eyes and explained. I got this back at Empiric Island while you were away. Once I had finished studying it, I had concluded that it was best to give it to you or Tristan. Alyssia saw a lot of value in the devil fruit that she had found, so she did not give it to anyone carelessly. Carrot and Tristan were her closest people who had supported her from a young age, so they were the ones that deserved it the most. Tristan was finding her own path that was suitable to her, while Carrot was doing the same, as they gradually caught up to Alyssia in terms of combat capabilities, but they would soon run into a limit that they could not cross. They may have had Electro to catch up to 1 billion berry bounty pirates, or people of a similar ranking, but they did not have Conqueror's Haki to allow them to rise any higher. The most obvious method would be to get their hands on a useful devil fruit or to undergo some form of modification, while other options would be exploring better equipment options. The devil fruit was more suitable to Carrot and would provide her with a little more protection during the time that she had made the decision to cure herself of the virus and was awaiting any future treatments to help enhance her power. Her own Sulong bloodline had not been completely accepted yet, so that was what needed to be worked on in the present. Carrot looked towards Alyssia and asked, Will I really not be able to swim anymore? Alyssia rolled her eyes in response to the question. You never go swimming anyways, and your overall ability right now should be able to stop you from falling in. Unless Carrot was careless and fell in the water, or was hit towards the sea by a stronger opponent than herself, then she would not have to suffer the weaknesses that devil fruit users had to put up with. Once she had unlocked most of the capabilities of her Sulong bloodline, even the use of her electro would be able to let her walk or glide over water, so Alyssia had few worries that it would become a problem for Carrot. Hurry and eat. It was clear that Alyssia was becoming impatient towards Carrot, who was still bringing up one question after another. Her scolding tone had caused Carrot to quickly reach out, and she bit down onto the fruit. Whee! The revolting taste had spread within her mouth the moment that she had taken a large bite of it. Then she struggled further to consume the rest. Alyssia watched on silent, on thought to herself. I forgot to mention that one bite is enough to gain the power, but watching her struggle like this is just too amusing to pass up. She patted the shoulder of Carrot and said, "You will join me to train seriously for a month?" Carrot looked fearfully towards Alyssia. "But I've already been training hard recently." The smile of Alyssia turned stern as she said, "Then this month will be more like a hell training kind of experience for you, so work hard." Carrot looked defeated and dejected before accepting her fate. Alyssia had left the room before visiting Medea. "I will entrust you with the Arc Maxim, so go do anything you want to do, whether it be going back into space or making a move with your own goals." She paused for a moment, then continued as she said seriously, "But remember, this period of time is sensitive, so be careful not to be seen, or if you are seen, then you may need to break ties with the White Storm." Medea knit her brows as she thought to herself, then answered, "It seems that you are allowing me my freedom after all this time." Alyssia sighed as she walked by Medea and patted her shoulder gently. "You were always free. Even when I had bought you that day, I never intended to keep you as a slave or to restrict you. Just be safe out there and beware of devil fruit hunters." Medea nodded. "Then, where I will be going, there should be nobody from that crew, but I will be careful." After visiting her mother and father while spending a little more time with Xena and Yao, Alyssia had left some things to Ushvin to study and research while she had set off along with Carrot. On the way to their new destination, Carrot was trying to grasp her new powers, and Alyssia had taken some samples to further research the devil fruit. An island had quickly appeared before the eyes of Carrot and Alyssia, which had a large thunder cloud above it. White electro was within the clouds that was mixed with ordinary thunder, which came from the previous time that Alyssia had trained there. Archie, Nika, Alyssia, and Carrot had all been on the island together as they had been reunited, but they quickly realized that they had a hard time ahead of them. Once there were supplies packed for enough time, they made their way up the mountain to the highest point where they were put through constant training and had to be hit by or dodge the lightning strikes from above to work on their speed and endurance further. Each of them were making progress in their Sulong bloodline very quickly with the guidance and support of Alyssia, while she was making every effort to reach the 100% stage. The more that Carrot was adapting to her new power, the more that her abilities were being shown to the others as her body had transformed in shape and size at times, while other abilities were shown later. The more practicing that had went on, the less there were disturbances from above the mountain that had caused the residents of Rygene Island to be attracted towards the ongoing actions of those sparring and training. Each movement that Alyssia had made was gradually becoming so precise and controlled that she had been able to hold off the combined assault of Carrot, Archie, and Nika with ease. It had begun with there being some destruction to the surroundings until Alyssia had gained a better grasp of her techniques and had developed her own set of counters for them. As she had gained more mastery over the battles, the damage that had been done each time had been reduced. Every strong destructive attack was met with an attack of her own, which had hit at the perfect angle and point with just the right amount of power to counter it, and caused the force produced to either be dispersed or to be redirected. The destructive power that each person possessed once they reached a certain stage would be able to let them destroy a small town, a mountain, or anything in their surroundings if they did not control their own power well enough. One kick could take many innocent lives or cause a huge amount of destruction if Alyssia did not hold back at times, and in a battle against people as strong as herself or stronger, she needed a way to reduce the fallout from such a battle. She had been working on that method during her battles with Boa Hancock and Mihawk, but she did not have many strong challenges since then. It was unknown if there would be spectators watching her future battle, so she could not let that they were nearby affect her performance or hold her back, so she continued to work on herself further to integrate everything she had learned so far. If she did not control her own power output and let loose recklessly, then she would be the one being tired out earlier. And even if she won, there would be some risk of others interfering. In order to prepare for those potential problems, each of her fellow minks that were within the new world had to endure hellish training as their screams and cries were covered up by the sounds of thunder. Meanwhile, somewhere that had lots of rough-looking people entering and leaving, there was a man that had a scar on his face and black slick-back hair. Near him was a burly tan man that looked like a trained killer. It was Daz Bones and Crocodile who were able to escape from impelled down. They had entered a private booth that was within the New World criminal underworld where Crocodile had sat in contemplation. Alyssia Lucine was someone that I had once planned to deal with, but since then, that Straw Hat had got in the way of my plans, then I forgot about her existence. Now she keeps showing her growth and is difficult for me to do much about. Daz Bones had asked, "Are you going to let your grudge go?" Crocodile nodded. "For now. There is no need for me to do anything, and there are more important things to worry about. This may actually be an opportunity to take advantage of." Daz Bones had stood there with his arms crossed and asked seriously, "How?" Crocodile had answered coldly, "There has been no big gains from the loan to Buggy and his organization, so perhaps we should look in other places to expand our wealth. Tell me, what is the response of the underworld bosses towards the challenge?" Daz Bones had responded quickly. "Everyone is interested in the matter and is looking forward to it. Each of them are arguing about who will win." A cold grin appeared on the face of Crocodile as he had an idea on what to do next. "From now on, we will use our resources to set up a place for betting. Spread out many rumors that can sway others to favor betting for Garp, like the outcome will only be him winning." Daz Bones had raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why?" Crocodile grinned as he had a look on his face like he was thinking of past events. "Logically speaking, Garp should be the one to win since he is the respected hero of the Marines and is still strong, so it would be difficult for a rising star of the new generation to deal with him. But from my past experiences with Straw Hat, I have learned not to underestimate the younger generation that are emerging within this era. I am placing my berries on Alyssia Lucine, and if I am right, we should be able to gain a lot from the many that bet on Garp." Crocodile had encountered defeat at the hands of Alyssia by her winning a lot from his casino and wounding him along with other additional things she did in Alabasta Kingdom. It had caused him to realize that he had greatly underestimated someone that could have killed him back then. His battle with the Straw Hats that followed had taught him further that it was not good to keep underestimating someone just because their abilities and bounty was lower. After being defeated and wounded to the point of being brought to death numerous times, Luffy still got back up and had overcome Crocodile. If Crocodile had finished him off for good in the beginning, then Luffy would not have been able to overcome him, and the next time that he saw Luffy was when he was freed from Impelled Down and entered the war. It taught him a valuable lesson that most logical situations that seemed to already be determined could change, and what he had trusted in would not be what the end result would be no matter how he tried to calculate it. Even he would have normally decided to bet on Garp winning and would have manipulated things to gain the most profits from the win of Garp, but if he did so, he would be risking making the same mistakes as he had done before. If he could be knocked down from his position as one of the 7 warlords, then it would not be long before others within the new generation would be doing the same to the others in higher positions. It may have been a feeling within him that had let him doubt himself, but he had decided to act on it rather than doing things how he usually did. He did not know whether it was that he had grown a lot from his past experiences, or if his decision was influenced in a bad way, like someone being badly influenced by traumatic experiences. Alyssia Lucine had concealed herself well during their first meeting until she had chosen to reveal her claws in front of him, and the current situation that was playing out was similar in the way she had chosen to keep herself concealed until she wanted to reveal her claws once again. It had further made Crocodile consider the idea that her actions were not just a small bluff of hers. Crocodile added, "Gather all intel you have on Alyssia Lucine and bring it to me. I have a feeling that I am proceeding in the right direction, but it is always good to check up on a couple of the details." Daz Bones had left the room to do the tasks given to him, while Crocodile had sat smoking a cigar. Am I making a poor decision by ignoring what I already know, or will this be the moment that I will be rewarded with this gamble? I really miss my casino. Rumors spread around later that were related to Alyssia and how she had only been able to harm Blackbeard when he was tired and off guard, while other things about her were slightly exaggerated about her. Public opinion was moved towards Garp being favored, and many had begun to place their bets during the time that was approaching closer to the big fight. But that was not the only thing that was happening during that time within the underworld. In a room similar to the one that Crocodile was working from, there was a screen and a sea snail within the room. One person was seated there that wore a mask over their face that had a wide grin drawn on it. It was Jester who had entered the underworld, and there was a knock at the door. A man and two women had entered the room. It was number 1, 2, and 3 who had been modified by Alyssia and were sent to integrate with the criminal underworld within the new world. With the modifications had helped 1, 2, and 3 to grow their own power in the first half of the Grand Line before they moved into the new world, so they had been able to settle within their new environment, but they still had to be careful. They patiently gathered their own intelligence and had stayed away from provoking any of the big shots. Once they were needed, they were there for Alyssia to perform different tasks, and they had been assigned to Jester. Jester looked over towards one, then asked, "Is it done?" One responded quickly, "Yes, I did as you requested." Jester adjusted himself in his seat and looked more comfortable. "How long before it happens?" One explained, "You have been waiting for some time for us to complete this great task. I only finished a couple of days ago, but it should be scheduled for 3 days from now. A grand auction will be held, and you have been given access to it thanks to your great contribution." Upon hearing that everything had been arranged, Jester looked more relaxed and waved his hand. "Good job. Continue to make the preparations for that day, and be careful not to let yourself be tracked during this time." 1, 2, and 3 had left the room right away to prepare for the auction ahead of time, while Jester waited inside the room. The large auctions of the underworld were held in a way that it could not be easily interrupted or infiltrated. Once the bids were made on each item through a secure connection to the auction, there would be middlemen that would handle the exchange of goods and the berries that were exchanged. Each person participating would have to go to a secure room that was connected to the auction site, and they would watch a screen to see the items that were being bid on, while they would use a sea snail to state the bidding prices. While it was quite secure, there would always be problems with information leaks or people interfering with the auctions in some way due to their own greed. Anyone that had just made a lot of berries from their sale of an item or had something valuable needed to be very careful about being tracked, since it could have led to other forces targeting them and stealing that item. What Jester had put up for auction was not any small item with little value. There were a couple of high-value items that were being sold, so they qualified to be sold in the auction that was held less often and handled bigger item sales. When the day finally came, a large auction had taken place, and everyone was excited once the items that Jester had brought were being put up. They were not any ordinary items that could be sold, and everyone that had much bigger goals would be interested in them. The auction had announced that there were eternal poses that would lead to a safe and uninhabited island. Each eternal pose led to a different island that Alyssia had visited and had solved different types of threats, so they were ready for being used. Each person that purchased the eternal pose would be the first to arrive on one of those islands that Alyssia had not claimed for herself or the White Storm. How they used the island after that was completely up to them, whether they used it for growing food supplies or to move their base of operations into the island. Depending on the resources and funds available to each person that arrived on the island, the more they would be able to make full use of the island and to develop it to fit their own goals. Some would occupy it first and would develop their own kingdom, while others would just use it to store anything of value or to use the land to grow food supplies and to take any other resources that existed on the island. It was not just any ordinary sale of a piece of land, but instead was an island that was unoccupied and was full of opportunities, so each of them had sold for a much larger price than most other land-related auction items. Anyone that could pay such a large price had made their bids one after another, as they had increased the bidding price beyond 100 million berries, and they just kept on rising until the final bids were made. Once a large amount of berries were in the hands of Jester after the auction was over, he had given an order and handed over a portion of it to one. Place this on Alyssia winning against Garp. An order was given from Alyssia to sell the eternal poses in the underworld, where it was the best place to make a lot of berries very quickly, then a large amount of it would be bet on the future fight. Since the odds of Alyssia winning was considered by most places that held bets to be lower, If Alyssia would win, then the payout would be much larger than what others would get from betting and winning the bet for Garp. It was a big opportunity to win big and to multiply the funds that were already in the possession of Alyssia and the White Storm. All around the world, there were many others that had done the same using their own funds as they had bet on Alyssia. Not too long had passed ever since Alyssia had begun her secluded training and had sent out many messages to those closest to her so that they could begin preparing for the future. All those that were close to Alyssia and believed in her had bet most of their berries on her winning at some larger gambling establishments. Each person that was a part of the main group that was directly under Alyssia had their own duties to carry out as they had been tasked to do so, but others had more personal things that they needed to solve for themselves. Ushvin had followed along on the Ark Maxim and took the other spaceship along with him to join Medea after Alyssia had given him some things to research. Two large ships were flying above the clouds, unnoticed by those below, until they had flown off into the distance, until they would reappear in another location. It was not until later that a location within the West Blue had suddenly experienced a sudden event that happened without any kind of warning, and it shook up the power structure of one island, and following that, many others had suffered the same fate. A large kingdom was full of life, as it was busy even through the night, which was due to a large part of it being occupied by lively pirates that held a large amount of territory by the ports. Nearby residents of the island were very timid towards the pirates and tried their best to keep themselves out of harm's way. The nobles remained behind the protection of their armed guards and their thick walls, while the common people suffered. The common people had given up hope of receiving help, so they either gave in to the demands of the pirates each time and suffered greatly, or they had chosen to ally themselves with the pirates so they could live a better life. It had been shown that everything had been going on for some time, and if there had been some attempts to help people, they had ended in failure, so the people living there had lost their hope in being saved for a long time. The partying pirates were partying and were even getting into some drunken brawls, while others were harassing anyone near them that they saw as a good target that they could take advantage of. The lively atmosphere suddenly shifted in a single moment when there was a very loud and overpowering rumbling noise that came from above them. Lightning flashed in the clouds above, but they had just mistaken it as being thunder and lightning that had been a natural weather phenomenon. They would soon find out that it was not the case, and when their eyes were drawn upward, there was a cloaked woman that was dressed in noble clothing with a cravat tied around her neck that had appeared on the island, then walked among the people. She inspected the island and took in just about every piece of information that she could gather before she headed towards a familiar mansion. The gates were unable to stop her from entering once she had stepped forward and passed through. Her body had turned into energy before passing onto the other side. A familiar mansion and other places were in front of her, but they seemed so strange at the same time. Medea had let out a sigh. Has the Belmonte family really fallen so low? Medea had lost her own mother to the pirates that were invading, and she had been sold off as a slave to be abused before she was finally bought by Alyssia. She had experienced all kinds of growth during the time that had passed since then, but she did feel that she had the freedom to return to where she was born. Her own personal problems and wishes could have caused Alyssia some trouble, so she had never asked to have Alyssia solve anything for her or to have permission to visit there. There were some things that she had heard about the island that she had lived on, but that information was too out of date. When she had finally got the opportunity to do so, Medea paid the island a visit and saw how it had deteriorated ever since their protector had fallen. Without the hero of the kingdom that was the mother of Medea, there was no one else powerful or brave enough to stand against the invading forces of the pirates. Some had tried to make a stand, but they had been killed or came back in failure, while others may have chosen to side with the pirates for their own benefit. Most of the righteous people had died, and what was left were either cowards or the corrupt. The halls and rooms that Medea had walked through had been empty and quiet, with a lot of open space, while there was dust and old bloodstains in some places. The mansion seemed to have suffered an attack in the past and was left to gather dust and dirt, while many things were removed or broken. There was some damage to some areas of the mansion that came from some weapons or from a blunt force. Any kind of valuables that were there before were gone, and the dried blood had confirmed to Medea that her remaining family had been killed. Her Her mood was a little complicated due to her dislike of her other family members that looked down on her and that had used her mother along with a long list of reasons why she had a reason to hate them, but they were still a part of her own bloodline. It was just another confirmation that the Belmonte name was gone, and the only person that could keep it going was her. I have no real reason to avenge you all, but I still have things to do here, and things that I must find out. Even if she did not wish to take revenge for them, her own goals on the island could just as easily result in a similar outcome. I need to confirm if they are really dead or not, then I can proceed with the next parts. Who should I see about that? Oh, of course. A small smile appeared on her face. I have only been there a couple of times when Mother took me with her, but it seems that place is the best to seek answers. It did not take long for her to leave the Belmonte mansion and then had appeared inside of the biggest building beyond the largest walls protecting it. That was a large castle. She was stood outside of the window up high on the upper tower of the castle, then pushed the window open. There was someone sleeping in a large and luxurious bed that she had found very familiar from her visits with her mother. The second prince? But this should be the crown prince's room. So where's the crown prince? As she was thinking about the possibilities that would result in the second prince being there, the most obvious reason that she had thought of was that the crown prince position had been turned over to the second prince, or the crown prince was already dead. The fight for the throne was always messy, and siblings were just those that were a threat to the position of crown prince then to become the king. Some kings would choose to spare their siblings and give them some kind of position that suited them so they could be of use to the kingdom, while others would choose to remove their own siblings to prevent a future uprising. Some kinder kings had been betrayed by their ambitious siblings, while others may have killed their siblings that lacked ambition. The crown prince position was usually given to the firstborn or to those that had been personally selected to become the heir to the king, so that could not change unless there was a death of the crown prince or the king had changed their mind. Medea had placed her hand over the mouth of the second prince, then shook his body with her other hand. "Wake up!" The eyes of the new crown prince had opened wide, and he was about to get up to shout for help right away, but the strong grip of Medea had kept him from letting any sound come out besides some muffled words. MF, MF, MMF, MMPH. Medea had hid her appearance behind a mask and a hood, so she did not restrain her own actions as she continued to put her hands on the crown prince without worrying about the consequences of her actions. A dagger was held up to the throat of the prince, and Medea coldly spoke. "Tell me everything you know about the disappearance of the Belmonte family and what has happened in this place for the past couple of years. If you are not being honest or call for help, then do not blame me." The tip of the dagger had poked further into the neck of the prince so that it would hurt him but would not draw blood. It had shown that she was prepared to kill him if he tried to do things his own way and that he was at her mercy. The voice of Medea became colder as she asked, "Do you agree?" There was panic in the eyes of the crown prince, who had looked like he was thinking things over. Once he came to his decision, his head had nodded up and down. The hand placed over his mouth had loosened its grip, then was removed, but the dagger stayed at his throat. "Do not make any kind of movements or I may accidentally cut you." The crown prince trembled in fear, but still answered back, "You cannot do this. I am the crown prince." His status allowed him all kinds of privileges and protection that others could only dream about, while the single mention of his position was enough to make others kneel to him or to not take action against him. To defy him was like going against the will of the king of the kingdom that had appointed him to his position. There was nobody in the kingdom that would dare to go against him, and if they did, they either acted in secret or it was done by some other unruly groups that did not care for status. His hopes towards Medea, being one of the people that could be swayed by his words, had been shattered once she spoke up again. "Just do as I say, then I will consider if your life is worth sparing." Medea did not know the whole situation, but there was some suspicion about how things had turned out as they had. The prince took some time to come back to his senses, then told her everything. With the death of the hero of the Belmonte family were attacked one night by invaders that wished to settle their long-standing grudge. Medea nodded in response to his words, then asked, "They must have asked for help? Why is it that they still died and most of the kingdom is now occupied by criminals? Why did the other noble families not send their support?" The crown prince looked from side to side in a shifty and suspicious manner, like he did not wish to speak. The dagger was pressed harder against his neck, and a tiny droplet of blood fell down his neck. "Heck, okay. He took in a breath and continued. They did send for support, but their rival family stopped the other families from participating. Without the Belmonte family being there to provide support for my brother, he had sought help from those criminals and was executed for treason. I swear every word of mine is the truth. Please stop. I had nothing to do with any of this. Wait, are you related to the Belmonte family? Are you a friend of theirs or one of their remaining bloodline? You should leave. Run away before those animals find out about you. He became more excited as he made some assumptions of his own and was getting closer to the truth, but the words of Medea had interrupted him. You are lying. The eyes of the crown prince went wider, and he looked towards her angrily. I am not, Medea replied. Here's my guess, but also something I have got from your truths and lies. A lot of it is mainly true, but there must be something missing that has been left out. It is strange that the only family that could have contended against the Belmonte family is just one. That family should be your main support now, so this is where things get interesting. She calmly looked towards the crown prince, as she had detected his slightest change to each of her words. Seeing that her theory was being confirmed from his reaction, she continued. The crown prince lost his main support, but he would not have colluded with known criminals. If there was some proof found, or if someone had come forward to point the finger at him, it must have been arranged that way. That family is too suspicious and was probably working with the criminals from the start. Once the Belmonte family was no longer a problem for them, they could seat a puppet of their own choosing on the throne. The main problem is that they have let the criminals get too much power of their own, which has developed to this state. The crown prince had stared at her alertly. How did you? Medea may not have been on the island for long, but she knew enough about the internal politics of the kingdom's nobility and royalty to come to the conclusion with little extra information. There was her rumble devil fruit abilities that let her be more sensitive to electronic waves and other things, while she had observation hockey to help with picking up on things going on around her or directly in front of her. There was little that could escape from her range of detection, and the crown prince's every tiny action had been caught by her. His lies were detected, and when he withheld information, she helped to fill in the blanks while she continued to observe his reaction. The more that her guesses were confirmed, the more sure she was about what had happened. It is usually the ones in the wrong that are first to blame others and point the finger towards others. The crown prince was innocent, but that did not stop that family or you from being the guilty ones. She continued as her voice became murderous. You had some part in what happened even if you were just a puppet. You were to blame, just like the others, and you still tried to lie to me. I cannot let you live. Why? Silence filled the room as his yell was interrupted, and there was an old dagger that was left in his throat. Medea stepped outside and looked up towards the clouds up in the sky. Her body had turned into lightning and moved quickly up into the clouds as they started becoming powerful thunderclouds that were moving to different parts of the island. The crown prince may have died at her hands, but there were still heirs left that could inherit the throne, so she was not too worried about her actions destabilizing the kingdom. If things continued to progress as they were then, it would not be too long before the enemies of her mother would have taken control of the kingdom. Thunderclouds started making a lot of noise as they moved according to the direction of Medea, who was moving around in them. They passed over a large piece of land that was occupied by many large buildings that were surrounded by tall walls. They belonged to her family's competitors and the ones that had played a large role in her mother's death, the kidnapping of herself, and the events that had followed. Her senses were locked onto the signs of life below, and she stood in the middle of all of the thunder and lightning in the clouds that had been built up. The rapier that was in her hand was raised above her head, and the surrounding lightning had condensed at the tip of her rapier before she had swung her arm towards the ground beneath her. The sword tip had came down and released the gathered energy, which shot down a huge ray of lightning. Everyone in the kingdom was woken up to the noises that were created and the bright flash that was followed with destruction. One large house underneath her had been completely destroyed from the blast, but it did not end there. Medea had raised her rapier again before completing the same action. Medea directed the thunder and lightning towards the target that the tip of her rapier pointed towards, and a large pillar of lightning had hit another part of the ground beneath her. There was no mercy that had came from her, and she did not allow anyone the opportunity to escape. Her senses picked up on anyone that was not gathered up, and then she pointed her rapier towards them, which followed with them being hit by a bolt of lightning. It did not take that long before all life in that location had been wiped out, and there was nothing but the rubble that was left behind from what had been there before. There was a complicated feeling within Medea as she looked down at the destruction that she had done. Alyssia had warned me before that getting revenge would not make me feel any better, and that it was not the way for me to heal from everything that has been done, but there would be those that felt good when they got payback for the things that had been done to them. But once it was all over, there was just an empty feeling that was left. Some hated or enjoyed the process, while others felt that their actions were justified or were for the greater good in order to tell themselves that they had not taken things too far or had done something wrong. Medea had taken action herself and had solved a part of her past, and while she did feel that her actions were necessary for the sake of her revenge and for the future of the kingdom, there was still some soft-heartedness and guilt that was left over from involving others that may not have been involved with everything. The thunderclouds moved along with her until they had moved towards the edge of the island where there were many ships docked there. Everyone below looked like tiny ants beneath her feet, and some had moved towards the ships in a panic so that they could set sail. "Kias, run! The clouds are moving. The clouds are following us. Why? It is like they are alive." Rays of lightning came from above one after another, and swallowed up the ships that were trying to escape and those that had remained in place. No ship was left after all of them had been destroyed, but that was not the end of the worst night of the pirates, bandits and gangsters that had occupied the kingdom for so long. A ship had appeared in the distance and got closer, but it was not targeted by the attacks from above. Some had stuck their heads out from their shelter to see how someone could be safe in that weather, but they were left very shocked by what they saw once the ship reached the docks that had been destroyed. Many small robotic creatures that were the automata that had come from the moon had jumped from the ship and started marching through the streets. Each of them were armed with guns or other kinds of cold weapons, depending on what they preferred. Then, when they had spotted someone, a massacre had begun and the territories of the criminals were bathed in blood. A figure had appeared in the air above them, and there was someone standing on a hoverboard who had dropped several metal balls which had caused explosions. The sensory abilities of Medea had helped to pick out people from her surroundings so that she could better identify who was affiliated with who, and if anyone was just an innocent bystander or not. So she had targeted those that were related along with the others while letting some innocents slip away to safety. Once the automata had been damaged or they had ran out of energy to the point that they would have stopped functioning, there were bolts of electricity that hit them and caused them to recharge and repair. It was like an immortal robot army had descended to conquer the kingdom that were accompanied by moving thunderclouds and a strange cloaked figure that was on a hoverboard. Once the night had turned to day, and everyone had been dealt with, leaving no traces of the former organizations that had plagued the kingdom, Medea appeared, and a man was in her hands that had a look of despair on his face. She taunted him while staring off towards the bloodied streets and the buildings that were left in ruins. "Now you have had to watch how your life turned to nothing, just like how I had to watch the same happen to my mother." He was the man in her memory that had landed the killing blow on her mother, which was only allowed to happen due to her being used as a hostage. "I will not kill you yet. You still have some use to me. No, please. Just kill me. Kill me. Args." He felt the electrical energy spread through his body all of a sudden, which had caused him to pass out. Then Medea turned towards Ushvin, who was hovering above. "We should leave." Once Medea had taken in enough of what she had done, she whispered, "Hopefully this will help turn things around for the place that I was born in." Ushvin was concealed by the clothing he was wearing, just like Medea, and had replied coldly, "They all deserved it. Do not regret anything." It was already good enough that they had held back and only targeted those involved with the criminals and the family that had aided them, especially when they had the kind of power that could have reduced the whole kingdom to nothing but rubble. The days that followed had let the world know what had happened in that island, and what had followed as many criminal organizations and pirate groups were destroyed without warning by a mysterious group. The West Blue had experienced a large change over the time that had passed. Once several larger pirate groups, bandits, and criminal organizations were targeted by Medea and those that were a part of her crew. Those that had been saved had went on to live a life of freedom once again, or they had joined her crew, which caused her to gain more aid in her goals. Many people would not have to suffer the same fate as her, and to suffer at the hands of criminals or at the hands of the nobles that could have bought them through illegal means. Each of those that were under Alyssia had some kind of following that they had built up, but they had not yet found a purpose for themselves besides working as mercenaries or in other roles, but those around Medea had found their calling. Setting people free from their lives as slaves and targeting harmful elements that threatened the safety of innocent people was the purpose of their revolutionary movement. They appeared too suddenly for anyone that had been targeted to be able to organize their forces enough to fight back or fled successfully. Some people have been happy to hear the news that many criminal groups in the West Blue had fallen, but others were not so happy about it. Those that had ties with them had to look for new partners to work with, and some were anxious to find out who was behind the sudden attacks. Others were worried that the peace would be disrupted and that the goals of the mysterious group were not well known, so they could pose a danger later if they targeted anyone other than criminal groups. There were those that were looking for traces of the group after their prestige had been damaged, and after the civilians had started to praise the mysterious group more than the Marines or other islands' protectors. Meanwhile, back on Rygene Island, a long time had passed, and Alyssia had continued her harsh training with everyone that had followed her up the mountain. There had been some additional people that had joined later, which made her days tougher. Alyssia was standing in the middle of many others that had charged towards her, and some others were standing back to find a weak spot to exploit. Each of the minks were surrounded in electro as they moved closer at great speeds that were difficult to follow for an ordinary person. One figure appeared by her side first, and had her claw coated in a black layer of armament hockey and electro, which came towards the back of Alyssia. The long white hair of Alyssia had moved suddenly and collided with the oncoming attack before wrapping around the arm of Carrot. The tail of Alyssia had followed up the next attack and swept the side of Carrot, who was still held onto by the hair that wrapped around her. Ugh, wah, whoa! A gunshot went off from further away, which came from Nika, but Alyssia had turned her body to narrowly avoid it without wasting any movements. Her body continued to turn as Carrot was swung around with her. Carrot was thrown towards the approaching Wanda, who was forced to halt her planned assault. Then she caught Carrot in her arms. "You okay?" Milky appeared in front of Alyssia and rammed into her for a perfect tackle, but Alyssia had raised her knee leisurely and blocked the attack while holding her ground. Not a single step was taken back, and she responded by using her other leg to push her body upward, and her other knee had traveled up towards the head of Milky. While Milky was knocked back, the body of Alyssia had flipped backward before coming back down behind where she was stood before. Archie had raised his fist that sent a strong quake crashing forward, but it was met with a similar force that had canceled it out the moment that the foot of Alyssia had came downward and met it. Archie and Alyssia was knocked in the opposite direction, but Archie was the one worst off while Alyssia had landed on the ground with no wasted movements and no pause in her movements. 2 high-speed bullets were fired from further away, which she had used little movements to avoid before landing. Then she had avoided another one afterwards. Carrot got back up and grit her teeth. "I am coming again." Alyssia rolled her eyes as she had jumped up into the air to perform a kick to Wanda, who had attempted to attack from above to buy Carrot some time. Archie had changed forward again with the same kind of attack, but the same result had happened again. Alyssia was sent towards Carrot, who had transformed her body and looked completely different. Strange wings and scales had appeared along with her completed Sulong state, but there was something extra that had happened. Her body changed its size, and strange white flakes or dust had been released from the wings with every movement that they made. It was a strange sight to see, but Alyssia had been too used to it. Fairy Dragon Mythical Dragon Model Zoan Devil Fruit. She has got the hand of its use very quickly. The moment that Alyssia had reached Carrot and sent a sweeping kick towards her waist, Carrot responded by shrinking into a very small size and had flapped her wings to fly to avoid the impact of the attack that followed. Her size increased a little after that, and then had grown double the size of her original body shape, then kicked her foot out towards Alyssia, who was smaller than her. Each attack that had been exchanged contained the hockey mastery of each of them and their other abilities that were combined with them, so they each had frightening power and destructive potential. Alyssia did not cover in the face of the large foot that came at her with a great speed, then responded with her own move. Archie was behind, and there were many others that had readied their best attacks to attack from her blind spots that would not be all covered. Alyssia did not show any panic as she had seen everything coming, then readied her body with one foot in front of the other. Her back leg was moved upward before her body twisted, readying for a full turn to gain further momentum. A black layer of armament hockey had covered her leg. The electro had been focused there, and there seemed to be an additional strong force that came from her body that helped to unleash a powerful force all of a sudden. Divine Serpent, Jormungandr. That powerful force that had been built up had coiled around her body, that had rotated on the spot, then had expanded outward towards all of those that had been remotely close to her. The more that her body continued her rotation, the more that force had built up and had caused problems for those that were capable of pushing back against that force. Even the bullets that had been fired by Nika was unable to break through that force, and they were pushed back too, which caused Nika to have to move out of their path to avoid getting hurt. Once the strong force had reached her, it was already too late, and she was sent flying further away just like the others. One figure was seen falling down the mountain, but Alyssia had suddenly appeared in the air by them, then reached out to grab them by the arm. "Close call, Archie." He rolled his eyes in response, and Carrot had caught up a little later as she flew using her fairy-shaped wings once she had recovered. Each of those that had participated in the battle were worn out, since it had been going on for a long time, and they were unable to get any kind of advantage over Alyssia. Alyssia was back on the mountain and reached underneath her clothes, then removed many straps, which caused many heavy objects to fall to the ground, which showed that she was fighting with weights on her body the whole time. The deadline was drawing much closer, but there had already been a lot of progress that had been made towards her own improvement and to those around her, but there was still a large gap that was created from their limitations that would stop them from being unable to overcome her huge stat difference and her greater master over hockey that had the additional Conqueror's hockey to provide an extra layer of power to everything she had in her arsenal. She smiled and then closed her eyes. Character menu. Alyssia had undergone a great change during the time that had passed during her training, and her body had lost its past appearance. There was no more traces of her past mink kangaroo race, and was instead replaced with the features of a Sulong kangaroo race, where her hair was longer than before as it had reached past at lower back, and completely pure white. Her eyes had become completely red with the whites of the eyes that had darkened and extremely small pupils. Her teeth had become much sharper, and her black nose had become slightly lighter to become a light gray color. Her black claws on her hands and feet had been the main part that had stood out on her white and mystical body, while there were much longer parts of her fur compared to the rest of her body, like around her neck, her tail, her wrists, her ankles, and on her ears that had become slightly longer and pure white. She had a slender, tall, and athletic body type with very little fat on it, and was well balanced, that was as tall as 7 feet 7 inches, with a large chest that was as large as an E-cup, which had made her look very mature, beautiful, and mystical, but also intimidating and wild towards the average person. The slightly conflicting features seemed to work well together and had blended well enough to create her current state, which had become a permanent appearance for her after she had successfully unlocked all of her Sulong bloodline. Alyssia was dressed in black and red ninja-style clothing that had a tight-fitting black bodysuit underneath her high-neck red jacket and pants with leg and arm warmers, while she had been without any gloves or shoes. Once her eyes were closed, the overall intimidation and fierceness that came from her had slightly dispersed and become peaceful. The character status menu had popped up and showed Alyssia her rate of progress that had been gained from a lot of training and battles with the others around her. There was a limit to how much that she could achieve in a month, but what she had accomplished was already more than enough to make her be able to reach the likes of Garp. Everything else was improved upon, and she had reached the absolute physical limitations that she could have worked on, so there was no more for her to work on besides her mastery over hockey. Name: Alyssia Lucine. Age 18Y. Race: Sulong kangaroo. Birthplace: Zo, Night Guards affiliation. Main profession or job: martial artist rank 4. Secondary professions or talents: leg martial arts and navigation. Strength 40/40 plus 4. Agility 40/40 plus 8. Stamina 40/40. Endurance 40/40. Intelligence 40/40 plus 4. Spirit 40/40 plus 8. Sulong bloodline limit remover bonus 100%. Plus 4 agility, plus 5 strength, plus 3 endurance. Electro power core 40/40. limited to lowest stat of stamina and endurance until it reaches the limit of the body's final potential. Author note: after some suggestions about the stats, I have decided to change the intelligence and spirit to match the same as the others to provide a better distribution of stats and bonus stat values. Hockey. Expert Observation, 23% Mastery. Expert Armament, 26% Mastery. Expert Conqueror, 24% Mastery. Skills or Talents. Sulong Grade Electro, Active Racial Talent, 100% Mastery. Sulong Active Racial Talent, 100% Mastery. Beast Instinct and Sense, Passive Racial Talent, 100% Mastery. Expert Leg Martial Arts, Gain Talent and Knowledge, 100% Mastery. Expert Navigation, Gain Talent, 100% Mastery. There were some changes to some areas of her status that had either been crossed out or had been changed. The most notable part was that her race had changed from Mink to Sulong, and that her Sulong transformation mastery had remained at 100%, but it had been crossed out. The meaning behind it had shown that she had gained a mastery over the use of her Sulong form, but the transformation no longer existed and was a natural part of her instead. Rather than being a trump card transformation, her body would remain in that state the whole time, and her Electro had been shown to be upgraded to match the power output of those in a Sulong transformation. The power of Electro created by her Sulong form was added to the Electro core that had more reserves of power for her to use, so her Electro capabilities were already far beyond any other Mink, even if they were in a Sulong form just like her. It was unknown if her Electro could stand up to the power of the Rumble Devil Fruit, but it had already reached a stage where her Electro could be used for highly destructive attacks. Each of the stats had reached the maximum limit set by the system, and the only possible way to add on to that was through adding on bonus stats through modifications or from the secondary profession bonus stats. After adding every bonus stat to her status, each stat had been shown to be able to let her contend with the toughest people in the world, even if they had other ways to add to their limited capabilities like using a devil fruit. Strength 49/40. Agility 52/40. Stamina 40/40. Endurance 43/40. Intelligence 44/40. Spirit 48/40. Electro Power Core 40/40. Limited to lowest stat of stamina and endurance until it reaches the limit of the body's final potential. Her strength was drawing close to 1/4 more of what the maximum strength output for all races in the world. Her agility had passed that quarter mark, which put her speed as her greatest advantage, and it would be very difficult to have others be able to keep up with her unless they possessed the power to boost their speed to reach such speeds. There was no additional points in stamina, but having full stamina at its limitation was already good enough to let her fight for long periods of time against all kinds of difficult opponents. The endurance that was closer to 1/8 made her surpass the likes of the monsters like King, Kaido, and Big Mom in their base states, while adding on a little more to compensate for certain differences in power once devil fruits were added to them too. The spirit stat may have seemed unimportant, but it had played a much bigger role towards her control over her various techniques and Haki, while providing a larger power output from her Conqueror's Haki. So long as she did not do something too foolish, it would be very difficult for her to be wounded or die in her present state. Alyssia had nodded her head in satisfaction before mumbling to herself, "I still have not even used the other things that I have, and yet I am already this powerful." Various techniques that she could use would only further amplify what her stats had shown for her to be capable of, along with her Haki layered on top of them, but her potential was not limited to what had been displayed. Alyssia was still working on seeing if improvements could be made to the viruses and the SIQ areas of research that she had been continuing, so it was possible that the stats that she had could be increased further beyond the mortal limit into a realm that could only be described as possessing an inhuman or godly physique. Alyssia had not found any kind of devil fruit that caught her interest enough to give up her ability to swim, and no ideas came to mind for inventing a custom-made one for herself, so she had left that idea behind for the time being. There was an area of research that could grant her temporary devil fruit abilities, but that research direction was related to the Seraphim project that Dr. Vegapunk was behind, and it worked through the use of patches that injected blood into the body. That blood was artificially created blood that possessed the abilities of a devil fruit, and so long as there was a steady supply of it, and there were many backups prepared for all kinds of abilities, Alyssia could play around with them for fun, or when a certain power was needed to counter another. To the current power that Alyssia possessed, the blood patches were nothing but playthings, but they did have some usefulness for those that were without a devil fruit of their own. The main reasons why Alyssia did not wish to improve herself even further, yet was due to her wishing to still have some kind of element of danger involved when fighting other monstrous existences in the world. If she kept increasing the distance and power, then most fights would no longer be a threat to her, and her growth in hockey would not be able to reach its full potential. Alyssia finished looking over her own growth that had been shown by the system, and then looked off into the distance. I still have a little time to spare before the big fight. I should leave here now. Carrot, Wanda, Milky, and Archie. You coming with me? Yes, Sis Alyssia. Coming. Alyssia had paid a quick visit to meet up with Jester to put more berries towards the bets that would be placed on the future battle, and had found the time to gain access to the underworld. There was a blonde woman with short curly blonde hair, blue eyes, red lipstick, and red painted fingernails. She had a thin and slightly curved body as well as exceptionally large breasts. On her body was a salmon-colored dress that had diamond patterns at the bottom, a small white cape, a sun hat with a flower on it, and high heels with ribbons on it. Alyssia was sat opposite her and had leaned back in her chair calmly. Miss Stussy. The woman opposite her was Stussy, who had been known to be a member of the world government as a member of CP0. Alyssia did not know the true nature of Stussy, since she had not seen far enough into the manga to know anything that was revealed past the Wano arc, so she had to use what she did know. Stussy was a capable member of CP0 and was an emperor of the underworld that was known as the Queen of the Pleasure District. Being able to become a member of CP0 required having exceptional power and skills, but also having a high mastery over the six powers techniques. Each of the underworld emperors were rulers of their own crime syndicates, and even if they all may not have been able to compare themselves with the four emperors and other figures, they were leading figures in their respective fields and had a lot of connections to influential figures in the world. Drug Peklo, known as the Undertaker, was one of the underworld emperors and had been more well known for his power, so Alyssia had guessed that he was a mercenary or assassin. Morgans was more well known for being the president of the World Economy newspaper, so he had a lot of influence over the world with every newspaper that he released. Guiberson was known as the warehouse kingpin, or the concealer, which showed that he had many hidden locations that could be used to conceal hidden wealth or valuables of himself and others. Umit was known as the shipping magnate and handled the transportation of all kinds of goods, whether they were legal or illegal. Dewfield was known as the god of fortune and was the head of his own conglomerate, but he was more well known for being the Lone Shark King. Each of them had a large amount of power in the underworld, and Stussy was able to stand among them. For Stussy to be able to hold those two positions, it meant that she was someone not to be underestimated, but if there was something that was needed, then she would be one of the people to seek out when it came to things related to the underworld. The higher mastery of the six powers that had been added to what Alyssia had already gained from others had caused her skills to be updated a little more, and having another woman six powers user had helped to consolidate her skills more to suit herself. Stussy was the first one to speak as she flashed a charming smile. Alyssia Lucine, your people have been seeking me out for so long, just for you to meet me. What is it that you need for you to come at a time like this? Your fight should be soon. She had shown right away that she was well informed about matters of the world and knew exactly who Alyssia was, even if Alyssia had changed a lot in appearance. If she was not able to find out things in advance, then her capabilities as an underground emperor would be questioned. Even when she saw the appearance of Alyssia, there was a moment of surprise in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared, like she had been more mentally prepared than others for the meeting and must have had people look into some things. Alyssia spoke plainly. I need information, and I heard that you should know quite a lot, so that is why I have come. Stussy showed no surprise and nodded. What kind of information are you looking for? You should know that it will be costly if you wish for me to give you anything that could sell out my clients. I have my reputation to uphold after all. Alyssia understood and replied. Of course, you will be paid fairly, depending on the information that has been given. What I want to know about is related to the movements of any groups that have been very active in a certain kingdom. If there was anyone that could find out secret intelligence, then it would be Stussy. The secrets that people held and the things that they had or had done were difficult to reveal to others in normal situations if they were careful enough, but not everyone was the same. There were those that were loose-lipped in normal circumstances, while there were those that were more difficult to get to spill their greatest secrets. There were boastful types that tended to brag about their exploits, and it was usually during times when they were drunk or were in the embrace of someone else that they had slipped up and revealed something they had been trying to keep hidden. Stussy was the queen of the pleasure district where many people came in and out every day. The amount of customers she had were many, and there were influential people among them. If some useful information was gathered by one of her people during those visits, then she would be able to keep that for future uses and would pay off the person that collected that information to pay them to keep their mouths shut. Of course, there would be times where more extreme measures would be taken against those beneath her, but that was just the kind of place the underworld was. Stussy had dirt on all kinds of people and could feed a lot of that to the world government as part of her role as a member of CP0. Depending on the importance of her clients that came in and out of her establishments, a lot of information could be used for her own benefit to manipulate some events or to sell it off to others. If they were more important clients to Stussy or were someone that she did not plan on making an enemy of, then she would not be so willing to hand out information about them so easily, but she would always keep it for later. Stussy had listened to Alyssia explain some of the things that she knew and thought to herself, it seems that she is trying to look into some of the underworld dealings that some groups had a little involvement in. She then replied, for you to find out about those dealings, it will be quite costly, and how you use that information is up to you. Just do not go around mentioning who you heard it from. Alyssia and Stussy had both discussed the matter further over a hot drink and sweets until they both got what they wanted. Alyssia had one last question before she had left. Would you be willing to see someone like me so soon? If possible, I would like to get a short-term loan. Stussy showed a look of understanding and smiled. It seems that you are not worried about your future fight. I will see if he can be contacted, and we'll get back to you. Alyssia was leaving and showed a grateful smile. Thanks. Just send the details to my people, and they will handle the rest. Alyssia used her remaining time to arrange taking out a large short-time loan, and a lot of the things related to the White Storm in her name was put up as collateral in case she could not pay it back. The large amount of berries were placed on as many betting establishments that were legal and illegal in preparation for the battle. An owner of a large conglomerate boss would not miss out on the opportunity to put some rising influence under their control and in their debt, so there was no hesitation towards allowing Alyssia the loan. Stussy had sat in contemplation after Alyssia had left the island and had disappeared from the range of influence of her. How interesting. So the Mink tribe have somehow found a way to fully transform without needing to transform back. If I had not seen it myself, then I may not have believed the information that was sent to me, but I have a strong suspicion that things will start going in ways that most would be unable to predict. Should I send this information to CP0 right away or not? Stussy was enjoying that there was someone interesting like Alyssia that had contacted her, and if events did play out as she had predicted, then it would likely shake up the world's powers, as they too would begin to show an interest towards Alyssia. Whether they would have good or bad intentions would be unknown, but from the information that had been given to Alyssia, Stussy was able to predict that if Alyssia did win, then Alyssia would then move to shake up things in the underworld. The information contained several underworld groups that were involved in a big operation on an island somewhere in the New World. If Alyssia was interested in it so much, then it was likely that she wished to get involved in those matters for personal or business reasons. If it was business, then Alyssia would be in conflict with anyone related to that island since they were the ones that controlled it and did not wish for others stepping into their territory. If it was a personal matter, then it likely involved something that Alyssia had been caught up in some time in the past, or it was related to someone around her. It was unlikely that Alyssia would not use that information since she had asked for it and paid a high price for it, so Stussy just needed to wait for things to blow up. They were not allies to her, and those involved in what had happened were not worth protecting, so Stussy did not feel any guilt towards handing over that information. She had acted like she was a little closer to them in order to raise the price, but in reality, Stussy did not feel any kind of closeness to any of them. I should inform them about the transformation for safe measure, then they will not come back to me later and scold me for not doing my job. She did do what was needed for CP0, but she was out for herself too. There were times when she withheld some information that may not have been found by others, and she could keep for her own use. Since Alyssia would appear in public, then if others knew that she had met Alyssia, then they would blame her for not informing them of something so important. Although those of the White Storm had displayed odd characteristics from the intelligence that had been gained, they did not completely look like a Sulong, so it was believed to be some kind of mutation. Alyssia was the first Sulong to appear in front of the eyes of others without the full moon being present and being able to maintain that form without damaging herself. There were people that were fully devoted to the world government and carried out their every request, but Stussy was someone among CP0 that acted for her own benefit at times. Nobody could say anything about it since she was an underworld emperor, and she was able to cover up a lot of those things that she had done in the past, so nobody would ever suspect that her loyalty was any less than others to the world government. What Alyssia was missing from her own information was that Stussy was taking advantage of multiple influences for her own benefit, but she did have some loyalty towards one person. Upon meeting Stussy, Alyssia had briefly been surprised about the status that was presented in front of her that belonged to Stussy due to its saying that her race was within the artificially created race of humans. Stussy had possessed the power of a devil fruit too, so she would be even more formidable than what had been showed during her first display of power on the whole Cake Island arc. Upon seeing the race of Stussy, Alyssia had begun to suspect which scientist in the world had been behind her creation and if she was still in contact with them or not. It was very easy for her to narrow down the list until it reached a very small amount if names which were Judge and Vegapunk. Judge did not let his clones get away and had them being completely loyal to him, so it was less likely that he would let a clone have so much freedom in the world. The only person left was Vegapunk unless there existed someone else that had yet to be mentioned, so some theories about Stussy were forming in the mind of Alyssia that was getting closer to the truth. Her ship sailed away, while leaving the rest to Jester, and Stussy had went back to her usual business. Alyssia adjusted to the improvements that had been made even if they were little during the time that she was sailing to her next destination. It was not until later that her ship had docked on a less populated island in the New World, and she had a deck of cards that were being shuffled in her hands. Alyssia had sat on the ground as many ships had begun to dock on the port of the island. It was the island that had been arranged for her battle, and there seemed to be those that were prepared to watch from further away. The ships that had arrived had marine markings and flags on the ships, which had shown their affiliation and identity. There was a couple of others that had come along with them or had come on other ships, which were some photographers that belonged to one of the newspaper groups. Garp was sitting down on his own ship as it had docked while his students were busy trying to shake him awake. Alyssia had continued to look over for a while before turning her attention back towards the cards in her hand. They were shuffled before they had been separated into a couple of sections before being placed randomly over each of the sections until the deck was complete and shuffled again. Alyssia looked towards the card deck that was face down on the ground, then put her hand onto the top card. What are the odds of me winning this? The top card was pulled up in front of her eyes, which caused a smile to appear on her face. Not bad. The card was placed aside, then her hand touched the top of the deck again. Will I encounter any difficulties from this battle? Her face had looked seriously towards the card that had been taken before sighing. Should have known? She continued to pick up another as she had asked. What are the odds of myself being put in a difficult situation? What are the odds of others around me being caught up in it? Can I find a way around it? There were different emotions that were shown on her face each time she had received an answer from the cards. The card divination was a skill that belonged to Basil Hawkins that Alyssia had taken for herself some time ago. It was a skill that was rarely ever used, but it was fun to play around with at times. The predictions or probabilities that came from Basil Hawkins were usually correct, and if Alyssia had been using the skill correctly, then the answer she had gained should have some truth to them. There were times when something was absolutely confirmed to be close to 100% with little room for there to be any other outcome, but there would always be a time where a 0.001% probability could be what could make things turn out differently. That was enough to be called a miracle, and being able to beat the poor odds that would be stacked against an impossible outcome. All the possibilities and outside factors would be put together to result in the predictions that were shown on the cards. The more direct the question that was asked, the more direct the prediction could be. The more vague the question, the more difficult it was to get a completely accurate answer. If someone asked if they would encounter danger soon and got an answer, then they could continue to ask more specific questions to follow up on it. They could go on to ask if that danger came from someone they knew or was in one of the places they were visiting that day. Eventually, the cause of the danger could be narrowed down, and the cards could point them towards a direction that had a better probability of a safe and better outcome. Once Alyssia had seen the results, she had looked over towards those that had accompanied her. Stay on guard. Archie and Carrot had accompanied her to reach the island, and they had both stood to the side of her quietly. The moment that they heard her warning, Carrot stuck out her tongue. Sis Alyssia, you do not have to tell me. Archie shrugged. I got it. A large figure had got closer as they had stepped off from their ship. It was Garp who had finally woke up and looked very refreshed and full of energy. He was not alone since he was accompanied by Helmeppo and Kobe, while further behind him were the figures of Sengoku and Tsuru. It seemed like Sengoku and Tsuru did not fully agree with the fight that was about to happen, but they had still begrudgingly come along to give their old friend and comrade some support. Garp and Alyssia had finally met as their eyes had locked with each other's. The fighting spirit within Alyssia that had been suppressed for a long time had been ignited as she had met the intimidating eyes of Garp that had stared her down. She had remembered that at the beginning of her journey, she had wanted to reach the peak and become the world's strongest martial artist, but many other pursuits and worldly matters had gotten in the way of that. She remembered the promise that she had made to Don Shinjo to defeat Garp, so she had to keep her word. Alyssia stepped forward and stood in front of Garp. How you want to start this? Should we just begin, or do we need some sign to start? Garp let out a laugh. Well, haha, kid, you must be in a hurry to begin. Anything is fine with me. Alyssia showed an excited smile towards him. How about we begin then? Without warning, the leg had lifted up and had sent a normal front kick towards Garp, and he had been fast enough to hold up his arms in a cross shape to block it. He looked a little surprised as his body had slid across the ground a couple of steps back. It seems that I do not have to hold back against a kid like you. Garp showed a wide grin, which was a characteristic of those within the D clan, whose name was still a big mystery to Alyssia, who had slacked off on chasing the poneglyphs. All she did know was that their smiles did not waver in the face of high-risk life and death battles, and they even died with smiles on their faces. Their bodies moved towards each other all of a sudden with superhuman speeds before crashing into each other. A fist had met with a foot, which had caused a large fallout in the surroundings, but both had remained in place before pulling back their attack and switching at a faster speed to deliver another attack with their other arm and leg. The two bodies of Garp and Alyssia had clashed many times over a very short amount of time. Their bodies had moved so fast that it was difficult for others to follow, and they had gradually increased their speed further the more that they fought. The destruction caused at each location that they had appeared started off quite large, but it kept increasing the more intense that the battle had become. One time Garp had punched Alyssia in the face, once they had reappeared before she had pushed her head against his fist and sent her foot crashing into his chest. His other hand reached out and grabbed on her foot before swinging out his arm, which had sent her flying. Garp jumped into the air above her and arched his back with his fist raised like he was pulling back the string tightly on a bow ready to let an arrow fly. The black armament hockey had started to cover his fist, and there was a deeper look of focus in his eyes that was not there before. His fist was released and was sent crashing down towards Alyssia, who was still in air, but she had responded quickly by rotating her body by using a powerful kick with one foot and swinging out her tail. The powerful rotation gained had allowed her to correct herself and sent her foot up to meet the fist. Both had used armament hockey for the first time, but it seemed like Garp still had some advantage over Alyssia, and she was unable to completely disperse his attack like she had done to others in the past. Even when she was at a disadvantage, Alyssia had not shown any sign of discomfort or panic, and had instead shown excitement in her eyes. This is it, Garp. Hit me more. Hit me more. He suddenly got a fright from her crazy response and taunts, so he had stopped holding back. Crazy kid. The next moment was when his gaze had become much more serious with a large smile on his face. His body had avoided a kick from Alyssia as the two had moved about in the air using moonwalk. The use of moonwalk was similar to that of the Marines and cipher pole martial arts, but there were some differences in the way that Alyssia had used it which allowed her much more freedom of movement. Even with her advantages in the air, Garp had continued to break past her kicks and slammed his fist into her face, and on some occasions, into her stomach, which had sent her flying. Alyssia kept trying to stabilize herself again and again once she had been hit away, then coughed. Old man hits hard. He is even using advanced hockey techniques now. There was a clear difference between their overall experience and mastery over hockey, so that was what was letting Alyssia take so many hits from Garp. If it kept going like it was, and Alyssia had kept sustaining so much damage, then her body's endurance would not be able to hold out against Garp. Her other stats were higher than all others in the world, and her endurance had passed through the mortal threshold, but it was only by a little, so she could still be harmed by the world's top existences that had extreme mastery over hockey. Alyssia was able to tank those attacks after using her prediction part of observation hockey to sense where the attacks would hit even if she failed to block them, so she was able to greatly reduce the damage done to her. It was clear that Garp had much better mastery over all three hockey and had a lifetime's worth of experience to be able to overcome her each time. There was a sense of danger what had been lacking in the life of Alyssia, and it was only helping to being out her hidden potential that had failed to unearth through normal training methods. Alyssia had recovered and was hit by his fist again to be sent flying away. She was hit again, but had not lost her focus and had swung her leg out to crash head-on into the fist. Once she had fallen back down, they started to clash again, while Alyssia was the one to be on the receiving end of attacks that kept hitting her body. Cough. Slippery old fellow. Cough. She had taken in a calm breath and remained still as Garp had moved towards her again with his fist crashing towards her that made it difficult to avoid. The body of Alyssia had suddenly become soft and flexible as she had narrowly avoided the fist and the arm that passed by her, but it had still brushed past her cheek. Still not good enough. Stop restraining yourself like this for now. It will do you no good. Garp had a serious look on his face as loosened his fist and grabbed onto the clothes on her back before throwing her away. You know techniques like this. I'm beginning to become interested in who taught you these things. Alyssia had not been thrown far and stepped on the air before sending herself forward. Like I would tell you, old man. Garp had let out a large laugh. Gah! Come then. An hour had passed by quickly as Alyssia was barely able to land any effective hits on Garp while she was being pummeled by him a lot. Her whole body was sore, but the later hits she had taken were slowly beginning to lose their effectiveness. If there was anything that had been gained from their long fight, then it was an improvement to her use of armament hockey and conqueror's hockey to guard her body. There was some improvement to her observation hockey too, but she was still not at the stage where she could land an effective hit on Garp when his guard was up or be able to counter him. The most she had been able to do at times was to clash head-on with him as her feet had went head-on with his fists. It felt like a mountain was crushing down on her each time that he came at her and punched out, so there was increasing pressure and a feeling of danger that had let her realize that she had greatly underestimated Garp. He may have regressed a little, but it was not by that much, and he was still powerful enough to deal with many tough people in the world. Her mastery over the paper art and iron body had gradually improved enough to be used more effectively in battle against him, and once she was in danger, she could respond by adding them onto her ways of reducing the damage that she had taken. Garp had evaded several kicks by her and appeared close once again, so her tail had come around her body quickly and hardened as it wrapped around her. It quickly was surrounded by armament hockey and a thin layer of conqueror's hockey that she was slowly getting the grasp of and using it in battle. The tail and other body parts had hardened as the fist had slammed into her and sent her flying away again before crashing into some trees in the distance. It kept repeating as Alyssia had slowly got enough foresight to be able to defend herself better, and she was able to harden her body enough to avoid any critical damage. Alyssia may have been thrown around the island by Garp like she was a ball, but the battle was slowly looking like there were many scenes repeating themselves. Garp had grit his teeth and shouted, "You are so stubborn, kid. Just give up, or at least use your trump card." Alyssia had climbed up from a pit in the ground and grit her teeth. "What are you feeling sorry for me now? This is not over yet." Her figure had disappeared again and reappeared by his side. Her foot was sent sweeping around towards his waist, but Garp had already shifted his body to block it before throwing another punch towards her. "Fly away." Alyssia was knocked up into the sky and had passed through the clouds above, but had suddenly shot back down looking like she had just experienced something thrilling. Again. Do it again. Her body shot downward from the sky and started to rotate as she performed several flips until her heel came crashing down onto Garp, who was below. Sengoku, who was further away, had grit his teeth and shouted, "Garp, stop playing around and end this. Something is wrong here." He was the wiser one of the group, so even if Garp did have excellent combat instincts, Sengoku was able to see a much broader view from the outside and had sensed that something was amiss. He had seen that Alyssia had slowly stopped looking badly damaged from the later hits and was gradually adjusting to each attack that was made by Garp, so he had soon figured out what was going on. She is stalling the fight and is using him to improve herself. This needs to end now, or a monster will be born. Garp had heard the words of Sengoku and clenched his fist harder as his haki had reached its peak. He positioned his body so that he would swing his arm up towards the sky to meet Alyssia and had then shouted out, "Galaxy Impact!" Alyssia had shouted out as her heel had come crashing down. "Divine Serpent! Jormungandr!" Her legs had moved around her body as she continued to flip her body at a high speed, just like a large snake moving and coiling around the planet. More power and speed had been built up from her fall and rotation until her heel came crashing down like a large serpent that had struck out towards its prey. A massive release of energy had been released between the two of them as their two techniques had met each other, but an odd phenomenon had taken place between them. None of their bodies were touching each other, and there was a gap between them that was made up of the force that they had both created using their physical prowess, their techniques, and their mastery over haki. A massive wave of Conqueror's haki was released in all directions as two conquerors had met head-on at full force for the first time. Those in the distance that were too weak had fallen down feeling lightheaded or had passed out. Even Tsuru and Sengoku could feel the pressure that was created by the clash when they were much further away from the battle. The two sides continued to stay like they were until one side pushed back harder and sent Alyssia flying back again into the sky. Her body had curled up into a protective position as she had flew across the sky and had disappeared into the clouds again. There was suddenly a loud laugh from above. "Ah, yes, this is it. More!" Alyssia came and went at a fast speed as she had continued to build up more power and had used her greatest techniques against Garp one after another. Divine Serpent, Jormungandr, crash. Divine Serpent, Quetzalcoatl, crash. Divine Serpent, Tezcatlipoca. The battle had reached the stage where Garp and Alyssia had taken to fighting in the skies to prevent further damage to their surroundings. Everyone that was able to stay awake throughout each clash had watched on in horror as the two massive destructive forces of them both had continued to wreak havoc all around. It was like the heavens were being shaken by their duel, and even the weather had undergone several changes once the clouds had been parted and dispersed. Divine Serpent, White Snake, crash. Each attack had used different parts of her foot to create different effects, and the approaches to the techniques had differed a little. White Snake had more of a penetrative property to the technique that pierced through at a straight angle going at a high speed, whether it acted like a blade tip or as a blunt attack. Both had their own unique effects, whether they dealt more internal or external damage. Jormungandr had more rotations added to the technique, and it had a variety of different uses depending on how the technique had finished up, so it could be used to penetrate or to cut. Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca were mostly developed for cutting and slicing at different angles, but were used on different legs, so they could be used together. Alyssia had stood in the sky as the image of two divine serpents had started to form behind her, and had started to kick out one leg in a sweeping motion which had followed up with her other leg moving too shortly afterward. Twin divine serpents, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, split the heavens and earth. The two serpents had formed a large amount of power before being sent out from her kicks, which had caused their bodies to fly down towards Garp. Garp looked on as the two serpents were coming down towards him and sighed in frustration. This is getting dangerous. He had seen how Alyssia was gradually improving and how he was becoming far less of a threat to her. Even his best technique had been rendered ineffective after several exchanges. "I'm getting too old for this." He said so, but there was still a large smile on his face as he had got himself back into a combat stance and readied his fist. The two serpents had come down towards him, and it looked like they had both opened their mouths ready to tear apart anything in their path. A large and powerful shout had come from his mouth as he sent his fist towards the two serpents. Galaxy Impact! The two serpents were stalled momentarily, but Garp had not given up as a second and third impact had come afterwards. The serpents had dispersed, and Alyssia appeared in front of Garp once again to take on his next punch with a kick of her own. Slowly, Alyssia had started to no longer get pushed back by Garp and had started to fight him evenly. The fallout from their fight had started to lessen as Alyssia was able to disperse and deflect his attacks with her own. It took longer to do so, but once her observation hockey had caught up, she was able to get a better prediction on the angles and power that Garp would use and each attacker had used. Their battle had continued for more than 4 hours, and it had started to become quite boring on the outside since the destruction had lessened a lot, but it was still just as intense for those fighting. A fist had hit the side of Alyssia's face, and she pushed back with it before sending a kick to the face of Garp. Her tail had moved and wrapped around the leg of Garp and pulled at him, so he had lost his footing for a moment. There was a small smile on the face of Alyssia, who had sent her first fist crashing down onto Garp. Good fight. Galaxy Impact. Galaxy Impact. She had already gotten much better at blocking his attacks, and even taking them with the use of her various abilities, while most of her other abilities had been used, so she had become bored. Since there was something that she had not done yet, Alyssia had decided to use her hands for once and had copied the technique of Garp. Garp had been experienced enough to regain his footing quickly and had responded with his own Galaxy Impact. The two fists had canceled each other out, which had made Alyssia smile triumphantly. Got any more tricks, old man? Garp let out a tired sigh. So disrespectful. I guess I have to pull out 100%. He knew that it was bad for his body if he overexerted himself like that, but he would be unhappy to leave things as they were. Alyssia stepped back and readied herself while Garp prepared for his all-out attack too. Her two legs and tail had started to move around in preparation for the next move and became more limber and agile. She jumped up and down on the spot several times before standing readily. You prepared? Garp grit his teeth. Ready. He had finished tapping into his full potential and had ran forward at a fast speed while Alyssia had done the same. Consecutive Galaxy Impacts. Alyssia had turned her body on the move and had sent her body towards him at a fast speed, which had resulted in her legs and tail coming around one after the other. Divine Serpent. Hydra. 3 serpent heads had formed around her 2 legs and tail as they had struck towards the place of impact made by Garp, then continued to hit the same point one after another. The added rotation and repeated attacks to the same point had caused all of the impact forces to build up and overpowered the force made by Garp. Even though Garp had thrown out many consecutive punches towards the same point, which had added to his own power thrown out towards Alyssia, it was overpowered by her, who had more than one limb to use against him, and was increasing the rate of her attacks as she continued to rotate and switch between her legs and tails to balance herself and attack. His own force created had gradually dispersed, and he was sent flying back for the first time where he was lying in a large pit of his own. Cough, cough! Garp jumped out of the pit and clashed with Alyssia several more times until he was fully worn down by her. The final moments of their battle was where they both had matched each other's movements and traded several powerful blows. One fist landed on the side of Alyssia's face while she had countered with her own kick towards the chin of Garp, which had caused a large clash of Conqueror's hockey once again until more had been exchanged at a high speed. Blue Hole. Galaxy Divide. Once the final exchange of blows had come to an end, Garp was knocked back into the pit with many bloodied and bruised wounds on his body. Cough. I give up. Although he was upset at the fact that he had lost and could no longer continue the fight, he had to admit that it was an enjoyable battle where he could see where his limits were and then would try to push past them. Unfortunately, his old age had held him back in a way, and several powerful blows that were done beyond his body's current capabilities had caused him some minor injuries. Sengoku and Tsuru were the first ones to come across Garp, who was lying on his back with a tired look on his face. Tsuru had let out a scolding tone. Why did you agree to this? Look at you now. Sengoku nodded in agreement. What is going on in your mind? Garp lay there with a complicated and pained look on his face. I think I pulled something. Sengoku shouted at him. You idiot! Why did you have to let things get this way? Garp just lay there silently for some time as he had held on to his left shoulder that was aching. I just wanted to know if I still had it in me. Tsuru took her turn to ask in a gentler voice. Now you have injured yourself, just to see if you could still contend with the youngsters? You are getting even more foolish in your old age. Was it satisfying? Footsteps came from behind them as Alyssia had approached them, which had caused them all to suddenly block her path in an attempt to protect Garp. What are you doing? Alyssia looked towards the two of them and sighed. Do I really look like someone that would attack someone when they're down like this? A duel is a duel, and there does not need to be someone dying for there to be a victor. Garp had coughed as he had struggled to pull up his bloodied and bruised body. That was satisfying. I am just disappointed that I could not bring out your best. Sengoku and Tsuru looked towards Garp, then back towards Alyssia in shock. Not her best? Oh, you are a member of the mink tribe, correct? Why did you not use your electro? I have another question. What is up with your appearance? That should be Sulong, correct? How is this possible? Alyssia rolled her eyes and responded. You are quite curious, huh? I guess I cannot really be called as a member of the mink tribe now, and more like a part of the Sulong tribe or race instead. Using Electro against him may have given me that big of an edge in combat, especially when it was a battle of this scale. I did say before that I wanted our duel to be more of a physical battle, so I would not use other methods. The truth was that Garp, among several others, had been known to rarely display their own power, but were top existences in the world, so they were prime targets that would still be able to do harm to her even without high-ranking devil fruit powers to aid them. If she had chosen to use Electro, then that would have been a game-changer since she had far more Electro than the ordinary mink or Sulong, so it could play a bigger role even if it was increasing her speed and destructive power. Her Electro that was greater than others was just another trump card that did not need to be revealed to others so soon, so most others that had recognized her for her race would begin to think that her Electro had some kind of limitations to it. That was what she wanted others to think, since they would only continue to deem her as a greater danger, and it would allow them to still underestimate her capabilities. If she so easily revealed everything, then it was like exposing herself to those who could be her enemies in the future and may have been trying to come up with a valid strategy to take her down should they ever become an enemy of her. The most useful plan for them would be to attack her after the battle was over when she had little time to recover, but it did not seem like Sengoku and Tsuru had planned on doing anything beyond protecting Garp. Even her fire techniques had been withheld so that she could still continue her fight with Garp and so that the fight did not end any earlier. If she won the duel, then it had to be with the improvements that she had gained from her 3 types of haki and her own techniques, which had evolved to the peak of their capabilities or were very close to the peak. Sengoku and Tsuru nodded in agreement upon hearing her words. You are right. A fight of that level involving Electro would only allow it to be a minor hindrance at best. With the protection and use of advanced armament haki and conqueror's haki in a high-end battle, there would usually be little contact between two parties unless they had actually landed a clean hit on the other person, so most Electro attacks would not land. Once a large force had met the Electro of a lower level, it would be very difficult for a normal Electro user to be able to maintain their Electro attack before it was dispersed unless they were the ones that possessed more power. If the Electro did make it towards its intended target, then there would still be the protective armament and Conqueror's Haki that had to be bypassed for it to have any effect, so it was right to only be called a hindrance. There was no reason for Alyssia to use her own Electro, if that was the case, so Sengoku and Tsuru had accepted it as a fact. Alyssia was about to walk away, but Sengoku had spoke up again. What is your intention? Why call on my friend like this? This must not just be about being known as one of the world's strongest. Alyssia had shown a small smile as she had thought to herself. Shrewd old geezer. Sengoku and Tsuru had been by the side of Garp during their earlier years and had experienced all kinds of things before they had reached their present status in the Marines. Garp may have been a muscle back then that led the way often, but Sengoku and Tsuru were the ones who handled the other matters and made sure that everything was handled well afterwards and that any underlings or other threats would be dealt with. It was Tsuru and Sengoku that usually handled the cleanup and other matters like the more politically motivated things, so they had to deal with many kinds of people. They reached their present status, which had allowed them to retire, but still remain in the Marines after they had been holding high positions before they had stepped down. Sengoku had to deal with the 5 Elder Stars and others of high status, so he had to be able to read others and grasp their intentions quickly in order to do his job more effectively. Alyssia shrugged in response to the questioning and replied lazily. I may be a martial artist first and foremost, but I do have other things to tend to. Let's just say that this result is good for my business." Sengoku frowned as he had said. "So to further your own business, you use my friend just to increase the fame and reputation of the White Storm? Do you have any idea how this will be looked upon by the rest of the world and by us Marines?" Alyssia was about to walk away, but had stopped before turning back around. Her red eyes locked onto Sengoku as she had coldly responded. "Do not use such weak threats in front of me. You Marines may run around spouting justice and acting like law enforcers, but you are in the very same position as everyone else. You are no better than anyone, but you just hide it better. Laws and justice? No. It is just a part of your own business model to draw in more funds and recruits. I bet it must be nice to have so many youths put their lives on the line for you in return for little pay. You are just scam artists, but you are in such a high position that nobody would be able to tell you straight to your faces what you are. Do not preach your rights and wrongs in front of me or make threats." Alyssia had released a threatening atmosphere around her before taking in a breath. "To be honest, I admire true heroes, but your Marines are truly lacking in them. Garp is among those that I admire, and there may be some others. The rest? They are just murderers, pillagers and criminals that fly the flag of justice to make their actions justified. All I have done is use your friend like this to raise up my own business and to warn off others that may cause problems in the future. Is this not something that you guys do? Isn't it natural for others to trample on others to get ahead and to protect themselves?" Alyssia did admire the Marines in a way, but there were only a select few that she had looked up to while there were far too many that had problematic personalities and were just far too corrupt. If the Marines were seen as a business model, then they were a big law enforcement agency, or were a large private security country on a worldly scale. They may have preached justice as a part of their main business model to draw in more support and resources to fund their activities, but there was a big limit to how much they could actually affect without bigger backers. Once they got themselves a big enough backer that held too much influence over them, then they could be ordered to do many things outside of their original purpose, so they were no longer a private group and were instead at the beck and call of their owner. If they could not support and sustain themselves, then it was only right to seek out such a support, but depending on who they had allied with, they could lose their original purpose and the insides of the group would become tainted over time. There were times when such organizations needed some outside control to stop them from overstepping some lines that should not be crossed, but that would only happen if those supporting them were a good influence or not. Protecting innocents and catching criminals would become not protecting innocents of a certain island due to it not being allied with the world government, and killing anyone that is deemed as an enemy to the world government. Those that followed orders from above would find it difficult to question the orders and would carry them out not knowing that their belief in justice was being used to inflict harm rather than good at times. The worst part was that most of their wrongdoings that put a stain on their clean image would be swept away, just how big conglomerates used various means to stop their dirty laundry from making it into the news to avoid their stocks plummeting. What Alyssia had done was just a political and business move that had used herself to trample on the top figure of the biggest business around, so she did not see anything wrong with her actions. There was no foul play involved, and she had fought fairly, so it had helped her to raise her own name and the White Storms to a higher place than it was previously, but it came at the cost of the Marines and Garp's reputation. Alyssia was like a tiger that had been provoked once Sengoku had tried to make her out like a bad person that had trampled on and used them while they were the helpless people that had been taken advantage of. It was like they had been so used to their place at the top that they did not think that others could take their place, and that anyone that tried to do so was a bad person. It was even more irritating that such a thing was mentioned when it was not that long ago that they were so publicly provoking a war with Whitebeard, who could have just died quietly due to his old age and sickness, but they would rather not miss out on the opportunity to raise their own name. Ace and Whitebeard were pirates and criminals in the eyes of the world and the Marines, but Alyssia had found many of the things that the Marines had done during that time had been distasteful. Even some pirates had looked like angels during the war compared to the Marines when the various tactics and schemes had been used against them. They may have been justified in their actions and may have had to follow the orders above them which had led to the war, but to Alyssia and many others, Whitebeard was just an old pirate that was looking out for his adopted children, and Ace was just the brother of Luffy, so it was much easier to look towards the Marines in a bad way. If they were willing to go that far, just so they could remain relevant and throw away so many lives for a war that could have been avoided, then what Alyssia had done to them was just child's play. It was not like she had plotted some sinister scheme against them in the dark, which had caused them a great amount of harm like a rival company could do by spying, stealing their products. All she had done was equivalent to showing that her own products or business model were better or were just as good so that others could consider using hers. What was worse about it all was that Sengoku implied that the world and the Marines would not take things lying down and would develop a dislike towards the White Storm and herself. Her hand stretched out and poked between the brows of Sengoku without warning before taking back her hand. I do not wish to become enemies of the Marines, and my business requires me to remain as someone that is not a criminal, but do not mistake that as a weakness. You already got more than enough problems in the world already. Want to make another over such a small thing? I have to protect my people from the sharks that are circling around us that think we are all weak. Got it? Good. Her body had disappeared before reappearing further away, while Sengoku had stood there with a cold sweat forming on his brow, but he had regained himself enough to shout. Then, why not join the Marines? Why go this far? Alyssia had responded before walking away with those that had accompanied her. You do not pay enough to make me attracted enough to join. She had left that remark behind as she had left, which had caused Sengoku and the others to ponder over the meaning behind it. It was not like Alyssia had a complete disdain for the Marines, and in fact, she admired those within that could still stay on the right path, even with all of the internal and external factors that were making them have to make difficult decisions. There was corruption within mixed with all kinds of clashing view on justice that created a toxic environment which made it difficult for people to rise up in rankings if they did not know how to follow what their superiors had ordered and did not have some kind of backing behind them. Any organization could suffer from the same things, but it just depended on who was running it and how much they cracked down on it before it became a bigger problem. When they had so many posts spread out around the different seas, it made it far more difficult to control everything smoothly, so it was even more expected for there to be problems that would be difficult to find right away. The business of Alyssia was still growing and had yet to develop problems of that magnitude, since it was only mainly developed in the first half of the Grand Line, while it was still developing within the New World. Most of what had allowed her to reach her present state where she could turn down the Marines and could do such things was due to the perks that the system had provided and the talented allies that she had acquired. If it had been in other circumstances, then it would have been far more difficult for her to reach her present state, even with knowing knowledge of future events and having enough to nurture those around herself besides bringing out her own potential. If it had not been for her system, then her choices would have been very different from the beginning, and she would have chosen the most obvious option of all so that she could make the best use of the available opportunities that were in the world. Becoming a pirate would be full of dangers, and there would be a lack of opportunities to grow herself and others without encountering dangers, while there was a big issue with being unable to pick up decent techniques. Everything would have to be learned from scratch and built up, so she may have had to move from Zou at an earlier age to train somewhere else. If there was one place to gain the best training, experience, and special techniques, then it would be the Marines, unless she had chosen to ally herself with the Happo Navy of Kano country, but even then it could be difficult to be taught the impact fist. Most others that were given the same circumstances would have jumped right towards the Marines without hesitation due to the opportunities they could get so long as they knew how to rise in the ranks well and were diligent enough. Alyssia believed that if she were in that kind of situation, then she may have made that same decision, so it was a blessing that the system had been there for her. If she was given the opportunity to join the Marines in her present state, then she would and had declined right away due to there being no benefits to her joining them. There may have been some hidden benefits involved somewhere, but it was not really all that worth it when she would be ordered around by others to deal with their own problems, especially when she would gain more benefits just from her own business. The defeat of Garp would spread out in the future thanks to the pictures that had been taken by those that had been with her, which had been brought as a form of insurance, so that could be used if the Marines tried to do anything funny and attempted to cover up his loss. Since there were many bets placed for her winning, then those could be claimed once the news had spread, but if it did go wrong, then it was simple to provide the pictures as proof to fix things. The biggest bonus was that any small-time groups would begin to hesitate before being influenced by others to attack the White Storm in any way, since they had someone so strong within the group that could even defeat Garp. Once it had spread out further, there would be a further increase in those that would want to work for or with the White Storm in various ways, while more people would be making requests to the mercenary and adventurer section of the business. The downside to that was that while there would be some that would be put off by such things, her new fame would create different kinds of effects around the world that would cause the bigger powers to begin making their own plans against her. Once Alyssia was gone, Sengoku had stood with a thoughtful look on his face before scolding Garp. You just contributed to the creation of another monster. The only upside that I can see from that is that while she is still very young to reach the peak, she has already hit her limit. He knew that Alyssia was very talented and had surpassed Garp in his present state, so she was at the peak or was close enough to it, but it was difficult for her to go much further than that. The only way for her current power to grow any further was to gain a devil fruit that was considered as a mythical, legendary, or god tier, and that would be very difficult to find, or if she was able to awaken the hidden potential within the devil fruit she could eat in the future. By normal standards, that was the only way to improve further at the current state that Alyssia was in, but she was still considered as a monster by Sengoku, to the point that she could be put into the same ranks as Big Mom and Kaido. When someone was that powerful and attracted that much attention, there was bound to be some events that would take place following that, so he had extended the offer to Alyssia right away. Garp had shook off the dust and dirt on his body before complaining. I could use a good doctor, but first, why would you suddenly invite her to join? Tsuru caught on to the thoughts of Sengoku and explained. We will not be the only ones that will be fearful of or attracted by her display of power, and not everyone will be so willing to ask nicely. Now that we have extended that offer, she can think it over. Sengoku nodded in agreement. I need to consult Borsellino about this before I report this back to Sakazuki. He will be able to handle the news better and will be able to help forming a future plan of action. First, we should figure out if we can pull her under the Marine flag or to be able to coexist in some way. While Alyssia had declined and expressed some disapproval towards the current state of the Marines, it was not like there was no hope for both sides, but there needed to be some kind of beneficial relationship or attractive offer that could make Alyssia attracted enough to work with them or for them. Sengoku believed that it was better to have her as an ally rather than a potential rival or enemy, and there were other dangers included if she happened to be pulled towards another opposing force. Even if Alyssia had told him right away that she wished to remain independent from other forces, there could always be things that could happen which could make her change her mind. Garp frowned. Guess you're going to put your heads together to plot again. Leave me out of it. Sengoku glared towards him. Sai, this is your fault. Garp walked away holding his injured shoulder. It could not be helped. That kid would have found a way to reach the peak even without me. I just helped to speed it up a little. Sengoku's eyes widened before he had chased behind. You mean you think that she will go after Red Hair Shanks? Garp sighed. If she had not got the chance to fight me, then she would have jumped towards others, and the only available people would be Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks for her to be able to improve from her previous state. The conclusions that Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp had come to were not too far off from what Alyssia had intended to do from the beginning. There were few that could contend with her present state, and the only ones that could allow her to grow further were those with peak or above abilities. Martial artists at the very peak of hockey, technique, and physical capabilities were very few, so there were much fewer that could present a challenge for Alyssia. There did exist some calamity or monster-grade individuals in the world that would present a challenge, but it was far more difficult for her to gain the chance to fight them in a fair battle. Even if she did win the battles, it was likely that the other party would not simply sit back after being defeated and would bother her later. Challenging Rayleigh, who was past his prime, would have sparked too much attention and attracted too many eager forces that would be waiting to see him in a more vulnerable state so they could take advantage of such a given opportunity. It did not matter if she won such a duel, since it was likely that she would get caught up in whatever trouble the presence of Rayleigh would attract. There were few people that were past their prime, but had such a high mastery over 3 types of hockey and fighting techniques that could help Alyssia take the next step forward. If it had been someone in their peak state like Shanks, then it was more likely that the battle may have been decisively ended by him early on, and there was a chance that Alyssia may have been injured by him, if she was even more unlucky. It was not that she could not fight against such people, but it was that Alyssia was severely restricting herself in battle to be able to help improve her own hockey mastery. If the gap was much too wide, then all the preparation and training done before may not have been enough, especially if it was someone like Shanks who not only had peak abilities in hockey, but wielded a high-grade sword. It was likely that Griffin would be used against her right away, and it would be far more difficult to avoid injury. When she was restricting her own capabilities, so Garp was the best choice for purely a physical fight. If Garp declined the battle, and she absolutely had to fight Shanks, then all she could do was to prepare further and delay the battle, unless she chose to forego her pure physical battle and instead confronted him, just like she did with Mihawk. In her battle with Mihawk, Alyssia did not always use her physical abilities and chose to use her weapons and weapon techniques to be able to reduce the harm done to her. So there was something that she would have to do if she went up against Shanks, who was a more difficult challenge for her than Garp, even if he was missing an arm. Big Mom may have been a good choice too, but she was much too slow in her present state for her to be that big of a threat to Alyssia unless she chose to slow herself down further to clash with her. The main concern of Alyssia was the use of the Soul Devil Fruit and her techniques using Prometheus, but the rest would not really force her to use any kind of techniques beyond what had been shown against Garp. The biggest issue that Alyssia had against fighting Big Mom was that her electro or other elemental-type techniques or powers could be used against her if Big Mom had decided to use her Soul Devil Fruit to create a new homie, so she would have to hold back the use of them. Kaido was someone that was considered as another target for challenging besides Garp or Shanks, but his Fish Devil Fruit, that was the model dragon, had pushed him past the peak in some areas. At the end of the day, Big Mom and Kaido were big presences of the world that would hold their positions until the big conflict in Wano. If Alyssia fought them so soon, then it was likely that she could provoke too much change and cause them to grow further to the point that they would be even more troublesome later. Alyssia did not yet wish to bring change to the world or to disrupt the current balance, but she did not wish to see those she wished to fall suddenly become stronger or more dangerous than before, just because she had fought with them and chose to spare them. It was an undeniable truth that it was not just her that could grow through her battles, and the same could be said for others too. Big Mom could be provoked by defeat and choose to work off the long effects of her childbirth and gluttony, while she may have attained further growth from the battle itself, and Kaido would have achieved growth or further determination to improve himself to a higher level. Once everyone was ruled out, the only real options available were Garp or Shanks, unless she chose to seek out those that possessed a devil fruit on top of their present abilities. If anyone below their level was to be challenged, then it was likely that the amount of growth Alyssia could achieve would be very small, or she would only gain some growth in one area. If she challenged and defeated someone like Kakuri to improve her observation haki, then it was just like inviting trouble from Big Mom. She did not mind provoking some influences or making some enemies along the way, but it was safer to have a more controlled battle with Garp due to the Marines being a publicly recognized force that had to maintain their image. If they lost, then they had to keep up the public pretense of accepting their defeat graciously, so there would not be any large movements from them to retaliate anytime soon. If there were any future plots, then it would not be done so publicly, and they would not do it in a way that would risk exposing such things to the world, so they would have to be extra careful. Back on the MMA, Alyssia had already returned to her room and had taken off a lot of her upper layer of clothing. It was very surprising that there was little damage done to the clothing that she had worn, which showed how well made and durable they were. Each piece that was removed was very light and fell down to the ground until the inner layers of clothing were revealed that were far more tight-fitting. There were some other parts that had yet to be removed that had been underneath the outer layer, which were slowly being removed one after another. The leg and arm warmers were removed, which had revealed several wristbands going up her arms and legs. There were additional straps tied to her thighs and waist, while some others were wrapped around her upper arm, neck, and upper or lower chest. Many support straps were in place to hold them in place and keep them from suddenly coming loose or slipping down to another part of her body. One was undone on her wrist and came loose before it had fallen down to the ground. A loud bang followed as it came crashing down with a large amount of force. The sound produced had shown how heavy the weight of it was, and that was just one of them that were strapped to her body. One after another, loud thuds and bangs were heard from within the room as they had all fallen to the ground until each of them were removed from her body. All that was left on her were some gloves, pants, top, elbow pads, knee pads, and socks that looked very tight-fitting. It looked more difficult for Alyssia to pull the elbow and knee pads down one by one, but once they had slipped down far enough, they suddenly dropped down to the ground with a loud thud. The gloves and socks were removed next, which resulted in a similar result, until she was left with nothing but the tight-fitting top and pants. Alyssia reached towards the bottom of her top and pulled it up suddenly, but it was shown by her movements that it was a little troublesome to remove it, so it took a little time for her to pull it up over her head. It looked like it had got stuck once it reached past her head and shoulders, but once she leaned forward and continued to pull at it, it came loose and dropped down to the ground with a louder thud. The pants were easier to slip off once the belt was removed, and they were slipped past her bottom, tail, and waist. Once there was no longer anything wider to block its way or to hold it up, the pants slid down and fell down towards the ground, which resulted in a similar thud. Alyssia was left wearing nothing but a close-fitting black sports bra and shorts once everything was removed. She suddenly felt a lot lighter on her feet and showed a slight smile as she stretched her body. So much better. Now I just need to nurse my poor body back to its best state. Ouch! 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 The body of Alyssia was much lighter after removing everything that had been used to weigh her down and slow her movements during her fight with Garp. The various restrictions she had placed upon herself had let her feel real danger during the battle, and let her struggle for a long time until she learned to reduce her movements and improved her hockey mastery. Once there was less of a gap in hockey mastery and techniques, Alyssia was able to slowly reduce the amount of damage her body sustained, but there were some times where her own self-protection was not enough in the beginning. There were many parts of the body of Alyssia that were full of aches and pains, so she had went over to a part of the room where there was a section which had what looked like a large pod that was empty. There were several levers and dials along with tubes connected to the pod, and there was some parts inside that had been hanging inside too. Alyssia stepped inside of the pod and closed it behind her before opening a small section which acted as a small window to access the outside. Her hand turned a dial of her choosing, which caused a greenish liquid to slowly be released inside of the bottom of the pod at her feet. The scent in the room had started to become stronger, but it was very pleasant and had a strong herbal smell that was very calming to Alyssia. As it was slowly filling the pod and rising up her body, Alyssia could feel a faint itchiness on some areas of her body where she had suffered some injuries, which showed that it was beginning to take effect on her body. The muscles in her body started to relax a lot, and it had gradually made her wish to soak in it to relieve all her tiredness and stress that had been built up during the previous battle. Once it reached past her knees and was rising up to her waist, Alyssia reached outside of the pod through the window near the top of it and moved closer to a bowl that had been placed nearby. Inside of the bowl were several fruits that had been brought in much earlier after Alyssia had removed them from the trees. They were the latest fruits that had been developed that had been improvements made from the previous versions. The gluttony effects had been greatly reduced, but there was no reduction to the overall stamina and energy that had been provided by them, so they were a great improvement to the Boyne Archipelago's food and fruits that grew there. Once a couple of small pieces were removed from the bowl and were placed in the mouth of Alyssia, her face lit up in delight, and the previous tiredness seemed to decrease over time. So good. After eating a couple of them, and seeing that the liquid was reaching up to middle of her body, Alyssia stopped taking any more and reached towards a mask nearby, before triggering a part of the dials that seemed to click every few seconds. It seemed like some kind of timer that had some kind of countdown function before it activated a certain action, so once it was activated, Alyssia felt that it was fine to close the window and let the rest of the pod fill up, but she did not forget to activate another lever beforehand. The mask was placed over her mouth and nose, which had let her breathe clean air that had been released from the outside tubes that had been turned on earlier. It did not take too long before she had been completely submerged within the greenish fluid inside the pod, and she was seen floating inside of it from the outside due to the see-through design of the pod. Her eyes were closed like she was sleeping and resting peacefully within the fluid until the pod had completely filled all of it. The timer kept going until it clicked into place and created a loud noise, which was followed by the turning back of one of the dials. The pod had been completely sealed off, and the liquid stopped flowing inside, so Alyssia was left within to rest up and heal. The pods of the Germa could not just be applied to cloning or other methods, so Alyssia had built one that had many kinds of functions that could be used by herself and others. Depending on what was put inside, it could become a sealed-off experimental chamber, or it could be a place used as a healing pod. Among the available materials and resources, it was not too difficult to a type of fluid that was very effective for healing or relieving the damage caused in battle. She had it all to herself and had yet to make it available to others, so she had been the very first person to make use of it. The outside world was blocked out to her as she continued to fall into a light slumber, surrounded by the greenish liquid. Alyssia had earned such treatment from all the effort she had put in, so she had told the others to not bother her and spent what little time she had in complete comfort and relaxation. The mink's natural metabolism had aided her in recovering the lost energy that had been used up, especially when she ate the fruits, but even her natural abilities would require some time to be able to heal up completely, so the pod had helped her speed up that process greatly. If such technology and resources were made available on a large scale to the Marines or other organizations, then it was very likely that it would greatly affect how they were able to train those under them and were able to recover from their injuries. What she had created may have been something that she had created for her own use, but if it was able to be mass-produced with a lower cost, then it was likely that it could greatly affect the current power balance of the world. Alyssia had no plans of making such things available to others, even if she could make a large amount of berries for them. So she had chosen to keep such things to herself, or had provided them to those that were close to her. Upon feeling the effects for herself, and later awakening from her slumber, Alyssia thought to herself, "This should really be made available to others, even if the medical solution alone is put to those close to me. It should be enough for them to soak in a bath or barrel of it. There is no real need for a pod or anything as complicated as this, so long as they soak enough of their body in it and can spend some time submerged in it fully. The main concern would be that once used, it would be difficult to use again, even if the effects remained, unless they found a way to seal it away or move it back into a place of storage. A little bit of plumbing could always solve such things, though." She continued to float within the fluid for a long time while spending some time in her thoughts and going over her battle with Garp. "I did improve a lot, even with rarely using my fists or arms to block or parry his punches. It did hurt me at times to do so, and I did take quite a lot of hits, but it did help me to improve my leg-based martial arts further to be able to match up to him and others in terms of technique alone. The added weights and restrictions have brought out my mastery of everything further and pushed me further towards the peak of my potential. Let's see how." System. The growth from just one battle that went on for several hours was much more growth that had been achieved during the time that had been spent training in preparation for it. Each 3 forms of hockey had been able to reach expert mastery at around 20%, but just a single fight against Garp had pushed Alyssia to much greater heights. She may not have been able to max everything out and reach 100%, but it had become dangerously close. If the battle had gone on for longer, then it was very likely that she would have been able to push it much closer. Her observation hockey had previously been around 20% at the beginning, which was still far behind what Garp was capable of, so she was at a disadvantage against him from the beginning of the fight. It made it far more difficult to parry or block each of his punches and other attacks when his prediction abilities were far superior to her own, so there were many times when his punches landed on her body, but her own had completely missed their target. Alyssia could have avoided many of them if her body was not slowed down so much by the weighted clothing and accessories, but that did not stop her from being able to protect her own body when she was struck. If iron body was required, then she would use it, and when paper art was needed, then she would use that too, so that she could take on several blows before switching up her style of combat to allow for her body to take a break from the constant beatings. Whenever she was hit, her armament and conqueror's hockey would be brought up to protect that location. So even if there was not a direct clash, both had gradually experienced further tempering through combat, just like her observation hockey. In the later stages of the battle, it became a battle of who would give in first and whose hockey would be able to hold out against the other. Alyssia kept growing and pushing herself to greater heights, as she could continue to fight that way for a very long time, but Garp had already reached his limits due to pushing himself past his limits when he was no longer in his prime. To be able to get past 90% for each of the 3 hockey was already a great achievement, and if she left it how it was then, it would be difficult for anyone to defeat her in a one-on-one battle. Alyssia was not feeling too satisfied with the numbers presented to her, even if they showed excellent results. It looks like I'll have to take on Garp again, or move on to someone stronger if I want to max them out. When she was already so close to perfecting her 3 forms of hockey, Alyssia felt that it would be a waste to just let them stay as they were without being able to achieve the best results possible. If Garp could not help her achieve, that then she would have to go looking elsewhere. While Alyssia was busy checking over her status and was contemplating over her growth, there had been some movement outside of her room for a long time. Carrot was sitting up high as the lookout of the MMA and shouted, "Incoming! A huge wave!" She saw that there was little movement from Archie, who was busy steering the ship as its helmsman, so she looked over to the others. The wave towered over the ship and kept rising. It looked like it would swallow the entire ship whole the moment it came crashing towards it and passed through. Archie turned his gaze towards Carrot and complained, "I am ready, but you need to do something." Carrot nodded her head in response before jumping off the lookout. Her body jumped about the air as her light body seemed to move around effortlessly at a great speed. Just as the wave was closer to the MMA, the figure of Carrot that was mostly transformed by her Sulon bloodline had changed all of a sudden. The large amount of fur on her tail had curled up into a spiral shape, and small fairy wings grew out on her back which flapped at a fast speed. It seemed like scales had grown on her body in the places that her fur was shorter and where they were more visible, while the rest of her body was heavily covered with her white fur. Sparkling white specks of dust were produced by each flap of her wings, and the moment that she had for close to the large wave, her body expanded greatly in size to become the size of a giant or a creature as big as them. The claws that were on her body had become far more powerful and sharp than ever before, so when her large body had brought down a single claw, the force and sharpness created had split the large wave open with very little effort in 3 separate locations. The force produced by the waves was negated, and it was split into 5 sections after 3 large claws passed through, along with a large sharp force that was followed it, so it had lost a lot of its stability, so it began to collapse in some places. Meanwhile, on the MMA, Archie saw that Carrot had succeeded, so he showed a small smile on his face. "Here we go. Hold on." He pulled a lever after removing the safety device that blocked it, then he grabbed onto a part of the ship, just like everyone else that was still on deck. The back of the ship suddenly released a large amount of force that propelled it forward so much that the MMA came out of the water and shot through the gap that was created by Carrot before landing much further ahead. The large wave crashed down behind the MMA, and it looked like it was likely that the MMA could have still been caught up in the aftermath if it was not for the use of the more advanced functions of the ship that had been built in. What Other did not notice was that in that very short gap in time that it had to fly through, the body of Carrot had suddenly shrunk down to 1/10 of her original size and quickly flew towards the lookout before holding onto it. Phew! She had yet to discover any other abilities when using her fairy dragon Zoan devil fruit, but she was getting more used to utilizing the fairy dust that aided her in making her body lighter and making her body be able to change its size. The only person that had been able to stand up to her physical capabilities so far that had been boosted by the dragon part of the fairy dragon devil fruit was Alyssia. If it had not been for Carrot only possessing 2 types of hockey, then it was very likely that she would have been able to outperform Alyssia in some ways. But that was what had allowed her to be a part of the original trio, that was Alyssia, Tristan, and Carrot. Carrot transformed back into her original state and size once the ship had landed, then jumped down to talk to Archie. "How much longer until we get there?" Archie showed a concerned look on his face, while looking towards a white card in his hands that was burning out. "We have already come this far, and I am going as fast as I can. We should arrive soon, I hope." Back when Alyssia had locked herself away and started to heal up inside the pod, there had been a sudden call on the transponder snail. It was a call from one of the mercenary groups that were under the banner of the White Storm that had been showing excellent potential. They were on an important mission to escort some shipments for a client from one island to another, but had suddenly come under attack by far too many ships. They had no choice but to report it and ask for aid, but there were few that were close by besides the MMA. Whether it was a coincidence or not that the group was the only one to receive an attack at such a time was unknown, but all that mattered was that the MMA would be able to get there first before anyone else. Alyssia trusted Carrot and Archie enough to be able to make their own decisions while she was unable to give out orders. Even if they were a little lacking in judgment and patience, they had earned her approval due to their own abilities that put them above many others in the world. They both had Alyssia, who was above them to be able to put them through harsh battles, so they were able to grow much stronger to be able to get closer hockey mastery, even if they only had 2 hockey of the 3. Unlike Alyssia, who had very few that were above her that could help her grow and perfect herself, the others beneath her had her to be the person that they would be able to push themselves against time and time again. They may not have possessed the 3 hockey or the bonus stats gained from the system, but they still had their own advantages that had been given by the amount of progress they made with their Sulong bloodline limit and the devil fruit abilities they had. The fairy dragon devil fruit was full of potential and abilities, so it was worthy of being a mythical grade devil fruit. The quake devil fruit was full of destructive power, and if put in the right hands, then it was very likely that Archie could be able to deal with all kinds of tough enemies. Carrot and Archie may not have been able to fight against anyone else that was at the top of the world's powers, but they had a lot of experience going up against Alyssia, so they would not be so easy to take down. It was why Alyssia put her faith in them and left everything to them. They may have had the ability to walk headlong into trouble, but they had the ability to handle such troubles. Even if they somehow managed to walk headlong into trouble that they could not handle on their own, it was still not that big of a problem when Alyssia was very close by and could sense what was going on in her surroundings. She put her trust in them, but she was not so foolish to just leave them to do everything alone without any kind of backup in place. There were far too many things on board the MMA that were waiting to be put to use and be tested, so even without her, there was a low chance of there being any real danger. The ship continued forward at a fast speed, and many obstacles in the way were all cut through using brute force methods until there was finally something further ahead that could be made out. The card in the hand of Archie had moved towards the direction ahead, and Archie clenched his fist before putting the card away. "I think that we are here." Carrot, who was acting as the lookout, had peered off into the distance and shouted, "A wreckage is spotted. It is up in flames in some places, but it does not seem too serious or has spread too far. We should hurry over." Archie nodded in agreement and increased the speed a little more. It was not long before the black smoke and flames were more visible, and the ship was clearer. The ship had been floating in the middle of the water and was severely damaged to the point that it would not be able to stay above water if it was left as it was for a long time. If there was anyone still on board or near the ship, then Carrot and Archie needed to get there as soon as possible to save them before they died from hypothermia, drowned, or were unlucky enough to be on the ship near where the flames had spread. Carrot jumped from the lookout and shot across the sky until she finally landed down on the deck of the ship. Her eyes scanned the wreckage and saw many trails of blood, but could pick up on signs of life around her. There are survivors. That is good. Once Carrot discovered signs of life nearby, her arms and back stretched backward for a moment before being brought forward with a large amount of force. Her arms swung around from behind her back towards her front until her 2 hands clapped together. Carrot was facing towards the fire that had spread out on some parts of the wreckage that was the remains of the ship. The force and wind pressure produced by that single powerful clap had reached the fire before blowing a lot of it out. She repeated the same movement until all the remaining embers had gone out, and there was no longer any danger. Phew, all done, but why is everyone down there? There was nobody that was on the deck of the ship, and those that had already died had either been left to float in the sea or had sunk to the bottom of it. Carrot looked around until she found the location to access the lower part of the ship, then climbed down. It was very poorly lit, and there were several scents within that she had picked up on, but many among them had a strong scent of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Ack! Help! There were additional noises that came from further in which showed that there were still those that remained alive. Her hand pushed at a door to open it, but it seemed to be stuck, so Carrot waved her claw towards it all of a sudden, which resulted in it being cut in several places in a single moment. The door had lost its support and its solid state, so a single push from her had caused most of it to suddenly fall apart. Carrot stepped inside and saw many people cowered together inside, or they were too weak and injured to move. Come on, everyone. It is safe now. Help those get out of here if you have the strength to do so. Not everyone was all that visible due to the poor lighting in the room, but several figures within had started to move upon hearing the words of Carrot. Thank. We will live. They really sent help. We are saved. Cough. Cough, cough. It took a little effort for everyone to work together, but they had all reached the deck of the ship where they saw the sight of the MMA off in the distance and Carrot who was in front of them. Sigh. It is finally over. Carrot knit her brows and asked, "What happened here?" So it was like this. They all went on to explain that they were all transporting important goods according to the request, and that they had encountered a large attack from many ships. Each of them had no flag and did not state their origin, but each of them had been very organized, like they had been well prepared and planned for the attack on the ship. There were those that tried to put up a fight against them, but they had been defeated, while those that lived had been trapped with everyone else. Everyone believed that they would die in that room. The attackers took someone from the room at times, so there were some that had not returned while others returned injured. Some of the people that were registered with the White Storm as mercenaries or adventurers had made enough contributions to be able to have their own Vivre card made for them in times of danger, so it would be easier to have a quicker response to save them. There were some that had died, so the Vivre cards turned to nothing but ash. There were still some that remained alive among them, so it was still possible to locate them more accurately. Carrot put her hand on her chin thoughtfully and nodded. "We should." Just as she was about to come to a decision, there were suddenly several ships that appeared off in the distance in many directions. They had just become slightly visible and seemed to be picking up speed as they closed in on the wreckage and the MMA. It's not over. No. What bad luck. Meanwhile, on the MMA, the pink-haired robotic girl that was Val had looked off into the distance towards the many ships. Hostile. Many threats located. Prepare for battle. Her arm had suddenly started to move mechanically as the parts started to slot into place, until a shield had taken form on it while a spear sword had appeared in her other hand. A large devil ape that was sleeping had heard the sudden warning, then rolled over to reach towards a large metallic bat before pulling itself up from the ground. Oh! A scaly small creature with bat-like ears had showed a sinister smile as it cackled to itself with its head and arms raised to the sky. Kakaka! A large snake that was curled up on a part of the ship had raised its body up as it untangled itself and looked even larger as it stretched out its body. Hiss! There was movement on the MMA as everyone on board had readied themselves for combat, and many kinds of changes took place on the ship itself. There was a section on the lookout that had suddenly opened up, and a large sniper that was on it connected to some mechanical parts that helped move and support it. It was very compact, as there were many parts that had folded over to allow it to fit in place where it had been stored, but once it had been released, it was being set up perfectly to fit inside the lookout. The end of the sniper was poking out of the lookout windows that had suddenly created an opening all the way around after a part of the lookout had split up near the top as the roof and walls were lifted higher. The supports for the sniper were connected to the ground, but had several levers in place to lock it in place, or to allow for the sniper to be rotated around towards another section to allow quick changes of direction for shooting. Val saw what was happening and saw that nobody was there to use it, so she quickly understood her own role, even if it was temporary. The shield on her arm moved a little as it created a small slot behind the shield on her arm, which she slotted the spear sword into temporarily, so that it was still within her reach. The technology in her body allowed her to step on air and arrive in the lookout within seconds, and she quickly took aim as she gazed through the sniper scope. Meanwhile, back on the wrecked ship, Carrot continued to gaze towards the ships that were closing, and all of a sudden, this is not good. There were a lot more numbers than what she had hoped to be up against, and it would be troublesome to go against them all when there were still people to protect. It had become very clear to even her that it was most likely a trap that was designed to lure out and target higher members of the White Storm. If there was any spies inside of the White Storm, then it was very likely that they would be able to know about the highest-ranked people in the organization and how problems were usually dealt with. If there was a problem that had arisen and there were people of importance to the White Storm that were in danger, or there was a mission that was of high importance, then the higher-ups would not be able to ignore it. While it was unknown if outside forces had been able to learn everything they could about the higher-ups, it was still possible for them to be able to plan ahead for such errors. No matter how strong Alyssia may have been, it was impossible for her to not come out of her battle with Garp without some injuries, no matter if she won or not. No matter what the result may have been, it was a time where she was at her weakest, and many others around her would be without her protection. If her people were so busy trying to protect Alyssia, who was still too tired and injured, then it would be easier to deal with them and to get to Alyssia since they would be distracted during battle. The people around Carrot had become more anxious and fearful, so they became even more dependent on Carrot. "Miss Carrot, please save us. Miss Carrot." Carrot rolled her eyes and said, "If you do not want to be a burden, then protect yourselves and those around you." It was not that she did not wish to protect them, but it was so easy for them to get caught up in the battle and to become cannon fodder. If she was too focused on keeping each of them safe when they were making rash decisions that could get them killed, then it would only make things worse and put more people in danger. There was a weak-looking man that was covered in injuries and blood who had suddenly come forward and dropped to his knees. "Please, please, take me put of here. I will pay you." He crawled over in a pathetic manner with tears coming from his eyes and snot coming from his nose. "Please, I am rich." There was a look of annoyance in the eyes of Carrot as she looked down towards him. Just as she was about to decline, the man leapt forward and grabbed on her clothes while begging harder. "Please, please." The eyes of Carrot had suddenly turned to surprise once the man had proceeded to further grab onto her and wrapped his arms around her legs as he begged. "Hey, get off." There was suddenly a strange feeling that came from her instincts that were warning her of incoming danger. The grip of the man beneath her seemed to have been far beyond what the man should have been capable of, and he would not let go. "Please, ugh." There was a sudden chill that ran down the back of her neck, and she picked on something, so she acted out of instinct. It was the long month of torture that Alyssia had put her through that had let her move all of a sudden, even if she could not sense anyone nearby that could have been a threat to her or had ill intent towards her. Her body leaned forward all of a sudden as she grabbed onto the man that was holding onto her legs before sending herself and him forward with a fast roll. The quick movements done by Carrot had caught the man off guard with how smoothly and effectively she had used her movements and weight to pull him and herself from that locked position. Carrot could not move her legs, but she could still make use of her upper body and those movements to create enough force to be able to duck down and curl her body over the man enough to grab his waist before pulling them into her embrace. Even if the man was locked in place as they held her legs, the body of Carrot was still moving forward into a roll, and the man that was held onto would be pulled along with her even if he decided to release her legs. After completing a couple of rolls, he did not release her from his grip and held on. "What are you doing?" Just as he was about to continue to complain, there was a sudden sound that was created nearby as a long line had passed through the remains of the ship. It caused those that were hit by whatever it was to suddenly lose their support as they crashed down. If Carrot had not moved then, it was guaranteed that she would have been in the direct path of that sharp attack that cut forward with enough force to send the attack moving forward. She grit her teeth and pushed at the body of the man. "Get off!" The man refused to let go and kept struggling to hold on as he thought to himself, "Damn, how is she this strong? Hurry up already." Another sudden slash came from overhead, but there was no clear sign of there being anyone attacking or nearby. It was a little puzzling that such a thing was happening, but all Carrot could do in that moment was to pull the man along with her body and rolled out of the way. A large cut spread out deep into the deck of the ship, which showed that Carrot was truly in danger and had moved just in time to avoid another fatal attack. Carrot was getting fed up with the man at her waist that was obstructing her movements, so her claws extended to look very threatening and sharp. "Let go!" Her claws dug into the shoulder of the man and increased her grip strength, but it was met with some resistance. "Oh!" She rolled her body once again to avoid another cut. Then a layer of black armament hockey started to spread out on her claw that was being met with some resistance. It slowly started to break past the guard of the other person and sunk into their flesh, so they couldn't help but scream. "Ah!" Just as they had let out a scream and their grip had weakened a little, there was another form of interference that came from another place. The body of the man was suddenly hit by a large force that came from all the way from the lookout of the MMA. Val noticed the strangeness of the man and started seeing him as a major obstacle and danger to the life of Carrot, so she had pointed the sniper towards their direction. Target acquired. As her finger pressed against the trigger and applied a little force to it, A large amount of electrical sparks were released along with a powerful magnetic charge that built up along the barrel of the sniper. The sniper was not just an ordinary sized and shaped sniper that could be found anywhere, but it was instead a custom-made one using the developed electro-science and engineering from Nika and Alyssia. The trigger had been pulled back completely once the sniper had enough time to activate, then a large metal bullet was fired and passed through the end of the sniper. Each magnetic force along the way had helped the metal bullet to gain even more power behind it as it flew out towards the target that was a long distance away. The bullet was very fast and powerful as it flew so fast that ordinary people could not sense it or get out of the way of it. The man under Carrot continued to moan and release some cries of pain as he clung onto her, but there was suddenly something that came towards him with a great speed and without any prior warning being given. Wah! The man tried to move out of the way, but something seemed to pass through the skin on their arm and kept moving through without stopping. The large force caused the man to be thrown back, and his arm had a large enough hole torn through it that it was likely that the arm would not be able to be kept if it had received any kind of treatment. If it was not for the small amount of armament hockey that had been brought up in a split second that had been broken through and reduced the amount of force from the bullet, then it was very likely that their arm would have been blown off completely. The man was wounded and released Carrot while holding onto his wounded arm. The man started to roll around clutching their wound, and their appearance had started to change all of a sudden. Art, hurry up! So useless. Art! The voice of the man became softer and more feminine as the shape of his body started to change along with the rest of his appearance. Carrot was free from her grip, so she had more freedom of movement and suddenly ducked her body before lifting her 2 feet behind her to perform a backward dropkick. Got you! She made contact with something hard, and there was suddenly a groan that came from behind her before the noises of collisions came from further away. Goo! GH! Seeing that she had been able to fend off the assassination attempt on herself, Carrot did not let down her guard and moved towards the woman quickly. Just as Carrot was about to get closer to the woman, a large figure suddenly appeared over her and brought their elbow down on her. It was like he had just suddenly appeared in the air at the most opportune time and had followed up with a strong elbow towards her from above. Electro started to surge around the body of Carrot, and she had disappeared from her current position before reappearing above the large figure. Her 2 legs kicked out and sent him crashing down onto the deck of the ship that was barely able to keep itself floating in the sea. His body crashed down past the first layer of wood, so it left behind a human-shaped hole, and there were other crashing noises that followed much lower in the ship as he was met with more obstacles. Carrot was not given a single moment to rest before another attack came towards her from an unknown enemy, which she was able to use her body's advantages to lightly move and jump around in the air to avoid the deadly slashes that were coming towards her previous locations. So annoying. They just keep coming. Her claws seemed to clash several times with a hard and sharp metallic object which could only be described as a deadly and high-grade sword, so she had to reinforce her body further with armament hockey when she clashed with it. The woman that was holding her wounded arm had tore off a layer of clothes before tying it around her wound, then got up from the ground. You little! I will have your head! The appearance of the woman had no longer been concealed from the eyes of Carrot and those that could see her up close. She was a pale-skinned and well-endowed woman with black hair that was in a set of girlish pigtails while being at a height of 11 feet 10 inches, which could be described as being extremely tall. There were wrinkles on her face along with having a sloping forehead, a long witch-like nose, a devilish grin, and a square jaw. She looked like a classic pirate in the way she was dressed that had featured a bicorn hat decorated with a single rose and feathers on one side and a plume on the other, as well as having a Jolly Roger printed on the front. The rest of her outfit was a corset that was longer on the back that extended all the way to her knee area, a striped dress shirt, pants with belts crossing its hems, a cravat, and heels. There was a sword that was shown to be carried on her right hip, and there were several tails that had appeared behind her. Upon seeing her appearance from further away, Val looked through the scope and spoke. Identified, Katarina Devon. Previous attacker identified, Jesus Burgess. Adjusting combat mode based on opponents and set to lethal force. The dog model devil fruit that was the 9-tailed fox had been revealed along with the true appearance of Katarina Devon, while the appearance of Jesus Burgess had been caught for a moment by Val. It was more than enough information that had been provided to be able to identify the attackers and the potential dangers ahead. They were not enemies that could be taken lightly, and each piece of information that Alyssia had on them about their potential abilities were stored to be able to come up with some more effective ways of dealing with each of them. With the lower numbers being on one side and the expected amount of Titanic captains being within or being on their way, the danger was only going to keep increasing. The more damage they caused to their surroundings, the more that there could be a chance of having the contents of the MMA to be damaged or to have Alyssia disturbed. There were lives at stake too, so Val had to take that into account before drawing up and put any kind of battle plans. It had been judged that there was no room for holding back or taking the opponents lightly due to them all being very dangerous. Carrot may have been able to fend one or two of them off, but was no telling when another would arrive to offer them aid. Once they were able to all attack together at full force, it was unknown if Carrot would be able to handle them on her own before there was any more help to arrive. Val shouted, "Ghost, destroy those ships." If there was anything that she had learned from Alyssia, then it was how to do battle at sea and how to deal with the dangers of devil fruits. If the enemy could not fly or use a technique to let them step on air, then their only support at sea would be their ships. If their ships were not able to move or had been sunk, then they would have much more difficulty moving around, or they would just sink to the bottom of the sea along with the ship. Upon hearing the order, the large snake that had some similarities to a flood dragon had suddenly dived head first into the water, and its body followed behind it. There was another small figure that Val could make out after checking the air and surroundings, then her sniper was pointed towards it. Target acquired. Her finger pulled the trigger, and another bullet shot through the sky before reaching what looked like a flying horse that was carrying two people on its back. It had just taken off from one of the ships and was heading up into the sky before a bullet had suddenly tore a hole through the flying horse. The horse let out a cry before weakly giving up on flapping its wings, so it fell down into the sea along with the two people on its back. A couple of figures on the nearby ship were very fast to respond to the sudden attack and dived into the sea to retrieve those that had fallen in. Further away from the MMA was Blackbeard and Garchu'd, who were both riding on top of Stronger, that was a pale blue horse with long legs. Stronger was very weak and sickly, so it struggled to carry two people at once on its back, but with the aid of the Pegasus Devil Fruit, it was able to take the both of them up into the air, even if it was a little difficult for it. Due to already being a horse and eating the Pegasus Devil Fruit, the only real change that it underwent was it gaining wings to be able to fly and to increase its physical capabilities a little beyond what it was previously capable of. The speed it could carry two people at once on its back was very slow, and that made it become an easy target to hit. Blackbeard laughed as he saw the battle taking place from afar. "Zia, Doc, how long until you are within range and can affect them?" Garchu'd was lying on the back of Stronger with a lethargic and sick appearance. He heard the question and then weakly responded, "Just a little closer." So long as they were close enough, he would be able to spread different kinds of diseases and cause a lot of disadvantages to their enemies. The more that he was able to do it, the more likely the battle would turn in their favor, and the less likely it was for Carrot and the others to turn the battle back around. Blackbeard thought to himself, "Good. I still have not taken revenge for that injury that Brat left on me, but now the day has come. She and those around her deserve every bit of pain and suffering that they will experience." Blackbeard had been injured by Alyssia, so his time spent had not been so easy when there was a position as the new fourth emperor of the New World to defend. Since he had suffered during that time from many that aimed for his position when he was injured, Blackbeard decided to let Alyssia experience the very same thing. When Alyssia was weak and injured from her fight with Garp, it was the perfect time to make her suffer and get his revenge. Just as he was being raised up higher into the sky, there was suddenly a strong force that hit Stronger and put a hole in it. Stronger was knocked slightly off course before it stopped flapping its wings, so it fell down towards the sea. "Zah! Damnite!" Garchu'd and Blackbeard had nothing else to rely on, so they both fell down along with Stronger, so 3 Devil Fruit users had hit the water below before being washed up by the strong waves. The people on the ships that were nearby had witnessed the scene and were shocked, but some that were faster to respond had ran towards the side of their ship before diving into the sea. A single shot from Val that had been fired from very far away had solved not one, but 3 devil fruit users, and one of them was Blackbeard, who was known as one of the 4 emperors. If the world were to find out that an emperor of the sea had been bested in such a way, then it was very likely that everyone would believe that his earning of such a position was unjust and that he was actually unfit to carry that title. Van Augur was stood on one ship and frowned. "Captain," sigh. So careless. He readied his rifle and aimed it towards the MMA before touching the person by his side. "You should go over there." Vasco Shot and Avalo Pizzuro, who were near Van Augur, had suddenly disappeared one after another before reappearing within the sight of Van Augur. They had both reappeared on the MMA after being sent there by Van Augur, who had pulled the trigger of his rifle. The bullet flew across the long distance and was accurately aimed towards Val, who was in the lookout. Just as he thought that the bullet would hit its mark accurately, the sniper faced towards him and opened fire back at him. The path of both bullets had met in the middle of their journey and knocked each other slightly off course, but the bullet fired by Val had been barely affected. The bullet was still able to move forward at a fast speed and was only knocked off course a little, so it had brushed past the shoulder of Van Augur. Once he was hit by it, he dropped his gun and grit his teeth. How troublesome. To think that they have such a gun. I want it. There was visible greed in his eyes once he had witnessed the power of the gun for himself. He felt like such a gun was well suited to him, so he had set his sights on it and was very motivated to claim it from the spoils of war. His gaze turned towards the giant man that had eaten the devil fruit to make himself even larger and was considering how to make use of him. He is much too large and destructive. It is no good. The captain or admiral of the Blackbeard pirates was already taken out of the battle very early on due to his own carelessness, along with one of the 10 Titanic captains. It had left the remaining 9 of them to handle the rest of the battle while Blackbeard, Q, and Stronger were being searched for before they drowned. The wound left behind on Stronger would let it bleed out, and being exposed to water would not help it in any way. So it was very likely that if it was not brought out of the water soon, then it would be the first death among the crew. Katarina Devon had lost the ability to use one arm after being shot, so the power of the 10 Titanic captains had been reduced even further. Katarina Devon, Jesus Burgess, and Shiryu were all sent towards the ship that Kara was standing on, so each of them had already begun to fight against her seriously. Vasco Shot and Avalo Pizarro were sent directly on board the MMA, but there was still Van Augur, Lafitte, and Sanjiao left over among the available main combatants from those that could fight. Further inside of the ship that Van Augur was shooting from was a tall man that was sleeping with many bottles scattered all around him. The last 10 Titanic captain that existed was busy sleeping off the alcohol that he had drunk earlier and was too lazy to lift a finger in the battle unless he was actually needed. Kazan was previously one of the 3 admirals of the Marines until he had chosen to leave after being spared by a Kainu once their fight had finished. He found himself drifting around until he finally found himself in the same bar as the Blackbeard pirates where he was drowning his sorrows. One thing led to another after having some conflicts with them and making up with them later over drinks until he had become more well known as a traitor of the Marines and a captain of the Blackbeard pirates. Even on such a big movement that had been made by them, Kazan had been sleeping and had no intention of doing anything unless it was absolutely required of him to do so. If he so much as moved a little, then it was very easy for him to tip the scales in the favor of the Blackbeard pirates once more. One single use of Ice Age could prevent any kind of means of escape or handle any kind of threats that could have come up. The giant snake under that water that was approaching at a fast speed towards the other ships was one such problem that he could deal with if he chose to freeze the surrounding water, but that would cause the ships everyone was on to be frozen in place. If the ships could not move, then they would not be able to get in range to fire upon their enemies or to climb on board the enemy ships. There may have been great advantages to having him with them, but it was not like him using his abilities was without disadvantages, so nobody had bothered him during his sleep until the timing was right for him to act. Since Kazan was not participating, Van Augur had to temporarily leave him out of his plans and shouted, "Everyone prepare to be sent over. The rest of you will be bringing the ships closer. Kikapatsu, Mari, and Tori lead the way and deal with anyone that gets in the way." He took aim, and many people started to rush to his side to touch him before they were sent towards the MMA. The body of Van Augur had occasionally blinked from one location to another as he narrowly avoided the bullets that were fired by Val. There were some minor crew members that were shot and were heavily wounded, but there were others that had narrowly avoided being harmed due to Van Augur quickly making use of his warped devil fruit to send them somewhere else. He kept a close watch over Val and kept firing towards her, but was unable to hit her, so he had to occasionally focus his attention towards the other ship. If only the first plan had been successful. If the assassination of Carrot had been successful, then splitting the forces between two areas would not be needed, and there would be no need to carefully consider how to use the remaining forces available to him. Sending Sanjiao Wolf to the wreckage would only cause further damage and cause it to sink, so he could not do that. If the ship sunk, then not just one Titanic captain would be lost, but 3 due to them being unable to swim and possessing devil fruits. The only person that still did not possess a devil fruit among them was Jesus Burgess, so he could still swim and retrieve them if they fell into the water, but having Sanjiao Wolf be added to the ship would cause more damage to the ship itself and would cause it to sink faster. The first plan had been to have Katarina Devon and Shiryu to use their abilities to hide among the people that were left alive on the ship after switching out one person among those that had been taken out of the room where the survivors were being held. Shiryu could remain invisible due to his invisibility devil fruit, so he had made sure to mask his smell to blend in with everyone that was in the room, so he would not be noticed when he did his best to hide his presence. Katarina Devon took on the appearance of one of the people on the ship and waited for her opportunity to strike using her illusionary abilities of the 9-tailed fox devil fruit. One was able to hide themselves for a silent assassination, while the other was able to fool her opponent before getting close enough to attack, or to do enough to be able to ensure the success of the assassination. Unfortunately, they had encountered Carrot, who would not be so easily killed after she had faced a bad experience in space and suffered as a result of it, then was put through difficult training by Alyssia for so long. Once Vasco Shot and Avalo Pizarro were both on board the MMA, they had both ran towards the nearest people with a sinister look in their eyes. Just as they were beginning to appear on board, Archie had given out several orders and prepared himself for battle. A can was in his hand which had activated before his whole body was surrounded in a protective suit, and then he reached out towards the metal armor that was lying nearby. His body was being covered with the protection of the combat suit that was similar to the Germa suits, and he had the toughest-looking armor on top of it to cover several vital spots on his body. The 2 figures appeared before his eyes, which had surprised him, but his surprise did not let him respond slowly. Attack! There were some pieces of information that had been known about the 2 opponents that were in front of him that were provided by Alyssia, but even that information may have had some missing pieces. If Alyssia was using the knowledge from how much she had read from the original, then she had only seen so far and could not possibly know things that may have been revealed much later. She did have the system to be able to look into the other details of a person, but those things could easily change within a short amount of time. The stats in other places may not have changed much in a short period of time, but there were always ways for them to gain a sudden boost, which was if they gained a devil fruit. A lot of the Titanic captains were from the very bottom of Impel Down and had come out from the very best among them, so they were all very dangerous. They may not have been as dangerous as the likes of Boa Hancock, but they were still feared and powerful pirates who should not be underestimated. Having all of them working together with the exception of Kazan was very dangerous for anyone that had been targeted by them. The electro spread out around the body of Archie, which had been greatly increased the further he tapped into his Sulong bloodline. The almost white fur on his bare mink physique had been accompanied with a large amount of white electro that was surrounding his body and was coming off his armor too. The increase of speed created from the electro had allowed him to close the gap and arrive in front of Pizarro. A large figure had jumped forward towards Vasco Shot and raised a large spiked bat over its head. The durable body of Pizarro seemed to take on the sudden attack that came from Archie with little difficulty as he had put up his guard to defend himself. The large bear palm had pushed out with a large amount of force, which was further increased by the electro that was released along with it. The black armament hockey had further amplified the palm strike, which had pushed Pizarro back several steps. Archie saw that his attack had taken effect even if it was minor, so he continued to move forward and sent out several similar palm strikes. HAA! Vasco Shot was drinking from a gourd, and a strong smell of alcohol came from it. He looked in front of himself and saw a large ape that had horns on its head, so he was a little surprised. Hick! Whoa! He dodged to the side as the bat passed by his body, but he was left surprised again that there was not any damage to the ship. The bat had stopped before it hit the deck of the ship, then swept out towards him. He raised his guard and took the hit, but did not look too fazed by it as he continued to look heavily drunk. Hick! He did not have long to take the battle more seriously before the devil ape had increased its onslaught upon him. The two clashed together just like Archie and Pizarro as they exchanged several hits. The biggest difference was that Archie did not seem to be hurt during the exchanges, and it seemed like the devil ape had only looked more bloodthirsty and performed better the more the battle went on. The fighting fish and other similar creatures had been added together with the human drills to create fighting experts that loved to fight, but when they were provoked, they were incredibly aggressive and ruthless. They had been made to be much tamed in front of their allies, but they were very vicious towards those that were deemed as their enemy. The learning and mimicking abilities they possessed had let them take in all kinds of fighting styles and moves which had let them reach an even higher stage. The devil ape king that had been by the side of Alyssia for so long had learned all kinds of things, and had even sparred against her many times, so it could not be underestimated. It may not have had hockey, but it had been engineered to be very durable, powerful, and agile, so that it would surpass all kinds of the most dangerous creatures in the world. If there was one animal among the ape species that would be known to be the strongest, then there was no other that could match them. There were several others that were being sent over to each ship one by one, but as that was happening, there were some other movements that came from a figure on the MMA. A small door was opened which led deeper into the ship, and a small figure climbed down before closing it behind them. It had dark-scaled skin, large bat ears, and walked on 2 feet while it was dressed in a small lab coat. It continued to move through the parts of the ship until it arrived at a room where there were many tiny pods that had all kinds of animals inside of them. Some were very small and looked very immature, but they seemed to have a dangerous aura around them that had caused Graham to be cautious to approach them. Graham showed a wide grin which exposed its sharp fangs before walking over towards a large button that had wires going towards many of the smaller pods. The button was pushed which caused the pods to drain of the fluid inside, and many small fluffy creatures had started to come out. A lot of them looked a lot like the previous form of Graham before it had undergone the process of evolving to take on its transformed form permanently. The others had very long fur that covered them so much that only their mouth and eyes could be seen among it all, so they mostly looked like balls of fur. Once they had stepped or rolled out of the small pods, Graham held onto a large tube which was pointed towards them. Gi-hi! A large amount of suction came from the tube, which caused those in front of it to be sucked into it before traveling up the tube. Once 20 or 30 of them had been released and were sucked up into the tube, the number of them had started to be more difficult to count, which showed how many of them were among them. Further up on the deck of the MMA was where they had suddenly appeared, as each of them had shot up into the air after coming through a location where the tube had connected to. They all saw the chaos that was taking place on the ship and went to guard their home. Each of them had been created by Alyssia and were raised to be obedient to herself and those around her, so Graham was qualified enough to be able to send them off to battle if there was any danger to the ship. The people that were attacking and doing harm to their home were instantly confirmed as their enemies, while other familiar figures were known as their allies that they should help out. Their tiny bodies had jumped up onto the people that arrived one after another to cling to them and to get in their way so that they could not focus entirely on others. The small balls bit onto some body parts and clung onto them, which caused those who had been caught by them to yell out in pain and try to pull them off their bodies. They were all very durable to the point that they could not be harmed through ordinary means, even if it was by one of the Titanic 10 captains. They did not look very dangerous, but they were very difficult to damage through ordinary means, and once they had grabbed onto something, they were difficult to remove. It could be possible to injure or deal with them in some way with a much higher mastery of hockey, techniques, or devil fruit abilities, but for most people, they would have a very difficult time just handling one of them. One of the 10 Titanic captains could possibly be able to inflict harm upon them, but it would not be a case where they could do enough in 1 or 2 attacks. Jaya, what is this? Get it off! Get it off! Their tiny bodies had clung onto the people that had been sent onto the ship by Van Augur and refused to let go of their targets as their numbers kept growing. Val, who was up on the lookout, was too busy taking out those further away on other ships, and Ghost was busy swimming under each ship it encountered along the way. Anything that had been encountered by Ghost was torn apart from below, which caused several ships to start to take on a lot of water before sinking into the sea. The many ships that surrounded the MMA and had been approaching were starting to be reduced just by one large serpent that was Ghost. If the Devil Ape King was the best of the primates, then Ghost was the very best version of any kind of snake or sea serpent that existed. It may not have reached its full size and best state after so long, but it was still very powerful and possessed incredible destructive capabilities. Once it got into the sea, then its potential was fully brought out, and any ship that it encountered could not stand up to its powerful bite or Ghost slamming its body into the bottom of the ship. Unless it was a well-fortified ship that was up to the quality of the MMA, then it was very unlikely for it to be able to last long against the attacks from Ghost. The battle had yet to reach a stage where the conflict looked like it would be over yet, and more larger figures started to appear on the MMA, which meant that more captains had appeared to offer their support. An alarm suddenly went off on the ship, which caused Archie to suddenly pull his helmet further over his head as he prepared himself for what was to come. Anyone that had arrived on the MMA was very shocked and confused that such a ship and crew possessed such frightening combat potential. Archie was able to hold off a Titanic captain, and so was the Devil Ape, which showed how the rest of the crew under Alyssia had been greatly underestimated. If it was just that, then more numbers may have been able to turn the advantage towards the Blackbeard pirates, but even that it started to look unlikely the more the fight progressed, and more surprises started to appear. Lafitte had appeared on the MMA to offer his aid along with all the others, so the battle had started to become even more intense. The ruthlessness in each attack that had been exchanged would have left any other person with a large amount of wounds, and possibly it could have been bad enough for them to die from them. The only things that were keeping each person on the MMA alive was the suits that protected their bodies from harm, and each of the genetically created animals' endurance that could stand up to such attacks. An alarm had went off on the deck, which had suddenly caused Archie to lower his helmet in order to block his sight a little. A couple of strange devices on the ship had suddenly pointed towards where the battle was happening and released a strange and unknown wave of energy. All of the devices were what had previously released the alarm on different parts of the ship, and each of them were pointed towards many different points on the ship. If they resembled anything, then they had looked very similar to satellite dishes, and they released different sounds and wavelengths from them. The frequency of waves was fine-tuned and matched well with the materials that had been used in past experiments, so they were ready for being used the moment that they were needed. They had not been used before in a real combat situation, but they had been turned on, and the battle that was taking place suddenly took a strange turn. The two types of creatures that had been biting or clinging onto the bodies of the pirates had suddenly been hit by those waves, and it was not just one of them. All of them that had been hit by the constant waves had suddenly experienced a large change in their overall appearance and temperament. Gwa, Jaya, Kiki 3. The small and cute creatures that had looked harmless had suddenly started to grow longer limbs, sharper claws, and scaly skin, which left very little of the fur behind. The teeth of both types of creatures had become larger and sharper, while the rounder creature had grown a little in size. It had grown out much longer hair, which made it difficult to make out its appearance, and its hair had become a pure white. Each of them were just holding onto their opponents with their teeth or limbs, but they had suddenly changed the way they had approached the battle. Rather than holding on with a part of their body without doing a lot of damage unless the enemy tried to pull them from their bodies, the two creatures had suddenly started to use their more dangerous teeth and claws to tear into the enemy's flesh. Ah! My arm! Get off! Stop! Stop! Aya! Not my Jaya! The small creatures started to do a whole lot more damage than before after they had been triggered by the waves and had completed their transformations. The simplified name for the waves that had been given by Alyssia was lunar waves, which triggered the transformations of the minks and other creatures that had a similar physiology. The cane and Lafitte's had spun around as he knocked one back, but another had suddenly bit onto his cane. How troublesome! He turned to look towards Pizarro, and Vasco shot quickly before using the small creature on his cane to block another one and knocked it away. These creatures are unheard of and are very dangerous. If it was just one or two, then there may not have been a problem, but his gaze rested on the bodies of his two allies in that moment of looking away from his own situation, and he had seen that both had at least one tiny creature that was hanging from their bodies. This is not good. How to deal with this? This is outside of our range of expertise. This is why I have repeatedly told the captain that we need a science division or something similar if we want to be able to stand on the same stage as others. Devil fruits may not be enough, and we are too restricted at sea. He was thinking tactically and saw that there had already been a great deal of casualties on his side, but there was little damage to those on the MMA, so he started to see their efforts and resources as being wasted. If it was earlier, then he was agreeing with his captain about each part of the plan and that it was beneficial for them to target Alyssia at that time along with some of those that had accompanied her. They expected some resistance, but they had not expected it to be so difficult to achieve their goal. There may have been some expected casualties, but their sacrifices would not be in vain once they had taken out Alyssia and swallowed up parts of the White Storm. Without the head to protect it, then they could be the first ones to move in on the White Storm that was left over after Alyssia was gone. The MMA had continued to turn a little to face away from the wreckage and put a little distance between the two of them before facing towards a ship much further away. It remained still for a moment before firing off a large projectile from the front of the ship where a large cannon was sticking out of. The cannon was a much larger and more powerful version of the railgun-based weapons and had much larger rounds that were fired from them. The first round had been loaded and fired in its normal shell shape, which had metal plating surrounding the outsides until they had been fired off further. The plating had fallen off the main part of the large projectile that had headed straight towards the ship that was in its path. It moved so quickly and carried that much force that it arrived at its target without giving the enemy any time to prepare for its arrival. The moment that it had been fired had signaled their demise, and those that were able to witness it were all left in shock. The first shot had been lined up well, and once it was fired, the projectile traveled very far without stopping and tore through its first target and kept going through anything that blocked its path. The first ship had suddenly exploded once the projectile had passed through, and the next one had done the same, while another ship had been left greatly damaged. Anyone on the crew that was on board that remaining ship had been caught up in the huge force that went by them, so they were either thrown from their ship or towards somewhere else which caused them further harm. Lafitte was busy struggling against the small creatures when someone had stepped in front of him and removed the spear sword from the place that it was stored near the shield on their arm. Val stood in front of him and wasted no time as she had thrust her spear sword towards him. The heat that came from the spear sword had been very high, and the amount of energy that came off it had been on very dangerous levels, which left Lafitte bewildered once he had blocked the spear sword with his own weapon. Damn! The plasma weaponry was given out to few people due to how lethal it was to just about anyone. Just like how heat-based attacks could add more power and help break past stronger defenses, the plasma weapons were able to have the same effect and produce even greater effects. The estimated temperature that was created around the edges of the weapon was somewhere around 6,000 to 10,000 Kelvin or 11,000 to 14,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Even if the blade had not reached at that stage right away upon being activated, it had started to release heat from it and continued to increase quickly as time passed to the point that anyone standing in its way would be able to realize how dangerous it was. It was the type of weapon that could burn and pass through all kinds of defenses with little difficulty, and anyone that tried to block it would suffer greatly. The first clash had resulted in just that, as the weapon in the hands of Lafitte had been destroyed, and he had to retreat back several steps before taking out a gun. He quickly opened fire on Val, but she raised her other arm, and the shield on her arm had suddenly moved. The shield was not an ordinary shield, just like her spear sword, and it had been made using many types of different technology that could be found in different parts of the world. The shape of the metal shield had suddenly changed and moved according to the will of Val, to place a hard surface blocking in front of herself which blocked the bullets that had been fired towards her. If there was any kind of similarity to any other technology that could be found in the world, then the shield had mostly resembled the different dials that came from the Sky Islands. The iron shell dial was able to emit a stream of iron cloud which had the strength of iron, but the cloud's weightlessness and ability to change shape, which had been something that was of great interest to Alyssia. That function had been added to the shield to provide more versatile usage of a shield-based weapon for defensive and offensive purposes. The shield blocked the many bullets before changing its shape again as it was sent toward Lafitte. There was a large amount of shock on his face as he saw that his change of tactics were useless. Damn! The more that he had experienced when facing the crew on the MMA, the more frustrated and helpless that he had become. It was like the person behind everything was a crazy genius that had thought up all kinds of ways to mess with their plans. One outrageous thing happened followed by another as the MMA had taken its second shot and destroyed another ship while a large serpent was tearing through any other ship it came across. Just as he started to believe that there were no more surprises, Val had suddenly spoke coldly. Stop playing around and use your full abilities. Her order was heard from those nearby, and there was a sudden large release of electro that came from the white furry creatures. Jaya! Gawa! The losses of the Blackbeard pirates had started to drastically increase, which made many wish their captain would be recovered faster, so he could help turn the battle back in their favor. Many of Alyssia's experiments that had been available for use had been released to allow her few crew members to be able to hold off the Blackbeard pirates.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.